Peace and Black Power, family. Peace and Black Power. Yesterday we did a show. Damn, man. Yesterday we did a show. As soon as I cut this shit on, somebody knocks on my damn door. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right. Yesterday I did a show, and Reggie was in the show, and he was going in on Jabari, and he was saying, "Sir, you know I beat Jabari. I took him out before, and I beat him." I said, "When? What video was that?" He said, "Sir, the video we did on who has the truth when it comes to teaching about ancient Kemet. Who's the best teacher?" Shout out to my brother Reggie in the chat. And so I told my brother Reggie that I will look that video up. I will go into my archive, my hard drives, and find that video. So I made a new cover for it because it is good. And I said, I'm going to play it. Now, I don't know who won this. I'm going to tell you now. I don't know who won this conversation because I never looked at it like that. But Reggie brought that out and said he beat Jabari. So that's what made me go back and get it and feed it to the people. And so I'll give it to y'all and let y'all look at it. Now, I'll tell you one thing. Reggie do know his shit when it comes to this, when it comes to Kemetic. So I think this is going to be a good one for y'all to look at and enjoy. Check.
The HOK is the toughest environment, and are at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Yeah, stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. No handouts here. You have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make they ass regret. They call it the toughest, and the title is earned from the bridges we crossed and the lessons we learned. In a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslim, Christian, Israelites step on the stage. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. In a cool-blooded kingdom, sa.neter created. HOK, where you can't fake it. The HOK is where you fight back. No room for error, no window attack. It's a masterclass, how you handle the heat. Where the pedigree is written on the concrete streets. Toughest environment, yeah, we know the score. Locked in on debate and asking for more. The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. Yeah.
Peace and Black Power, family. You know what this is. Black News 102, brother sa.neter on the mic. And of course, we got our brother Jabari and my brother Dr. Reggie. And what we're going to do right here is sharpen each other's sword right quick. You know, to prepare ourselves for the real world when we in these streets, because everybody always run up on us when we outside, Reggie. You know that. They try to challenge us. So, I mean, this is Kemet versus Kemet right now. Kemet versus Kemet right now, man. Wow, that's what's up. So the first thing I'll have for you, my brother Jabari, I'm not going to be asking questions. I'm going to just let y'all two brothers have y'all dialogue. Okay. And what I want to first ask you is, how or who initiated you in the craft? And how did that work? What was the ceremony like? Who initiated you?
I'm gonna do this one really quickly because it can be a long story. I don't want to make it a long story, but let me say to you that it was in 1990 when I was a freshman at Cornell that I finally realized I had been interested in history for a long time. I had been studying history, but when I got to Cornell, I began to realize that history was not the sum total. that what I should be really doing is attempting to find a way to actually live the history, if that makes sense. And so it was in 1990, probably around November or so, that I actually realized that I was no longer Christian. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was absolutely stunned, scared, all of that. And in my further research, I began to realize that there were people who were practitioners, and this is particularly the Soraset Society in the beginning. And so at the same time, you should know, I was still working with Dr. Ben, working with Dr. Clark. We were bringing them back up to Cornell University. They had retired at the time when I got there. And I maintained a relationship with them so that they can continue to teach me. So at the same time, I go down back to New York City to a Soraset. I started studying at a Soraset for a number of years. And it really, when I graduated from Cornell in 1994, that was when I really started working with the Soraset very frequently. I was there several times a week. I took several classes, more classes. I continued to do lots of research and study. And it wasn't until 1998 that I actually realized that my spiritual house was not going to be a Soraset, that it was actually going to be the Shrine of Ptah, led by the man that some of you know as Baba Heru. His full name is Heru Ankh Ra Samad Se Ptah. He is the holder of the Shrine of Ptah. He has been practicing Kemetic spirituality for as long as anyone else in the West, if not longer than anyone else in the West. And it was at that time that I sat with him, and in many ways at that point what I had done is I had read a whole lot, right? So I had tons of information, but I had no way to organize it. I had no way to understand it. And so he sat with this young Kamite and helped me understand the tradition. And it was at that time that I also began to recognize, because here I am, a trained person. I had an Africana Studies degree from Cornell University. I had studied with Dr. Ben. I had studied with Dr. Clark. I'd studied with others who would sharpen my understanding of ancient Africa. Some people think that I'm just a Kemetic scholar, but my degree is not in ancient Kemet. My degree focuses on ancient Africa. And so I have studied most of the major traditions in Africa. I studied with people like Donna Huadike and Dr. James Turner and some of the folks that you'll even see mentioned in my book as well. And so that's what I did. It was Baba Heru that really, though, served as my guide. And I want to say something very carefully here. And this is perhaps one of the things that people don't always understand. When you have a spiritual guide, it's more than just to understand material culture. It's more than just to read, right? Baba Heru, since 1998 to now, has been I call him my spiritual father. He's the person that's there when I'm struggling. He's a person that's there when I celebrate. He's a person that challenges me when I've done something that needs challenging. He's a person that celebrates me when I've done amazing things. And so he is more than just the person that I talk history with, even though I will say to you, some of you don't know this, Baba Heru is well read as anyone that I know. And I'm going to tell you that I've met with people who had doctorates in Africana Studies. I still have relationships with people who have practiced and studied ancient African history for decades. And I'm going to tell you that Baba Heru is as well read as anyone I know. Sometimes if you see him walking, you might think that he's just a priest. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. So he is extremely well read, but he's also a practitioner, and that's really what I think the process is. And for those of you who are wondering what the final granting of my Ankh was like, people who are asking that haven't done much research on me. The very ceremony is online. The very ceremony is on YouTube. Look for my Ankh ceremony. That's when I received my Ankh in 2010. And you should know that in my tradition, those people who carry a carrying Ankh are part of the priesthood. They are men and women, brothers and sisters, who have dedicated their lives not just to understanding the ways of ancient Kemet, but also to serving the people. My title is sa.neter en tepi. That means the servant of the divine, the chief servant of the divine, because I'm the chief priest now of the Shrine of Ma'at. And so understand that means that I am not here to sit on a throne and to have people deify me and have people worship me. That's not what the tradition means. It means that I am a servant of the people. And I'll tell you, and I had this conversation with sa.neter a few times, you know, walking in the street, because wherever I go, I have to have my ankh. Right? Wherever I go. And you should know that priests of the Kemetic tradition today, we don't live in a monastery. I live in the hood. I live in Harlem. I work in the secular world. And so carrying this can be a real challenge. But the only time that people who I don't know ask me to help them is when I'm rushing to a meeting. I don't know. That's just how the divine works, how the sa.neter works, that I have to be reminded of my ultimate responsibility. I'm rushing to a meeting and someone says, I see your uncle, you a priest? And I go, uh-oh. And they say, I'm going through a lot, brother. Can you pray with me? And I am obligated to assist them. I am obligated to assist them. And so that is what my tradition is.
All right, Brother Jabari, before we get in this discussion, one more thing, man, because this is very important too. You held up a book the last time, not that I was here, the last time we did a show, we did a debate with you and Michael Edwards, and you held up a book, The Jesus Mysteries, okay? Was the origins of Jesus a pagan god. You held up this book. And now the people are coming at you. Well, they said you are pseudo for holding up a pseudo book. I don't know if you could get out of this one, brother, but I'm going to give you the mic. I want to see if you can get out of this, because now they're trying to put you in a category as a young space boy, the space boy. But yeah.
Let me say this to you. Just yesterday, you made me aware of a video that was made saying that I've been exposed for using pseudo scholarship. And I'm going to tell you that whoever made that video, I want to sit with them, because that person is a tactician. That person recognized if they said certain things, it would cause ripples in the community. So I really appreciate that tactically they did something that was going to have to be responded to. So whoever made that video, you and I need to sit and debate, because I appreciate the craft behind debating, the craft behind setting landmines for people to walk into. So that was fun. Now let me say to you, family, if you watch that video, you should know that there's something wrong right off the bat. Because they told me that, they said that I've been exposed for using pseudo scholarship, and all they dealt with was the cover. If that's not the definition of faulty scholarship, I don't know what is. I don't tend to use the word pseudo because I think it's just a cheap phrase that lay people use. But if that's not pseudo, what is pseudo? So instead of actually dealing with the information in the book, they actually simply talked about the cover of the book. This is a really, really dastardly strategy that people have been using for a long time. That's the reason why when you look for one of the divine sacred books in ancient Kemet, what do you see on the cover? It's called the Book of the Dead. It's called the Book of the Dead. Now, why do they call it the Book of the Dead? The only people that are going to read the Book of the Dead are people who are reading it for historical purposes, because they want to know what happened in ancient Kemet. But people would be scared away by the title of this book. By the way, this book was not called the Book of the Dead, right? So sometimes when you deal with just a cover, you don't actually deal with the information in a book. Now, let me be really clear. I actually know the author of the book. If you looked, folks are not doing research on me. On the book known as the Jesus Mysteries. I know the author. So folks are not doing enough research. If you really want to step in and try to really make me struggle, at least do some more research on me. You will see that I did an interview with him on my television show, Kemetic Legacy Today. And so I hope you don't think that I use this book because I didn't know what I was doing. I use this book precisely because I knew what I was doing. So I want you to understand something very, very clearly here. The reason why this book is important is because it draws the tradition of ancient Kemet into the center of the Abrahamic traditions that are more prevalent today. It allows us to understand that the traditions of Kemet gave birth to those traditions that we would call Judaism today, those traditions that we would call Christianity today, and those traditions that we would call Islam today. And there are other Abrahamic traditions like the Baha'i faith and others like that. But that's what that book does. Now, are there other books? There are a multitude of books. There are a multitude of books that do this. And I cited some others in that debate. The fundamental concept in this book is one that I stand by. The early Christian church is one that was not as rudimentary as some adherents to Christianity would like to believe. They don't know anything about the origins of the Christian church. They only read the Bible. That's like reading a book and not knowing anything about the author, anything about how something was done, anything about why the book was put together, none of it. And people usually read the Bible almost like they think that it was one text and it was always one text. Sometimes you'll see people read one section and say, if you want to understand it better, come to this section. And all of a sudden they act like they're unlocking a code. What they have to understand, and brothers and sisters, those of you who are doing this at home have to understand, that some of those books were never meant to be put together. That there were a multiplicity of books used by early Christians. And many of those books actually have still yet to be discovered. That there was a period when powerful Europeans, yes, Europeans, I know that some of you who are in the Christian tradition don't want to hear this. Powerful Europeans primarily decided they would make their tradition literal. They decided they would make their tradition patriarchal. They decided that they would create a tradition where they could put themselves at the top of the tradition and everyone else would follow. This is where we get the concept that the Pope is fallible. This is where we get the concept that women need to follow their husband. This is where we get the concept that the priest is, in some ways, a representation of Jesus the Christ. They made things very literal. Some of the books that were not included are not, either they speak to the role of women, and I challenge your audience to look at a book on a woman named Thecla. I also challenge you to look at the book of Enoch. Now, some of us have read the book of Enoch now, right? They say, well, this is about an African. I should read it. I applaud you for doing that. But if you read the book of Enoch, you'll notice that they're not talking about things that happen literally. They must be talking about spiritual symbolism. That's the reason why a book like that could not be included in the canonical Bible. And there's something else that you have to recognize. Now, one of the authors, that the person that put up the video on this book, I love how they do this. I love how they do this. They actually mentioned Bart Ehrman, and they hope that the family would not be familiar with Bart Ehrman. They assume that you would think that they're mentioning scholars that think that my scholarship is pseudo. First of all, understand those scholars have never heard of Jabari Osaze. I have inhabited an area where I'm working with my people to build something. I'm not simply a historian for history's sake, so I'm not in their circles. But you better understand that if you mention Bart Ehrman, you're going to have a bigger challenge than this book. What is one of Bart Ehrman's major books? It's a book called Forged. He makes the argument that many of the books of the Bible have been what? Forged. They didn't think that you were going to do any research on their video. Really, really slick. So if you think that this book is difficult and you don't want to deal with it, just wait till you read his stuff. And he's a guy that has a PhD, that lectures, that teaches at the university level, was a Christian, is now sort of agnostic. So you had better understand that while all arguments have weaknesses, right? All arguments have weaknesses. Is it possible that the image on the cover of the Jesus Mysteries was a weakness of the book? Maybe. Maybe. But I'm going to tell you, if you read the book, you'll see that the image has very little to do with their main theses of the book. The main theses is that Christianity developed out of the traditions that were brought to us by the deity that you know of as Osiris or Asar, and those traditions that were actually brought forth based on Asar that went into the Mediterranean world were reinterpreted according to the cultures of mostly those Tamhu people, the European people. And then what they did was they also influenced Christianity. So in many ways, Christianity is influenced by Kemet twice. And that's the reason why you see so many things in the Kemetic tradition that are actually in the Christian tradition. Let me say this one thing. When I talk to people about the Kemetic tradition and the Christian tradition, sometimes people say, oh, they sound very similar. And I have to say to them, yes, they sound similar because you are now being acquainted to the root that the tree comes out of. And so that's the challenge that I give you. So the person that made that video, you and I need to debate. I see your game, family, and I appreciate that you did that because it was a nice tactical ploy. But the reality is they have opened up even more literature that is not something that those people that want to use it, your brother is pseudo. Oh yeah, well, if that person thinks I'm pseudo, then look at the stuff that they were mentioning. Then you're going to even notice even more that the tradition that you're looking at is extremely literal, and it wasn't always literal. You're going to see that the tradition that you're part of is extremely patriarchal, and it wasn't always patriarchal. Because then you'll be acquainted with the people that actually built the tradition. Those people are not mentioned in the Bible.
Okay, moving right along to my brother Reggie. Before we get started, I would like for Reggie, Dr. Reggie, I call him, to give some type of background for those who may just be getting acquainted with our brother, not knowing that he's been here for years. He came up through the ranks. He sat at the feet of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Amos Wilson, Francis Cress Wells, and you name it. He's been through the ranks. So I would like for my brother Reggie to give some background to show the people that he is qualified, or even more qualified, to sit next to Jabari and have this discussion with our brother Jabari.
Peace, Black family. This is your brother Reggie, and I'm happy to be here at the Center for the Restoration of Ma'at again with my brother Jabari. Peace. And the family, and with Black News 102.
Who's the little brother?
Sa.neter. I am 52 years old,
okay.
So that makes me older. Yeah, he's older.
Big brother.
That's right.
He was short of elder, but it was okay. It was fine. My background. I went to City College of New York starting in 1982. There about 1983, 84, it could have been 82, that I took my first Black Studies class. And but I didn't take Dr. Leonard Jeffries' class to 1984. I took a class, I think Dr. Jeffries was in South Africa in 83. Right, and I think I took a class in 82. They told me about Dr. Jeffries. 83, 84, I needed another class. So I ended up taking Dr. Leonard Jeffries' Black Rose Seminary, which was an advanced course in Black Studies. And I had taken maybe one or two Black Studies courses before. When I met Dr. Leonard Jeffries, he asked me what qualifies me to be able to take his advanced course. And, you know, Dr. Jeffries has an enormous heart. He gave me an opportunity, but he asked me a couple of questions. The questions were simply, you know, why do you think you'll do well in this class? And he asked me, do I know George Washington? I said yes. He asked me, do I know Abraham Lincoln? I said of course. He asked me some things about both of them just to get to know me. And after that he says, well, how do you think you're doing in my class? And I said, well, you know, I know about Lord Dunmore and the Ethiopian regiments. I know about the Emancipation Proclamation. I even know about Frederick Douglass. I know about the Civil War, the Gettysburg. I know a lot about the Civil War. I know a lot about the Declaration of Independence and the Independence Fight. He said, how do you think you're doing? I said, I'm doing at least a B, you know, B plus. He says, no, you're getting, so far you're an F. I said, why? I said, why am I an F? He says, because you're like everybody else. You come into my class, an advanced class, you don't know who I am, right? And you're going to take my class, and you don't understand that the way you have to pass this class is you have to know your own ancestors at the time, at least of Abraham Lincoln. If you don't know, if you can't honor your own family, you're not going to be successful in my class. So for me and everyone else, we had to go to the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. We had to call our grandmothers, our great-grandmothers. The first paper we had to write was our own families, because Dr. Jeffrey says he can't talk about history unless he's talking about your own family, because you're not going to connect to history unless you're not involved of it. Anyway, from that point on, I was pretty much under his wing, and that helped me a lot moving out of the concept of my projects, which was Castle Hill Projects. Anybody knows Castle Hill Projects, y'all know what it is, right? And I was in the early 80s when the transformation from powder cocaine was getting ready to hit to rock cocaine, but I was in the middle of powder cocaine, and I was a soldier in my community. My little brothers are sex, money, and murder. Those are my little brothers. I'm not going to name their names. My little brothers and the snitches I grew up with, right? So I grew up right there. They my little brothers, and I have always been their big brother. And we still talk to this day, right? So that's my pedigree. That's my street pedigree. But I moved all of that out as Dr. Jeffries first introduced me to the Shanties, as the Tunfor Pakawari II came to New York City for a grand durbar. And that is where I volunteered to help support the durbar. That's actually when I really actually met Professor Small, James Small, because he was in charge of the whole field and the event. And then I worked with him, and then by 1986, quickly I was in Ghana with Dr. John Henry Clark. In 1986, his first trip back to Africa in many, many years, I went with Brother William Randolph X, who became a teacher of mine, because William Randolph X was in Dr. Ben's craft. He became a teacher of mine, and then in 1980s, the 86, we also had the ASCAC Eastern Region Conference, and that is where the greats, Dr. Jacob Carruthers came, and Dr. Asa Hilliard, Dr. Malana Karenga, and I had worked with them on 85 in building up for this conference in 86. In 87 now, I'm on my way with 1,000 people to Kemet.
Woo, 1,000?
1,000, and I ended up being an officer in ASCAC and ended up taking about 120, 130 on my trip. And you heard it many times, Dr. Jeffries verified it. I was a group leader for 120 to 130 Africans going to the Nile Valley for a 10-day tour. Through this whole period, I got an intimate knowledge of ancient Kemet, of working with Dr. Ben, listening to him lecture, sitting at his feet, along with Dr. Jeffries. Also, I think the next year after that, I learned the Meta-Neter. When I went to Kemet, I didn't know the Meta-Neter. But then I soon learned, but I knew the cosmology, I knew, and I was a young man. And you can see me in many of the Dr. Ben videos at City College. Blacks in Science, you'll see me at the end. And you will also see me later sitting with Dr. Riketi Amen, who I learned a lot from, and you will see me with many of the greats. So I knew them all, personally. Dr. Asa Hilliard, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, the people from the Kemetic Institute of Chicago. We was all one, certainly the First World Alliance. That is where Dr. Ben did most of his teachings with everyone else, and that's where I became a student. So now, I say all of this to lay a background. I have been an officer in ASCAC. I have been a young scholar in ASCAC. I have been a student of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and others, and Dr. John Henry Clark was worth his salt in ancient Egypt, in ancient Kemet. Many people do not know. You could consider Dr. John Henry Clark a generalist, but he had expertise, and one of his expertise was ancient Kemet, believe it or not. So he could take Dr. Ben to task on many things, and one of the things Dr. John Henry Clark was particularly interested in was the destruction of black civilization. He wrote, I think, a foreword to the Arab invasion of Egypt. He was interested in Nubia. He was interested in the Bach Treaty, and that's one of his research projects that moved over to me, looking for the Arab role in the slave trade. And I found, after his death, unfortunately, an aspect of the Bach Treaty. I had become a researcher during that time. I ended up working at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, in technology, but also helping them with research tools. So I kind of cut my teeth, and then I came back and then was always a supporter and a friend of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and Dr. Leonard Jeffries and others. Now, through this, I have been an officer of ASCAC, in charge of the largest study group that ASCAC ever had, which was the Eastern Region group, which had over 600-700 participants studying various aspects of Nile Valley culture. And I was the first vice president of the Eastern Region. I was in charge of that process. And it was a very, very successful process. And it helped ASCAC build many of his conferences after that, and the concept of the study group. Now, so I've been able to be around the greats, listen to the greats, and that even included sitting at Dr. Theophilo Banger's feet, listening to him lecture. I have sought them out for the knowledge. So I'm going to end on my personal kind of biography, and then we could talk about some of the differences and similarities that we have. Is that fair? Okay. And I've seen a lot of people very, very interested in the subject and the teachings of Nile Valley culture. And I have seen many of these people enter wanting to know secrets, wanting to know knowledge, wanting to know spirituality, wanting to know things about ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet from a curious point of view, meaning wanting to be a student of some of the greats. And I've seen many aspects of this. I have seen the craft of sa.neter, that is Dr. Joseph Ben Jochanan's, the craft that he created, the craft of sa.neter. I have seen the craft of Amun-Ra from a distance, that is the craft that Dr. Asra Kwesi has created. I've seen or read some of the works of Dr. Muta Ashby. I have come in contact and went to several of the events of the Aset community from Ra-un-Nefer. I have, Amen. I have met, of course, along very early, Baba Heru Samaj. I met him very early along the time period of ASCAC with Dr. Joseph Ben Jochanan. I've certainly the Kemetic Institute of Chicago. I've met them as they practice with Dr. Jacob Carruthers. Dr. Malana Karenga is not religious, but I've met him in his work. And then many of these people now, in the young people in the conscious community, and of course I have from a distance seen Dr. York and their practice, right, of the Nubians. I have seen that, right? So I've seen many different elements. What I am concerned with, and you know he has the camera on your face, so what I am concerned with is that many of our people go into these systems and become religiousized. And the problem is when they become religiousized, right? they become religiousized. They don't have the tools for further study, and they look for guides and teachers. And then me knowing the many guides and teachers over the years, I have been critical. Now, also, I want to add Brother Infidisi Jehudimas, right? Or I could say Dr. Infidisi Jehudimas, and certainly Dr. Riketi Amen, right? I have seen also their practice. I think Dr. Riketi Amen, of all the people I've ever encountered, she has the most stable and consistent and beautiful practice of Nile Valley culture in her teachings and her life. That's Dr. Riketi Amen. And I've met Brother Infidisi Jehudimas and many of his students, right? And so sometimes you tell a person by their students, like I'm telling the teachings of Brother Samaj from you and your wife. But I've also seen many disasters. And I've seen many cultish kind of activities. And this is what I am here to have a conversation with, because one of the things I want to do today is we know that you are a great historian, and we know that you are a priest. People are very curious about what your system is. Now, so when I turn the mic over to you after you begin to talk, what I want for both of us to do is to unpack Nile Valley systems. Because people don't know. See, if you go to some of these other things, their leaders and their guides are actually divine. They're actually divine. They're up there with the Neteru, right? And that's unacceptable to me. That's acceptable to the people who follow. That's not necessarily acceptable to my people, because I don't know who their teachers are.
So, Brother Reggie, I want to ask you a question. I'm going to let you answer, because I know you don't like people to go too long. You want to answer point by point. But what I want to ask Reggie is, what is your definition of religious pertaining to the Kemetic science? What do you mean when you say people are religious?
Okay. One is that they leave their own faculties outside the door, meaning they trust their guide, and they trust the knowledge of their guide first. Now, that's a big problem with me, right? That's a big problem. And when they do that, they're no better than the Christians, the Muslims, the Moors, the Hebrews, the Buddhists, any of those groups of people. Actually, the Buddhists are better. Any of those groups of people, because now they trust either a book or a guide. And so the guide now has control over their life, sometimes their families, sometimes their money, and that the people are not like you, Brother Jabari. They're very defensive, they're very arrogant, they tell you what books to read, but they don't know any of this. So
They tell you what books to read?
no, they tell you what books. No, they tell you the books of their teachers.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're saying the books that their teachers wrote.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Without saying them, but they know who I am. There are several books and works of these teachers, and that is their holy books. And Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan fought against creating these holy books with certain people in charge.
So now, are you accusing Brother Jabari of being one of these people who have become religious, brother?
No, I'm very open-minded with Brother Jabari and the Center for the Restoration of Ma'at, because it sounds right. I'm interested a little bit on the Shrine of Ma'at, but I have known this family for many years, and they have shown good qualities. Now, and I've known their teacher for many years, right? I am not so critical with him, but people need to know what Brother Reggie believes, or what Brother Reggie practices, and my concepts, and the people need to know what are the other concepts. and the other practices. And then that's why I'm here today. I'm here to talk about, because and I'll come back to this, I believe that the practice of science and mathematics and communications will lead, right, an African practice of those things will lead to spirituality. I don't believe that rituals in itself are helpful to our people. I do not believe that rituals in itself will help people. Chants, any of that stuff, prayers, any of that stuff, because I think that the Nile Valley African knew much, much more about science, quantum physics, mathematics, the understanding of time and the universe. And I also want to, since I brought up time, certainly Dr. Richetti is an expert on the calendar. And then there is also Patah Seeker, who is controversial, but he does deal with time. Our systems are scientific, not religious. And that's why I was talking to Captain Tazariak on that day, was basically like, what tools do you have to give people? Like your laws and statutes and commandments don't beget science and technology. So I see our practice as scientific, and I'll get a little bit more to that. But at some point, you give me 8 minutes, you give Brother Jabari 8 minutes, and let us unpack our systems so that people can know what the similarities and differences are.
Well, let me say to you that much of what Reggie said I agree with. I actually believe that when people get to a point where they are no longer doing personal development, they are no longer doing personal study, they're no longer even challenging the things that they know against the things that they begin to realize are the highest teachings, that you do get into a situation where your traditions become cultish. Now, let me say to you, in the almost 30 years that I've been in the Kemetic community, I have not seen many groups that are in that mold. I have not. I have seen some. Let me say that. I have seen some. I do believe that, to be very clear with you, and this is where we differ, I believe that when you describe the Kemetic tradition and you describe it as if it's science, as if it's math, one of the things that I heard Brother Reggie say on Saturday that I disagreed with, and it wasn't a well, let me just say what I heard. I heard him say that when he thinks about these spiritual traditions, we're describing science, and he said that he does not pray to these deities. And so I want to be clear that I do pray to the deities. But I don't see the distinction between science and spirituality and math as clearly as you do, perhaps. And I think that those distinctions didn't exist as readily in the ancient world. And I think that the European mind tends to be very analytical and oppositional, so that they see black and white, when the African mind tends to see more relations. And so I look at some of our greatest scientific texts. If you look at, for example, the book that has been misnomered, the Edwin Smith Papyrus today. The Edwin Smith Papyrus is probably one of the world's earliest and greatest medical texts. But when it was first discovered by the European, when they first become aware of it, they translated a little bit of it. By the way, Edmund Smith could not translate it, but he translated a little bit of it, and they later noticed that there were prayers there. And so they said, this is fetish. And they didn't go any further. So they didn't recognize that the African mind is much more relational, that we didn't necessarily see a great distinction between prayer and science. We understood that they both had to occur, that you had to recognize that the divine force was all things and in all things, and that when you focused on the divine, you were able to cultivate a particular type of energy. But they also recognized there were things that you could do in the physical world that could also affect the physical world. And so they did both of those things. And so I think that when we describe the spiritual traditions of Kemet as simply science or simply math, I think that we are only getting half of the story. And if we're going to be reconstructionists, if we're going to take some of our best examples as people who are from this tradition, we have to understand them. We can't just simply look at them the way that the European would. And I think that that would be a challenge. Now, let me say something else to you. A spiritual tradition, and I think you would agree with this, but this is, let's see if the way I describe it, you would agree completely. A spiritual tradition should help you figure out what to do when you fall down. A spiritual tradition should help you understand what is your fundamental essence in the universe. A spiritual tradition should help you clarify how you should behave to others, what kind of relationship you should have with your significant other, what kind of relationship you should have with people who are weaker, who are stronger. And I think that if you look at Kemet's body, the absolutely extensive body of literature, some of the first things we wrote about were social interaction and how to become divine, how to live according to principles and laws that were in tune with the divine. I would say that's a spiritual tradition. And so, you know, let's speak very specifically now. I mean, I'm a chief priest now, which means that I actually run a shrine. I actually have people who are under my tutelage in some way, where I'm trying to bring them into the Kemetic tradition. Do we do chanting? Yes. Do we do prayer? Absolutely. Do we do worship? Yes. But we also talk about, well, what do you do? How do you know what you're doing is the right thing to do?
Let me ask you.
How do you figure out?
I gotta ask him. Let me ask you.
Yes.
Do they do chanting in ancient Kemet? Were they chanting? And if so, can you prove that?
That's actually a very easy thing to prove. And Reggie knows this. Listen, you know, I'm going to tell you something about Reggie and I. We have been debating for the better part of 15 years. And Anika would stand there, my queen, would stand there and look at us. And she would see that on the stuff we agree upon, we say, yeah. And we would just talk about stuff we disagreed on. Because to some degree, we enjoy debating each other, right? Some of this is politer than it usually is, family, because people are looking at us. When the two of us are just together, we used to go at it. One time he disagreed with me so much, he came and slipped something under my door and say, this is why you're wrong. We were not anywhere near my house. We were at least 7 or 8 blocks away. So I'm going to tell you that we enjoy doing that. It's not because I don't respect him. I actually, and people will accuse me of doing this, blame me for doing this, say I'm wrong for doing this, but this is who I am. I actually believe one of the reasons why I argue with Reggie about this is because I respect his knowledge of the tradition. I'm pleased that he gave his pedigree. I'm familiar with much of his pedigree because I've seen him for a long time and we've talked about a lot of it. This is a brother that has a lot of knowledge on what our ancestors did. I would never question him on that. I think that it would be helpful to have more people who are familiar with the traditions and the history and the language in the tradition of people who are practicing. Because there are people that practice and don't know much about the history. And in the shrine of Ma'at, and listen, my initiates will tell you this. They were with me for 14 weeks, actually 15 weeks, but 14 weeks, 3 hours a week. They had things to do when they were not here, and much of what they did was history. Because I believe that if we're going to try to recreate something, even spiritually, we have to know what it is. I think that's what Reggie has bristled against in the past. Because there's some people who say, this is what we do, and it's not based on anything. That's not who I am. Now, I think that there are 3 guides to knowing whether there's something you should do in practice or not in the Kemetic tradition. One, is it something that we can tell our ancestors felt was important and did in terms of their spiritual uplift? 2, is it inspired and consistent with what they did? In other words, one of the things that my teacher, my spiritual father, Baba Heru Ankara Samaj Se Patah, brought into existence was a ritual called the opening of the way. The opening of the way, according to way it's described, is not something you will see on the walls, but you'll see all of the principles. So that what happens is when you see the opening of the way, you recognize that it is simply a retelling of something that is completely and entirely defined by ancient principles. He didn't just make it up. He didn't just make up some words. He didn't just say this is why we do it and this is why we do it. And the third thing that you have to do is, the other thing we have to do is, we have to say, does this practice assist us with something that is truly a problem in our society right now? So those are the three things I would say we need to do in order to move forward.
I don't believe in the mythology. I don't believe in any of the mythology of Nile Valley culture. None of the mythology. I believe they're all teaching stories to talk about science. Every single one of them. But none of them, for example, if we go and we talk about Ma'at, if we go and talk about Aset, we talk about Osir, we talk about Nebhed, we talk about Nut. All of these things are actually talking about the universe, particles, gravity, strong forces, weak forces, dark matter, dark energy, evolution, the creation of stars, the creation of time, and evolution and how we fit in it. And these are all teaching stories. The myths become teaching stories so that this information spreads because it's very, very, very technical. I believe, for example, in the Paradigm Heru, I believe that that is a story of energy conservation. It is not a story of simply just the afterlife, but it's a symbol of what happens. It's a system of what happens to particles, what happens to atoms, how is energy moved, the weighing, the differences of these quantum particles, looking for the purest of the quantum particle. What were you sent here for? And do you become a star? Is the energy that you created in yourself, your system, does that become something else, or does that become recycled by Amit? I believe in none of those stories, and I believe that you don't have to believe in those stories to be an African, to be a Nile Valley African, to be my Keru, to be true of voice. I believe that what happens is that people come in and people usurp these scientific principles for themselves. And so that's why in this, we're going to get to a part where we can unpack science or religion. And I think that they can be together to a certain extent, but then religion fails the African. And that the science is the thing that catapults us. I'm not dealing with Captain Tazariak and Hebrews, and they have come a long way. And I respect them, and sa.neter likes to have this ongoing dialogue because people are Christian and people are Hebrew, and he's using it as a teacher story just to show if they're evolving, and they are evolving. They're a little softer to us because before they tell you in a minute, suck a geb dick. In a minute, right? They have changed.
We in the shrine, brother.
But this is what they say. I'm telling the truth of the insults to African people. So we can't be in a shrine and not understand war. And we can't understand why Kemet was defeated.
So let me ask you another question, Brother Reggie. I'm gonna let you go. I know you want to go. To understand you a little deeper, Reggie, and what you're talking about is, are you saying Ma'at, you don't believe in the signs of Ma'at? Because when you say you don't believe Ma'at being real in terms of truth, justice, righteousness, reciprocity, balance, harmony, and order, what the ancient Kemetic people brought to us, you don't believe that that is real, brother? Help me understand.
I can best express Ma'at with science, right? And use the metaphor of a woman with a feather in her hair, because Ma'at is a concept of a field. It's a scientific field of how the universe operates. And then there's something called chaos. And chaos could be East Fed, it could be a PEP. So there's a system, and then but mind is a balancing force of the universe that makes positive and negative things work. And we do something very beautiful in Nile Valley culture. We make it a woman. We make our highest principles women. Highest principle in science, Shet is a woman. Highest principle in resurrection is a Set and her sister Nebhed, right? Highest principle in the balancing of these forces that we live in, like gravity, and is Nut, right? So we use women as our highest qualities, but for scientific reasons, but we make them allegories. And so that's the difference between, we have similarities because in his sense, he can practice the religion and it can come out the same. I'm saying the true form is to practice the science, right? And to understand that these are teaching stories to raise our people higher than just the stories. And we're going to get into the reasons. We're going to get into the reasons why I am correct, and I think that many of the practitioners are wrong. And then I'm going to be hard, and I'm going to be strong, and I don't know, me and you, Brother Jabari, might walk out of here, but the rest of them ain't going to walk out because they're, okay, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop because at some point we want to break down our systems, and I think that we should do that for the people.
All right.
Well, let me say to you that I think the distinction that Brother Reggie is making is one that I don't see as clearly. When he says he doesn't believe in the mythos, but he believes they're teaching tools, then that means you believe in the mythos.
No.
Because understand that when I talk about the story of Asar, by the way, I do not believe that a human person was actually murdered and cut up into 14 pieces and put back together, and I don't make that argument. I don't make the argument that this was a human being. I think that that's the literalism that people in the Abrahamic tradition come to it with. And they don't even, that's the reason why Brother Tazaria could not understand our answer. Now, I do think, because these are spiritual stories, and I said this on Saturday. For those of you who are looking at this and did not see the debate on Saturday, I always say that what we're describing is the difference between history and myth. And history is something that happened once, that one person did at one time, and can actually never actually occur the same exact way ever again. And myth is that which is always occurring. Myth is that which we should all be emulating. Myth is that which we should all be attempting to do. And so some of that myth has to do with how to behave within other individuals. It's hard to call that science. In some ways, you might be able to call it a code of ethics. In some ways, it has to do with understanding what is truly important. But to say I don't believe in a myth means that in order for me to say that, I would have to actually believe that there's a woman out there, an African woman with a feather on her head. And what I'm saying to you is that is spiritual symbolism. And so in some ways we're saying the same thing, but I think that when you try to describe it as science, you take some of the spirituality out of it. Ritual is done because it reminds us of what is important. Ritual is not done for the sake of ritual. Ritual done for the sake of ritual is fetish. Ritual is done for the sake of recognizing that which is important. When you go into a courtroom and everyone stands when the judge comes in, the reason why they stand is because they're trying to say that this person is learned, is fair enough that we should respect what they say. Now, unfortunately, in the United States, we shouldn't even be standing for more than half of those people that come into the room. We should not even be asked to stand. But that is why we do that. So in some ways, standing in the courtroom is a ritual because it's trying to remind us what is important. And so I do ritual to remind me of what's important. When I do the opening of the way, for example, the opening of the way reminds me that I am a divine being, that I am imbued with all of the powers and the rights and responsibilities of the universe, that I am the universe. And if you look at it that way, you do not approach your life in a disempowered manner. So many times when people are struggling, it's because they're disempowered. And the highest teaching of any spiritual tradition is how to empower people, how them to recognize what they're capable of because of their fundamental nature. Now, you might call that quantum physics, and I wouldn't disagree with you that quantum physics is beginning to describe some of this. But I think that the spiritual traditions describe them in a way, in my opinion, that are higher. So when I do my prayer, for example, before I debate, I'm not going to tell you exactly which ones. Before I debate, before I engage in any discussion, in my mind, I am going through invoking those indwelling divine forces. By the way, this is a fundamental thing I need to say. The Kemetic tradition believes that these deities, I don't even like to use the word gods, so family, stick with me for a second. I'm going to use it and then take it away, just because most people aren't going to be familiar with what I'm saying if I don't use it. Many of these gods is that they are also indwelling faculties. And that's the reason why when someone goes and has their heart weighed and then they are finally seen as someone who is Makeru, their name is then Asar and your name. So if it was Jabari that was found Makeru, it would be Jabari Asar, because the divine force is also you. So that when I do ritual, the opening of the way, for example, that was brought to us by Heru Ankara Samad Sepata, based entirely on ancient principles that our Kemetic ancestors brought forward, what I am doing is reminding myself that I am a divine force and that I have control of my environment. If I do that, I approach the world very differently. And ultimately, if your spiritual tradition is not assisting you with developing better character, which is not assisting you with developing better accountability, is not assisting you with developing better relationships, is not assisting you with understanding what you have to do, then it's not something that you should possibly do.
One quick question that I have to ask, right?
Sure.
So, I hear you as a practitioner, and you're my brother and friend, right? Somebody I respect.
Right.
You're not putting all of what happens in Nile Valley to you, are you? Because some people actually believe differently than you, as far as does these neters actually exist. Some people actually believe that that Asar actually lived on the planet. You may not concede that they do, but there are Nile Valley Africans, and this is who Captain Tazariak is attacking. He doesn't know the difference between the thinking. So the way you expressed it is way different than some of the Nile Valley Africans who actually believe that Asar, Aset, walked the earth, that Asar was cut into the 14 pieces, his penis was swallowed by the catfish, and etc., etc. They actually, and so that's why he's attacking us, and now you're saying you don't necessarily believe that they were humans or that they were actually living beings.
He's saying we know they wasn't humans.
Yeah, I'm not even saying I don't necessarily believe. But hear me. I'm not saying I don't necessarily believe they're humans. I'm saying they absolutely were not human. I'm not even equivocating on this. I'm not. But here's the deal. But let me say this to you. I have been in the Kemetic community for nearly 30 years. I have had interaction with many people in many different shrines, in many different lineages. We haven't talked about lineage yet. Who actually believe many things. It is very rare for me to find a practitioner of Kemetic spirituality that believes that those divine forces are physical beings. That is very rare. Now, and let me say to you that understand that most of us are coming from the Abrahamic traditions. And so sometimes what has to happen is we have to get to a point where we get past our transition, where we're not simply just changing the names. We have to get past the point where the things that we were taught in those traditions, we recognize that some of them are not from the highest teaching and that there are higher teachings. And let me also say this to you. I think that if you go to any tradition, you will find people that are not practicing the highest tradition. And part of that is also because some of those people who are practicing are not connected to institutions. Some of those people who are practicing are studying only on their own. Some of those people who are doing all those things don't have the ability to be learned. And I think even if you went into ancient Kemet and you spoke to some dude who was simply a farmer that guy might say some things that the practitioners would say are different. So that everybody in their traditions actually comes to a point where there are some people who are exposing the higher traditions and there are others that are not. And I think that you should also understand that this takes work. Some of what I'm describing to you, and the way that we clarify it is stuff that I'm not even supposed to share with you. Share with anyone just in an open setting. Because some of this is revelatory. That is what initiation is. Initiation is a process where the greater teachings become revealed. They come from inside of you. They're not just what I'm telling you. It becomes clear based on how you practice.
So this is when, and brother, I respect you.
Sure.
Right?
I know
this is when
you can disagree with me.
This is when
understand your respect.
This is when it gets spooky.
Okay.
Because now you're taking authority that you can speak for a number of people, right?
What number of people?
Of the tradition, right? And what you're doing is you're putting all under what you say when I know for a fact, and I just can't name them just because of out of respect and they're not here, but these people actually believe that the netters exist.
But
that they exist, that they but let me
okay.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why you're disagreeing, because you're covering for something that actually happens.
Let me say to you that, first of all, I said to you that it is very rare.
Okay.
So I'm not saying to you that I have not met anyone that said a SAR is a human person.
Okay.
I'm not saying I've never seen that. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that I have met literally tens of thousands of practitioners, maybe more, over the course of my interaction in several different houses. I'm also telling you that I'm not just a practitioner. Wait, let me say this. I'm not just a practitioner, but I'm a high priest, which means that there are people that are under my care.
You're personalizing
and so,
yourself. And
no, I'm not. I am not personalizing it to... No.
First of all...
That's not true. Wait, I'm not finished yet. That's not true. I'm not personalizing to myself. I'm saying to you that I am someone who runs a shrine, and I have interaction with many people.
When you say you're personalizing to yourself.
Brother, I'm talking about my understanding. We're both talking about our understandings. But what I'm saying to you, you're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you, I'm talking to you about my experience as someone who has been a practitioner for 30 years. I'm not just talking about the way I see the view. See, I can only see the world through these two eyes.
I am expanding the argument to why the other people are attacking you.
No.
The things that they're saying.
I do not believe that's why the other folks are attacking us. The other people are attacking us because when they hear our description, they don't accept our description because their tradition is literal. That's why. Okay. And so they'll say, I believe that Moses existed. I believe that Joshua existed. And in the United States. As a practitioner, I have access to and have had relationships with many of them. And I'm telling you that it is extremely rare for someone to make that argument.
Okay. So when I say Inezerek Mat, Anuk Mat, what am I saying? What am I saying?
You are saying, actually, that is really a phrase that would be used in ceremony. And I'm glad you said it. Because I say Anejarak, right? We're just putting different vowels in. And essentially, almost what we're saying is Ma'at, show me your face. Become clear to me, I am Ma'at. And so that's exactly what I'm talking about. That these divine forces are not just outside of us, but they're inside of us. And if they're inside of us, if I am a SAR, then I have to know that everyone is a SAR. In fact, I would even argue with you that that's one of the reasons why in the Kemetic tradition, Heru has the U sound on the end. Because generally in the Kemetic language, the U sound is a sound that sounds plural. And I think what they were trying to say is that we're all Heru, not just one of us. And so I think that this is the highest teaching. As someone who has been a practitioner for a long time, I think that there are I could tell you 8 or 9 ways off the top of my head that the Kemetic people made that same argument.
Okay. So sometimes I am a very stickler when it comes to text.
Sure.
And and Now, so we're getting to a point. The opening of the way ceremony. You say that your teacher taught you the opening of the way ceremony, or that he was your guide to that, right? I want you to unpack what that is. Unpack it from Nile Valley, and unpack it just for 4 or 5 minutes. Just unpack the opening of the way, because I'm gonna come back. So I'm just gonna let you know. So unpack it, and so I need to know. Just unpack it. Just unpack it, good brother.
But is there something particular you want to know? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
Brother, teach it to the people.
Okay.
Teach it to your people in 4 minutes.
Perhaps this is the best way to describe it. And you know, one of the reasons why we're here is also because I have all of the teaching tools, as Reggie would call them. I agree with that term. I really do. I think that it's powerful because sometimes you can show them things physically that help them understand concepts that are harder to see. So as you look at this is sort of a replica. It's not really a replica. It's a model of what the jars that would have held the organs of our ancestors in the Hapi Nile Valley would have used. Right? And inside of this, you'll actually see these vessels. These are smaller, obviously, model versions of what we usually call, sometimes you hear them called canopic jars. Canopus was a Greek deity, so I don't use that term. But I want you to be, I'm using it now because that's the only way people are going to be able to find it and do their additional research. And so basically what our ancestors did is they put their organs in these vessels because in some ways these neter, these interu, had dominion over those portions of their body. In some ways their body was the divine, right? And so when you look, I'm not going to show you this one, I'm going to show you the larger ones. So when I start, I'll start with this one for a very specific purpose. When I do the opening of the way, we face a particular direction. It's a direction that these were sat in. These were actually placed in because these deities were also connected to a cardinal point, right? And so you know who this one is. This one is Hapi, right? The baboon. And so when I start my opening of the way that was taught to me by my spiritual father, I clearly say, Nejrak Inbethet. Now you might say, well, this is not Inbethet, this is Hapi. But actually, if you look further, you will see that when our ancestors described Hapi, he was always depicted, he was always being depicted as being defended by a particular Ntert, a particular divine female consort. And that one is Inbethet. Sometimes you'll hear Nebtehet, right? So we say that name, we say his name, we give power to them, and we move on, right? So essentially, we're saying the names of all of the divine forces that are connected to our organs and also connected to the cardinal points because we are recognizing that we are divine vessels. That is the ceremony, right? Now, that ceremony in the format of it was something that was developed by my spiritual father, right? But it is completely and entirely based on ancient principle. So in that way, I would say it falls in some ways in the second category of practice that I described. So I don't follow anything that I don't think follows in those three things. I'm not going to just create something because I think it sounds cool. I'm not going to just do something because I think it looks cool. I'm not going to say something because I think this is what people like to hear. I believe that in terms of the way that practice in ancient Kemet occurs, we have to get to a point where we are able to live the tradition. Our ancestors believed that we should live the tradition. And so that's what I do. Now, I think that one of the things that Reggie bristles at is some people who don't have enough information to live the tradition. And I lovingly critique them because I recognize that when I realized that I was no longer Christian in 1990 and that my tradition was now one that came from ancient Kemet, I was that guy that was just reading everything and didn't always understand the higher teaching. I had to actually sit with an elder and do my own teaching. If you listen to Baba Heru, he will say that I know as much information possibly as he does now. That's not who he was when I met him. So that's not who I was when I met him. He forced me to continue to read. He didn't say, do this because I'm telling you to do it. He would challenge me to read. Because that's who he is. And I know that that's not necessarily been your experience with him, because he's someone that you know, but he was never someone that you worked with in practice. But that's who he is to me. He's the kind of person that believes that the legacy has to live, but it has to be based on what our ancestors did.
Okay. So here's my issue. Right. First of all, the opener of the way has a name, right? So it's Wet Wawet.
Yes.
Wet Wawet is the opener of the way. Wet Wawet is a wolf.
Wet Wawet is the opener of the way.
That's correct. And Wet Wawet is a wolf.
He's a jackal.
Well, he's a wolf animal. He's a wolf type animal.
Let's be specific. He's a jackal.
Here's the thing, because what happens is they begin to separate him and Inpu. So they begin to separate.
Inpu was a jackal, not a wolf.
But I'm just trying to say.
Okay.
So he is described a little bit differently. So he's in that family, right? Now, the Wet Wawet has several different functions in several different places. Some it is funerary. Some it has something to do with kingship. It has something to do with burial. It has something to do with warfare. It has something to do with the path, because it's Wep is the horns and Wat is a path. Right? So it has something to do with the past path of humanity.
Yes.
Now, my problem is when a person takes something like that and creates a ceremony called Wet Wawet, right? Or based on the opening of the way,
right?
Then I was just waiting for you to describe it, because our opponents are just not we have opponents. Our opponents are not just the religious people, but our opponents are also, believe it or not, the Europeans. And the Europeans are heavily tooled in this warfare, right? And anyone who is a lower practitioner or have a lower understanding would be embarrassed on the floor of any academic debate, right? But the religious person will take what you may have been taught, right? And not expand on it and fail us in the intellectual warfare. That's what I'm saying, brother. That's what I'm not talking about you, because I respect your scholarship.
Right.
But I am talking about the initiates and the others who are observing.
But Reggie, wait, let me say this.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I really do, and I appreciate what you're saying. But here's the deal. People who are learned, people who are in traditions, and let's even make it academic for a moment. People who are actually in any field of study. There are some people who have learned more, and there are some people who have learned less.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you that I know that. Here's a good example. When I sat at the feet of Dr. John Henry Clark many years ago, I'm talking about as an 18-year-old, as a 19-year-old, he would literally speak sometimes for 5 or 6 hours at a time. And what would I do? I would sit there at his feet and I would just write notes. When I look at my notes now, guess what? They don't make a darn bit of sense. Reggie, I didn't know enough then to be able to understand all that he was talking about. So there will always be people who know a little bit less. My responsibility to those people as a chief priest is to assist them to move through the gates, to assist them, because the ritual, because you have to understand that, let me explain, listen, you have to understand that the ritual is not just so they can go to academic warfare. The ritual is supposed to help them in the way that they proceed in their day. And so if you understand, by the way, I'm going to tell you that if you just look at what we do every other Sunday and we describe the opening of the way, everything that I said to you, I say. So anyone, but you have to understand what I'm saying to you. No. Anyone that does anything, there will be some people who understand it in its fullest meaning and some people who will not. That's just the way that humanity works.
Take it from a text, or was it made up?
It's both.
Okay.
Some of it is clearly taken from text, and the format is taken, the principles are taken, and it is created according to those principles. Let me say this to you. There is nothing in that ceremony that cannot be justified according to the ancient tradition. Nothing. And so that is why I use this one as a point for us to contend. Because I want you to understand that I don't just sit here chanting words that are mumbo jumbo. By the way, I hate using the word mumbo jumbo. I can't even believe I used it. I don't just sit here and chant things that don't make any sense. I don't do that. And it's my responsibility as a spiritual leader to not just tend to this is not just about education, Brother Reggie. If someone is going to court and I do the opening of the way with them, they feel differently when they enter the court. If someone is in school and they're struggling, when I do the opening of the way with them, they approach their studies differently. It's not just about understanding ancient Kemet. Our spiritual traditions should help us be our best selves. And so that is why I teach it. Now, I'm going to tell you that there's some people that I have taught it that don't understand all of it. They're still learning, just as I am still learning. I also don't want the audience to get the impression that Jabari Osaze Heru Jeremiah Aten Ra is not a work in progress. The priest, the highest priest of ancient Kemet,
I just want to let y'all know, for those of y'all who are listening, this is a 9 to 10-year-old video, give or take. 9 to 10-year-old video. That's how old this video is. It was going on 10 years. So this video was done 9.5 years ago. That's how old this video is right here.
would have been studying for up to 42 years. And I'm only 45 years old. So I'm not. I also don't want you to give you the impression, family at home, that I am the ultimate authority. We are all learning and growing.
Just a quick question. This
Sure.
is just a quick question, and you can just answer it, and then I have a chance. So, what's the difference between that and in the blood of Jesus Christ? Or what's the difference between that with a Hebrew chant or a Moor chant? Islam. What is the difference between Assalamu alaikum or Allahu Akbar? It gives the people the same feelings, right? Based on what they chant, they get the same thing. It's just your version of what you teach. What I'm trying to get to is what actually are the teachings, and can we get the teachings without the ritual? Because all the other groups, when the Hebrews, I mean sa.neter, I don't know where your fringes are today, but sa.neter is a Hebrew. He know those chants. He stand right up there, and we know them. What is the difference? Why is ours special? Because they all got those chants and they all got those rituals, right? What happens in the Holy Ghost church, they feel better about facing the enemy with that. And the Hebrews, man, they feel real strong. They come out 8-10. They not like us. They come out as an army.
There's certain things that you do in order to purify yourself. There's a certain way you think. I don't know how you could call that all science. Does science explain to you how you should behave with your wife?
Yes.
What science is that?
Science of sex.
Come on, man. He's saying that the relationship with his wife is just a sexual relationship.
No, but it's all encompassing.
Brother Reggie, no. If you listen, all I'm going to say to you is this. I didn't even go into what I teach as much, and I wish I could. We're short on time. I wish I could. I hope you understand the principles by which I go into what I teach. I hope you understand that. My initiates go through, every week we have a different topic. We call them the Sebketiyu, the gates.
Yes.
And you go through the gates each time. They build on each other. And at the end, you should have a fundamental understanding of Kemetic history, some of Kemetic language, because we do teach some Kemetic language even in our initial initiation, and even how to purify oneself, how to do altar work, how to think of, how to focus on divine energy so that you can be your highest self. That is what spirituality is, and that is truly what I attempt to do.
Well, we'll talk again.
We have to.
And we'll talk again. It's a pleasure talking to you in
Yeah.
your beautiful home and your
Yeah.
beautiful space. And we have another conversation.
Listen, I really enjoyed talking to Reggie, so I'm pleased that we got a chance to talk about some of this. We don't agree on everything, family. We don't. And we're gonna argue vehemently behind this. But the difference between some of the people that you've seen on this network and me is that I'm a practitioner. And so we're going to not always agree on everything. But I'm going to tell you something very clearly. We certainly agree on the place and position of Kemet in the historical world.
Yeah, we do.
We agree with that 129%, if I can do a non-scientific equation. So that those people who are sitting here and thinking that they're going to find space between us, if you're talking about history, we're going to beat you up together all day long.
Yeah, this is an internal
So come to that.
our community.
That's right.
Differences.
That's right.
And I respect that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an internal conversation about internal differences, but I respect you.
And I respect you too, deeply. You know I respect you. Listen, we have respected each other for many years, and so I want to thank Brother sa.neter for once again allowing us to engage in this conversation, because you have to ask yourself, family, where else or when else have you seen this dialogue? The only time you see this dialogue is when you're sitting with people who have been studying for a long time. Some people have not had access to people who have been doing that. This is important. And that's why you have to support the work that he's doing. Some of y'all in different camps don't necessarily like all that sa.neter does. But you better recognize that this kind of dialogue doesn't happen anywhere else. And so you better support Black News 102. You better support Brother sa.neter, because the reality is our community has to discuss these important issues in order to be powerful.
We got the real black news. Y'all got the fake news. Tune into this. And when they do their chants, they believe it. What is it about our teachings? And then there's other Nile Valley Africans who may interpret what you just said differently and do something differently in the different shrines.
But let me say to you that there are several shrines in different lineages that do the opening of the way. Okay? So that this has become something that practitioners recognize is helpful, is useful, and they've used it. Now, you've said, here's the fundamental question you're asking. What's the difference between that and just trying to invoke the Holy Ghost in church? One of the fundamental teachings of Kemetic spirituality is that you are a divine force. Now, I would actually argue to you, as someone who has practiced, people don't know that I'm actually, that my degree, my doctorate that I'm working on right now is in interfaith studies. It's not in the Kemetic tradition, right? So I would say that the highest teaching in all of those traditions is that you are divine. And that's, no, they don't believe that.
With the blood of Jesus Christ.
No. Wait. They believe, listen to me, let me finish. Let me finish. They believe that Jesus is a historical person. But in actuality, if you read the text properly, if you read the tradition properly, it should be very clear that Jesus is supposed to be an allegory for humanity. And so I'm arguing to you that the Kemetic tradition, the fundamental principle of Kemetic tradition is that you are divine. And that what you're trying to do is cultivate divine energy to reach your highest self. Not that you're asking for anyone else to give you something entirely. Not that you're begging Jesus for something. Not that you're asking simply for mercy from this outer dwelling being. Because the forces are both indwelling and outdwelling. And so that is what I'm saying. Now, if you're saying that someone feels great when they do their chants, then they do feel great when they do their chants. I'm not saying that people don't feel great when they do their chants. I'm not speaking ill of the Abrahamic tradition so much that I want to say that they shouldn't feel great when they do their chants. I think that to some degree what they've done, though, is they're not even teaching, most of them are not teaching the highest teaching. And that what they've done is they are following the teaching according to the way the European has manipulated it. You've heard me say this, family. They are following the teaching that is most literal. They are following the tradition that is most patriarchal. And those teachings are teachings that that's how the European manipulated it. You have heard me say that if you want to re-mythologize your teaching, re-Africanize your teaching, then we can be in congruence. You've heard me say that. This is what I'm talking about. So that this is not a situation where you are simply begging for something that is outside of you. They actually believe that there's a dude on a cloud floating around waiting to help them. I do not believe that. I do not believe that. I believe that that is an analogy.
Now let me change it. Let me ask. You want to answer that?
No, I just want. I'm just sa.neter. I'm really short to the point, right? I'm not long-winded when it comes to this. So the fact of the matter is that you are misinterpreting what they believe in. Holy Ghost Christians believe that the Holy Spirit enters them, and that helps them and does their work. They're not. And what when people say a Nezarek, mat, a Nezarek, nut, a nuk, nut, a nuk, mat, right? But no, the Hebrews don't. But we're talking about the wider. But when they do their chants, they believe that they are connected to the. They're connected. They're God's servants. They are working on behalf of God. They feel that energy and that spirit. I'm saying that that the problem with that is what I think that the deeper system of Nile Valley is to describe actually what it is, and we do not need the symbolic ritual. We do not need the symbolic ritual.
Then Reggie, what you've done is you've made yourself the ancestor of ancestors, because what you've essentially done is you've decided that you're going to discard the manner in which your ancestors came into prominence over 3,000 plus years. I do not believe that I have the right to manipulate and to change and to discard the greatest teachings of our ancestors. I do not believe that. But if you're saying that these names, I don't believe in any of the mythos, I don't believe in any of the names, I'm going to describe it just by science, that is not what our ancestors were doing. And so in some ways, what you're doing is different than what our ancestors.
What I am is I'm a Pan-Africanist. But I'm gonna tell you why I'm a Pan-Africanist, and it may be a little bit different, right?
Okay.
I'm a Pan-Africanist because I see all the systems that the Africans are doing, like for example the Yoruba, the people from the Congo, the people from the Nile Valley. All of the systems are very similar, so I don't have to take one or another. I understand what they are doing rather than practicing one particular faith.
Oh, wait. You have to hear this. I do not believe that. I personally believe that the Kemetic tradition speaks to me most fluently, to my soul most fluently. I tend to believe that ancient Kemet is the flower of African civilization. That African civilization was amazing, immense, and did amazing things that we don't even have records for. That's how old it is. But I believe that Kemet is one of the best iterations of Africa. So that's why I'm an African. That's why I'm a Kemite. That's the reason why I practice the way of ancient Kemet. But that doesn't mean that I disrespect the traditions of our African brothers and sisters. No. Wait. Here's what I'm saying. So much of it is similar because that's the way that Africans think. That's the way that Africans think. So yeah, some of the names might be different. By the way, in ancient Kemet, they probably wouldn't even have a problem with you using a different name as long as the principle was still being deliberate and being faithful. I don't even like the word faithful because you're going to misunderstand it. Not you, but people at home. That you're not being in tune with the principle. So that's the reason why even when you look at throughout Kemetic history, you even mentioned this, sometimes the names change because there's some people who are focused on spirit that say, well, maybe this is a better way to describe this for our people. They're still talking about principle.
I understand. I want sa.neter to ask this question because that's important. But I do want to say again that because I see it as science, I know what the people who practice voodoo is doing. I know the people who are practicing Congo, for example, Paulo Kambisi, I know what they're doing. I know what the Nile Valley African is doing, and they're tapping into science, tapping into quantum physics, so I don't need.
But you're saying,
individual ritual.
but you're saying that you don't need to do what your ancestors did for tens of thousands, possibly longer, of years.
No,
that.
many ancestors.
But listen,
We have
yeah.
many ancestors.
No, I agree with that.
So-
But here's the deal: on the African continent, I'm talking about what we did millennia ago. On the African continent, we would not have seen a clear distinction in the way you're describing it between spirituality and science.
I don't agree, but we'll get to that.
But how could you? Well, you have to show me the text that does that. Then you have to support that, because I can support it all day long. I even told you about the Edwin Smith Papyrus that has clearly things that are what we might consider science today, but it intermingles it with spirit because our ancestors did not make those distinctions.
The waters are very muddy, and we'll get to it, because see, at the end, I still want you in 10 minutes and me in 10 minutes to break down our systems that complete our thoughts. That's what I want. All right, guys.
Here,
All right, it's getting hot now. It's getting hot. Reggie about to turn this thing up. Reggie is about to turn this thing up. We got another hour and a half. And this is what Reggie getting ready to do. Turn this thing up. Let's get it.
here's one thing that I heard you say, Brother Reggie, that I want to in some ways agree with, but in other ways not as much disagree with, but tweak a little bit. I have certainly heard some priest use the title Nsut Beat or Nesut Beat, that they are kings.
Yes, they-
I have heard some priests do that. Now, I think that most priests who do it, most high priests that do it, are trying to say that they want to emulate the highest principles for their people. That's why they use it. I've spoken to some of them. I don't do that. And the reason why I don't do it is because I do believe that there are some times that people could misunderstand what I am saying. I am not a king. I don't wield the mechanisms of state. When I have a navy and an army, then I'll change my title. But I mean, I don't wield the mechanisms of state. What I do is I am really focused on spiritual cultivation. So I don't use the title. I don't necessarily disagree with priests all the time that do. But I think that it can be misleading, and I think that it can sometimes lead to people thinking they're saying something that's not founded. I do agree that it can be problematic, and so that's why I don't take the title. Well, I think that there are some that probably have, because we'll see that in any spiritual tradition there are people who have done some things that are not appropriate.
And also, at the end of the day, the usurping of these things actually helped destroy ancient Kemet.
Usurping of which thing?
The usurping of the title of kingship, the aggression to be a king, the mistakes that people make when they have kingships, the priesthood, the priesthood usurping the process. All of this led to the destruction of ancient Kemet.
I would think that you and I have to disagree with that. I don't think that the model of kingship is what led to Kemet's fall. By the way,
I said the usurping of it. I didn't. Say
but that just means that kingship was weakened sometimes, and when it was weak, other people vied for the crown.
Akhenaten was a strong leader. Akhenaten was a strong.
But his issues were not because of the king. Well, it might be because of the kingship. There's some people who say that he refused to ride out with the army. He refused to do those things that kings do. Akhenaten, in some ways, when he becomes Akhenaten, not when he's Amenhotep IV, when Akhenaten becomes a king, in some ways, he doesn't do the kingly things. He takes a group of his people, his followers, off into another city. He writes hymns and poetry. He doesn't necessarily do those things that are associated with kingship.
No, here's the thing. That's the thing. Actually, Kemet was very, very strong. It was not invaded during that time period. What they did was they let go the Levant. What was happening in Levant? They
did that.
Yes, they cared. He cared less about that. He cared more about something internally that was happening.
We're saying
and
the same
he took his energy into the eternal matters of the Amun priesthood. Now they hadn't become Amun Ra yet. They were Amun, and they became Amon-Ra, I believe, after this process. That's when they fused the system to make it even stronger.
I don't know if I would,
right?
if I would say.
So the Amun priesthood began to become very powerful in the sense of controlling the prayers, controlling the rituals, and they became very wealthy and it became a lot of mismanagement, and there was a lot of problems with that. And it started with his father.
In the Moon priesthood. Can you give me an example?
Amenhotep the Third, his father, was actually the one who began to separate from the Amun craft, the Amun priesthood. He actually he actually had a title of Aten. He actually did, right? The Atenism came in from his father. He married, of course, Queen Tai, that became his great wife.
Well,
right? No, but he brings it in for a particular reason. He makes it more important, right? So so I would have to, and it would be easy to do research to talk about where the Amun priesthood was becoming very problematic. So he let me see. So
but Reggie, I think that most historians would argue that I don't necessarily believe that part of Kemet's fall was because the priesthood became too strong. I don't know if I would agree with that. Now, and I'm not saying I don't agree with it. I'm saying I don't know if I agree with it. And I don't know if we could say corrupt either. I think that you would have to make that argument based on historical text. And so I don't think that you can do that easily. I think that what we have to recognize is one of the things that happens during Akhenaten's time is that he decides that he's no longer going to be interested in those things that kings usually do. And after they lose that area in the Levant, some other things, there's in some ways there's a catastrophic failure that occurs that even leads to perhaps the military conflicts that Ramesses III needs to get involved in. You can draw a straight line you might be able to just draw a straight line between some of the inaction of Akhenaten and the battle with the Sea Peoples in that area. And so in some ways those battles that allow some other groups of people to become more powerful in the region. And as they become more powerful in the region, they're able to contest ancient Kemet. I don't think that we can necessarily say, I don't think that it makes sense to say that this is because the priesthood becomes too powerful, or that they actually get to the point where they're corrupt. I think that, I don't know if you can make an overall argument like that. I don't see that.
I think it's as simple as just Googling the corruption of the priesthood of Amen, right? I think it's easy as that. So I don't think that
argue it in terms of the time frames.
Yeah, we can argue it in the time frame, but I don't think that it is a problem to talk about this. And what I want to do, because that's not what we're here to talk about. That's a smaller matter, but the priesthood became corrupt, right? And I'm not saying what Akhenaten did, right, was correct, because he actually even threw coals on the fire by, in fact, going to their temples and taking off Amun and taking off Amun and taking off some of the other.
All of the other.
Many of the other, not all of them, right? No, the Kemenu, he didn't touch some of them. I don't know if he touched Ptah, right? But basically, he began to cherry pick who he thought was important, but bring up Aten. But that itself was a usurp of the throne. That itself was a usurp of the throne.
What he did?
Yes.
Okay.
What he did was that, and then Horemheb was after Akhenaten. Horemheb was pretty vicious in trying to right things. So there was a lot of, and Horemheb wasn't even on the priest. He wasn't even on the line of the kings. He took the kingship.
Well,
and yes,
there was no heir, so.
Well, he took it. So my whole point of it is,
so someone had
I want to get to But what I want to get to
But
is
how does this
Yes.
fit into the problem with the priesthood today? That's really what you're saying, I don't think.
the problem to the priesthood today.
Yeah.
The problem, maybe later. The problem with the priesthood today is, first of all, if you're calling yourself a Nosut bit, right, then you're saying that your people have elected you to be king. Now, you can be king of your own shrine, of your own nation. That's what these people are doing. They're becoming Nosut bits of their own small groups. This is not that uncommon because it happened basically in Nubia after Kemet fell apart.
What happens in Nubia?
That you have
Yeah, I gotta go back to the store. These are crunched up.
you have in Nubia, when Kemet dies, right, you still have Kemet in Nubia. So you have Dr. Faraji Salim's book on the last pharaoh. You have that, right? That the system of kingship survived even in Nubia, but it was much, much more smaller, right? So the system survived. My point is that you don't see the problem of of people usurping Nile Valley culture for themselves. You don't see this. You just want to brush it away.
No. I think that no. What I'm debating is whether the problem of Kemet, the downfall of Kemet, was primarily because of the usurpation of the throne. I think that are you actually saying because foreign people are on the throne? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to understand your argument better, because I think that there are tons of reasons that we could argue that Kemet falls. Now, let's be very clear, and this is for some of the brothers that have been hitting me up on Facebook, sending me texts and everything. Let's be clear. Ancient Kemetic society lasts longer than most in human history. So sometimes people say, well, it fell, so why are you so excited about it? The reality is that it lasts for over 3,000 years. That's a very long time. All civilizations fall. And so we could describe or debate why it fell. There are probably a multiplicity of reasons, and the situation is likely much more complex than some of what we're able to bring forward is today. But I thought you were trying to connect that into some of the errors that we might be making today.
Yes,
that's what I'm trying to understand.
That's why I am exactly.
Okay, so let me understand that, because I'm not sure.
I
if
am.
get it.
Just be patient,
Okay.
and I'm gonna give, because I'm very short. I
Okay.
don't need a lot of time to do.
I think
this
we went
part.
on a long tangent, and that might have been both of us. It's not just
No, but we are going to end this tangent,
okay.
right?
Let me hear.
Okay, for example, I'm just ancient. Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut was
Hatshepsut.
yes. However you want to pronounce it.
Okay.
Right. However you want to pronounce it. However I want. You have more authority over it than me. Because I'm just saying. However we want to pronounce it, we know who we're talking about.
Well, the reason why I say Hatshepsut is just because I want the family. I know that we're putting vowels in some places that they don't
Okay.
exist, but I want the family to be able to do research.
That's fine.
So I want to give them the most common African name. Now, if it's not an African name, I just say bump it.
Okay, so it could be if you
Yeah.
want to do it could be Emin Hatshepsut. If you want to talk about what her real name is Emin Hatshepsut.
Or Ma'at
And
Kare Hatshepsut.
That's correct.
Yes.
And she is foremost of the ladies.
Yes.
Right? That is what
we're agreeing.
That's okay.
I wasn't
that's fine.
correcting
No,
you.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. So she was claimed to have usurped the throne. She stayed on the throne too longer, and then her daughter, right? Her husband, her consort was Senamut, and her daughter, I think, was Neferu, and Neferu did not survive.
Right.
She died.
She predeceased her.
She predeceased because of this whole thing that her brother did not want anybody on the throne to contest his son's rulership. So he didn't want Hatshepsut's daughter on the throne. He wanted his son on the throne.
Wait, you're saying that's why Neferu died?
Of course.
Okay.
You think that she was killed?
She was poisoned.
Wait, you gotta prove that to me.
Okay.
I have
well,
never seen any proof that. I think that sometimes historians tell history can be really boring.
Okay, so she is.
And people who are not historians like us don't find this very interesting. So sometimes what they do is they create some drama in it so that a larger number of people are interested. I have not seen any historical or archaeological evidence for poisoning of
children
Neferu.
weren't killed?
That's not what I said. I'm talking about Neferu.
Was not killed.
We do not have proof that he was killed. There is no proof that Tutankhamen was killed. None whatsoever. Sometimes what people said is that there obviously was a blow. Oh, I don't think that there's any sign that Tutankhamen was killed. I think that sometimes historians, because history can be quite dry, they create drama where drama doesn't exist. And that's often so that a larger population of people become interested in it. But I think that we should be clear that the archaeological record has yet to prove. I'm not saying he wasn't killed. I'm saying to say someone is killed, I mean, that you had better have proof that somebody was killed. Right? Because that's a really serious claim that someone actually took someone's life. We don't have any proof that someone took his life. There was a point where they said, and some of the family at home are going to read this if they're reading something that's a little bit older, they're going to say that there seemed to have been a blow in the back of his head and someone struck him and he died. But more recent studies of his skull have actually proven that what they're seeing on the X-ray scan of his his mummy, is they're probably oils or resins that were used in either the sahuification, the mummification process, or ceremony that collected in the back of his skull. So this happened long after his death for it to get there. So it was not like blood pooling or broken bone or all of that. So we don't have any proof that Tutankhamen was killed. I think that that is a dramatic story.
Well, what we do have, you could put the camera on me because you Brother Jabari so photogenic, and you know that's your number one man right now, sa.neter.
He was eating a cookie, man.
So I'm gonna say that
You see him busting your chops a little.
in Hatshepsut, and Tutankhamun, in a few others, you don't have a natural progression of the throne. You have a very, very disruptive process.
That's fair.
Akhenaten. And when you have that,
Well, not Akhenaten.
Well,
Akhenaten is the son of Amenhotep III.
you're right, but after that, right, you seem to have his wife become.
We don't know that for sure. We don't know if Smenkhare is his wife. We don't know that.
We don't know, but we don't know who this character is.
But we don't. But then,
My brother Reggie
if we
gets
don't
sued
know,
on
but
it.
if we don't know, but Reggie, if we don't know who it is, we don't know if that person should have been on the throne or not. You can't say that there's a usurpation of the throne if you don't know who the person is. Maybe Smenkhare is his younger brother.
We don't know, but it wasn't necessary. It wasn't lasting. It wasn't.
Well, the dude died. The person died, dude. We don't know if it might have been Nefertari.
Here's the thing. The thing is, the average life of a Norsut seems to be somewhere, unless they're great, 6 years, 8 years, and they just die.
What?
And
No,
in the Middle Kingdom,
you can't make that argument.
In the Middle
You
Kingdom-
cannot make that
In the
argument.
Middle Kingdom, there was maybe 20, 30 Norsuts on the throne in a small period of time.
But what's your argument though? Your argument is that that's the average. I think everyone would agree.
My argument is that the society makes decisions. They put people in place to make decisions about who the leadership is. And if they feel for whatever purpose that person is not the right leader, those people don't exist. They go to the next life. Now, let's get
How do you prove that?
we just do, you could just simply do probability. You could just do probability.
No, you cannot assume that someone was killed based on probability.
Here's the thing.
What? So are you hearing
No,
this?
because we do science. It's science.
No. Listen.
30 people, when you have 30 to 40 people or more on a throne within 6-7 years, and they all seem to die one after another by natural deaths, they get on the throne and they just die.
But you're making supposition. I'm saying to you that the story of history is for us to follow what the archaeological, what the material culture tells us. And I don't think that you can, I'm not saying that there weren't in Subiti that were killed. I mean, clearly we know Ramesses III was likely killed, right? We believe he was likely killed. And I think that you can make a good argument on that based on the information that we find, based on what they call the harem conspiracy, based on all of that. But I don't think that you can assume...
Harem. How you make it harem? Harem.
Well, by the way, the word harem is not an English word. So I'm saying it the way that they say it in the region. That's just how it is.
English, we say it as what?
Well, it's not an English word.
But we use English words. Come on, brother.
We call it is actually an Arabic word.
Harem, the people don't know is harem.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. I'm using a pronunciation that may be less familiar with people.
Exactly.
I hear that. You challenged me because I challenged you on Habshetsa. That's why you did that.
No.
Because Brother Reggie and I go back and forth, family, and we enjoy sparring. He said it. He smiled because he was like, "Brother, I'm gonna hit you back because you hit me." I get it. It's fun. It's fun.
Right now, I gotta get it. Come on, man. I'm ready.
No, okay, you got the question, and then what we want to do for the people is we want to break down our system.
He keeps saying that. I have no problem doing that. I have no.
He got you on the systems.
I don't know why.
Reggie got him on the systems.
I'm wearing mud cloth, brother. Come on,
Yeah. Cut that back on.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Give it to me as a gift.
okay, here we go. Let's start the show. How come my aunt is talking about I have not taken, I have not stolen, I have not committed sin? When you look at the Christianity or the Hebrew shit, they saying, thou should not do this, thou should not. Who is they talking to when they say? Because they this dude Taharka is so damn stupid that he's saying, who is they talking to? I have not taken, I have not stolen. Who are they talking to?
To be fair, he got that from Zion Lex.
Right.
And it really doesn't make any sense. And I told Brother Zion that myself. I'm not telling you anything, family, that I haven't said to him.
Right.
And when he sees this video, he's going to have some choice words for me. That's fine. The reality is what he's saying doesn't make sense. He believes it's a third-party contract. That makes no sense. First of all, he needs to understand what first party is, what second party is, what third party is. Just understanding the English language. That doesn't make any sense. He thinks that when he says, I have not, you're telling someone else, and the person that told you not to do it must be the first person. That doesn't make any sense. That's not what first person is. That's not what first person is. And I told him, brother, you can't just violate English and then speak English. Come on now. Now, he believes that if our tradition says, I have not, that there must be something earlier that says, thou shalt not. I don't understand why he would think that. There's no reason for him to think that other than him trying once again to place his tradition as being earlier than Kemet, or saying that there's another tradition that both of our traditions are based on that is earlier than them both. That doesn't make sense. Now, you have to understand that I've told you, family, that the fundamental principle of Kemetic spirituality is that you are divine. So, of course, when you issue your laws, it will say, I have not. Because if you are Makeru, if you are true of voice, if you are that individual that is so without fault that you can enter into the hall of Ma'ati, what some people might call heaven, then you have to say, I have not, because you are responsible. It's not about what someone else is telling you to do. It's about what you do. And that's one of the reasons why I have a really good friend who might even be watching this. I'm not going to say her name. But I have a really good friend who was Christian, who would sit with me regularly when we worked together and say, I don't know if I understand this tradition you believe, Jabari. And because we were good friends, she really wanted to understand. So we sat together for literally 2 or 3 times a week for a year. And at the end of the year, I could see a light bulb went on her head. She finally understood what I was trying to say. And she said, oh, you know why I couldn't be in your tradition? Because you're too responsible. I have to be able to ask someone for mercy. I have to be able to be the sinner on the cross that says, yeah, I was wrong. Can you hook me up? And that's not how our tradition works. You are judged by your thoughts. You are judged by your deeds. You are judged by your heart. So that if you are doing wrong, you can't just at the end ask for mercy. It does not work like that in our tradition. So of course in our tradition, it would say, I have not. By the way, he also doesn't understand that those 42 laws, the ones that he's reading from, were codified in the New Kingdom. They're based on an understanding of the world that comes much earlier, that we can see in the earlier traditions of the things that you can see in the Merkuti text.
He doesn't have,
that was the question that he asked.
He doesn't have a tradition of his own.
Woo!
He said, but they don't have a
I want you to hear this.
their own. None of them exist in their time. So if you're talking about Taharka and whatever he believes in, it does not exist at this time. If you're talking about the ancient Hebrews, well, they went into the Nile Valley. They don't have a system. If they want to claim the Hammurabi codes, they can go on and claim it. But once you lift up the sheets, you got a whole lot of midwives there. So you don't want to claim the Hammurabi codes. So these people, none of these people exist at this time. Why are we discussing them? All they're doing is trying to take shots at us. They have no tradition. Put down whatever you're on. Put down your swords. Put down your hats. Join what we're working on. That's what we're saying. Because you don't have it your own. You didn't create it. Your great God sent you into the Nile Valley, all of you, right? For a golden age.
Actually, your great God told you that your land was going to be milk and honey, and you didn't find that. You found famine. And then you came to us, and then we... So let's be clear. Now, look. A lot of people are going to be upset about what we just said. And guess what I'm going to say? Guess what I'm going to say, Reggie? So what? You know what I mean? Because if you read the history, you can't debate what we've said. That's a fact.
Right. Now here go a hard question for y'all. Captain Tazariak believes that none of you answered his question. If Ampu is not a real character, why are they thousands of mummified dog heads in dogs' bodies? Why do they have bodies if it wasn't real? Why is the people taking it literal?
Uh-oh, Dr. Reggie. Brother Jabari. Here's a question. 10 years ago, on the real and literal, I forgot it. I forgot the answer. We're about to find out what my brother Dr. Reggie say and what Jabari Osaze say. Y'all ready for this? Let's get it.
Because you always say Captain is literal.
He's very literal. So
now, why are the people taking it literal and burying mummified dog heads? I want to know the answer to that too.
I'm going to try to do this as fast as I can, but I want to build a little bit. Let's do this. Tazariak is from New Jersey, and I'm from New York. I'm from the NY. I'm here in Harlem. So if he crosses from New Jersey into New York, he's going to see a large statue of a woman. She's patinaed in green. She's holding a torch.
Harriet Tubman.
No, yeah, well, we're not even going there yet. He's not ready for that. He's not ready for that. So he's not ready for that. I'm talking about the Statue of Liberty. Now, you might say, yes, but let me say that if he sees that, he might say, well, if they erected this large statue, they must have thought she was real. Are you trying to tell me that the woman that is the Statue of Liberty was a real woman? The question is not about whether she was a real woman. The question, Brother Tazariak, is whether what is real. What is real? Some things that are symbol are more important than things that are physical. Just like you believe the spiritual world has to be more important than the physical world, so then why is it that you can't understand that symbol, sacred symbol, is more important than those things that you would consider real? He thinks that real is just something that is physical. That is not how the world works. And so then you also say, well, then why did they mummify dogs? Why did they sahufy dogs? First of all, you have to understand that there are lots of reasons why animals were sahufied. You're not even ready for that conversation. Some of them are pets. Some of them are pets. And I'm going to tell you that I had a cat that I love very dearly. If I died and my cat died, I probably, and some of y'all going to think I'm crazy. Some of y'all going to think I'm crazy. I'm going to say it because I'm going to be honest. I might have wanted my cat with me in eternity. Because that cat, when I was struggling, when Jabari was hitting rock bottom and had a really tough time in his life, that cat was with me.
I got you. I feel you.
And so for me, that cat is important. His name was, well, I'm not going to tell you his name because y'all going to laugh at me. But listen, in some ways, yes. So some of those sahu were pets. That's different. And some of those animals were food. Because we also believed that your divine force needed sustenance. That was spiritual symbolism. And then there were also times that we mummified animals, sahufied animals, because they were archetypes of a principle. Not because we believe that this dog that we're sahufying is Anpu. Yes, but we thought this is...
in that regard as well.
That's exactly what I'm saying. They were archetypes. They were models. They were symbols of a great symbol. And so that's why we did it, Brother Tazariak. Now, I know you don't understand symbolism because in your tradition, I'm going to get to something that's going to make you sweat. In your tradition, just a few years ago, some of your greatest teachers said that you thought that the end of the world was coming in the year 2000.
No, that was hey, you know what? That's his leader.
So I want to be really clear with you. You are so literal that you thought that the world was going to end in 2000. Some of y'all were preparing for the end of the world. And guess what happened? It didn't happen. Because you have to understand that story of Armageddon is not literal. The sky is not going to crack open. There are not going to be a multitude of armies that come out of the sky. Listen.
Chariots is going to come down too.
Listen, that is not literal. It's not literal. But obviously you should know that you have folly in literalism because now some of y'all had egg in your face. You even had to change the name of your organization because your prophecy failed.
Wow.
Because listen, man. Listen. And I'm saying to you that that's because you're literal. Don't you see that there's a problem with being overly literal by now?
Come on, man. I want to hear Reggie's response. I got to hear Dr. Reggie respond to this.
Now?
Yeah.
After 2000, they should have recognized it, but they didn't. But they didn't understand that. So now don't blame me because I'm not going to be so ridiculous that I'm not going to fall apart on literalism. You should look at me and say, you know what? Maybe I need to be less literal because I know I bought a bunch of tuna in 1999 thinking the world was going to end. I was prepared for the Tomhu, the European, to be overthrown and for there to be the great black man on the throne. And look at what happened. In 2016, you got Donald Trump. So obviously, your prophecy should not have been viewed literally. Stop being so literal. It's the European that gave that to you. Ancient Africans weren't so literal. You look at the way that ancient Africans look at the world, these are some of the most spiritually symbolic people in the world. The problem that you have is because the Tomhu is now on your soul. The European is control of your spiritual book. That's the problem. You think that you're being a revolutionary black man. Not as long as you're still following the playbook of the European. He got you. He's in control of you. Stop it. And we'll change.
He want to just add. Okay. So, first of all, they never say what period they're finding these millions of animals.
That's
so
right.
the period that they're actually finding it and they say goes to the pig, the majority of it was the Ptolemy period where they just went bananas and wild. And these were not Nile Valley Africans. So what they want to do is look at anything Egypt. See, this is low-level scholarship. They want to look at anything Egypt.
It's even hard to call it scholarship.
No, it's not even scholarship, right? So what they're doing is, for their religion, they're making up things. That's what they're doing, right? And so most of it, it came to a, how can I say, a finale during the Ptolemy period, and this is where this is happening. So this this is not even African. So I'm gonna close the conversation. You can do your research on that. It's a non-issue. It's what you call fake news. All this stuff that they're doing to Kemet is fake news. Anything that the Hebrews say, anything that the Moors say, anything that the Christians say about ancient Kemet is fake news to promote their religion. Now, the problem is they're all busted now because we got great researchers. Brother Jabari is a great researcher. Brother Reggie is a great researcher. Brother Shaka is a great researcher. The Amin Ra squad is great researchers,
and that's
right?
why they can only come up with faggot stories, Reggie.
I don't even deal with that because their stuff is all on a decline in the last 5 years. Right. And who are the culprits? The culprits are the House of Consciousness because you can go on those pseudo channels There's a bunch of pseudo channels you can go to where people are making up stuff, but they're not here because that's why me and Brother Jabari is talking. We're having a conversation on an agreement or agree to disagree, but we're bringing each other to task. Why? Because, they have been for the last 5-6 years trying to destroy Black News 102 because your news channels are fake news and you get debunked all the time. You can jump up in and say, yeah, we want to debate. We want to debate. You ain't win no debates. Ain't no debate have y'all had with real information have you won. Now, you can get up there and preach. You can get up there and call people names. You can get up there and start fights. But you're not beating us on the information. You're not beating the Amira squad on information. And guess what? Brother Jabari has single-handedly cleaned house. So you got a problem in your ranks, and they're all teaming up together. If you notice, they're all on each other's shows, attacking us. They're joining forces against us. But I do want to do, if you permit, I just want us to unpack our systems. Right? Go ahead. Sorry. Okay. So I'm gonna put on my glasses. You mind?
Why would I mind if you put on your glasses?
I need to put on my glasses. Okay.
That just means you're old.
You get there.
Jabari, you found your glasses?
I'm old too. I'm doing this every time.
You find your glasses?
No.
Okay.
Oh, so you still ain't found the ones you...
I have another pair, and I left them upstairs, so you got me with shades on. But.
Let's go, Reg. Let's get it. 7 o'clock. I gotta be out of here by at least 15 minutes.
I only need 10 minutes of it.
It's almost
so
6. Right?
We're gonna deal with this. Okay. So, all right. Brother Reggie does not believe that we necessarily need ritual to understand Nile Valley culture and the culture of Africans. But what we really need to know, what we really need to understand is what is behind the ritual. And the problem is a lot of people want to put the ritual up front and not tell you what's behind it. One of the most important things is to be able to understand what's going on in Nile Valley culture, you have to read the Medu-Neter. If you're not reading the Medu-Neter or aspects of the Medu-Neter, then you're solely relying on the Europeans to tell the story. That's the first part, because all Medu-Neter has writing. Now, what Brother Reggie believes in, right, is science. What do I mean by that? I believe in Hu Sia Heka Ma'at, right? What does that mean? Now, Hu Sia Heka Ma'at is who is divine speech. Sia is divine thought. Heka is divine action. And Ma'at is the field. Now, there's other components of it, and I get this from George G.M. James. Control of thought, control of action, steadfastness of purpose, identity with high ideas, evidence of mission, culture of spiritual order, freedom from resentment, faith in the teacher, faith in your own learning abilities, preparedness for initiation. That is the system that Dr. George G.M. James gave us, Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan followed, and the rest of the people from that group followed. The problem is that we never coordinated it to actual Nile Valley. So when we look at Hu Sia Heka Ma'at, that is control of control of thought, control of action, and control of thought, control of action. That's Sia. Heka, and to be and then to connect it to Ma'at. So where do we see that in ancient Egypt? We see that on the solar boat. So what I'm getting behind is what's behind the ritual, not the ritual itself. So if you look at the solar boat, here you go, Sa. If you look at the solar boat, you're gonna see Hu, Sia, and you're gonna see Heka. And Ra represents an aspect of Ma'at. Right? On the other one, on my other photo was another example of it'll take too long. So I'm giving you a methodology. I'm giving you a methodology to approach Nile Valley science and culture without the ritual, but understanding what the Nile Valley Africans were thinking about as far as principle, but being able to apply it and understand. So we have Sia's divine thought, Hu is divine speech, word, Heka is effective action. We have Ma'at. There are other ones that I associate, which is the Jeroma, the Aku or Seja Ma, and a sword to make up the rest of the 10 virtues. But I'm only going to deal with Sia, Hu, Heka, and Ma'at because they exist on a solar boat. And you see over here, here's Sia, here's Hu, here's Heka, and here's Ra. Now, why is this important? Well, this is right here, Awef. Here's Ra.
Which version of Ra?
Awef, the corpse, in one of the hours of the night. So inside here is the boat of, here's another version of the boat, and here you have Ma'at, you have Sia, you have the open up the way, the Wawet, you have Awef, and you have over here, you have Hu. The reason why I'm saying this is because I'm approaching it as principles of control your thoughts, control your actions, be steadfast of purpose, identify with high ideas, which is mine. If we can master those things, then we can do science. We don't need the necessary ritual, but our ancient culture supports it. So I'm in support of the ancient culture, but I'm looking deeper at the at what they meant. Now, when I approach Nile Valley, can you see this, sir? When I approach Nile Valley cosmology, I connect it up with modern science. The Kemet cosmology, quantum physics, the Neef cosmology, string theory, the Inu cosmology, classical physics, the Kanun cosmology, human creation, evolution, human evolution, atomism, quantum and atomic theory, the Kepler, abiogenesis, Ptah cosmology, and Memphite, wave theory, and particle theory. The masturbation and spitting in the pathology, DNA and evolution, the coffin text, the paradigm Haru, energy conservation, the atom and the primordial hill, atomic particles and matter, the multiple cosmologies at once, looking at the scientific method of testing, observation, experimentation, Nut in the universe. I'm looking at gravity, dark matter, dark energy, strong forces, weak forces, a Pep and Ra, Ma'at, and Isfet, a Pep and Ra, a Pep and Ra, Ma'at and Isfet, I'm looking at chaos and balance. Ra and atomism, I'm looking at photons, waves, and particles. I am saying that this is what our ancients was doing, and what it is today is in fact this. So understanding this helps us understand this better than understanding the rituals, because during the rituals, you still get all of this. Now, the concept of the women as a high principle, all women, major aspects of women have the T in it. This is a concept of quantum entanglement. These are scientific principles, that high principles are related to things. And this T is related to these female principles, which are related to our daily lives. I showed you this before. This concept is this is a temple. This is Hatshepsut's temple. But basically what it is it's a scientific principle. You're walking into the legs of this woman, and you're walking into her inner chamber, which is her womb, because that's where man is born, that's where knowledge is born, that's what happens. So I'm looking at Nile Valley, the Nile Valley system, and I'm relating it to science. Again, over here you have Nut. Here's Nut swallowing the sun, giving birth to the sun.
By the way, your head is in the way. I need to get that.
Nut swallowing the sun, giving birth to the sun. But this is
Hold on. That is Nut.
Nut.
Swallowing the sun that Jabari done broke down so masterfully, and they still want to know about Gab.
That's right. During the hours, during different hours of the night, giving birth at the end, they're all waiting for the birth of Ra after he has been successful. But what is this? This is quantum physics. This is dark matter. This is giant particles in space. This is all of this in an allegory. Over here, they want to attack us about the weighing of the feather of truth. Again, this is the afterlife. This happens to be with the soul or aspects of material going into the next form, right? So this scene is talking about energy conservation. That's why you have Ma'at being weighed with the feather of truth. So I'm trying to say is how we can look at science over here, even in our architecture. You see the sun over here. This is telling the time, the hour of the night, of the day. It's also in other forms telling the helical rising. Shout out to Ptah Seeker, right? Dr. Riketti Alman, where you're looking at cycles of calendars. You're looking at the yearly cycle, the Rinpet. What do you call it? You're looking at the Rinpet. But knowing the sun in this position tells you a whole lot of information. That's why they built this architecture. Over here, you have it earlier in the ancient Kemet. You have Nat the Playa looking at the seasons. And earlier in African civilization, you have the Adam's calendar. Adam's calendar is doing the same thing Nat the Playa is doing, but this is in South Africa. My whole point of it is all of this is science, and then you have the different systems. Over here, you have the Adam's calendar, you have Nat the Playa, you have the later pyramids, and then you even have the later model, which is in the Dogon period, in the Dogon cosmology. My whole point of it is if you read the Kemetic text the way you're supposed to read it, you get science, mathematics, you get evolution, you get all the major sciences all together and connecting it up with what humans do. So a lot of people, they never read Akhenaten's. They talk about Akhenaten's hymn, but they don't see that this is evolution. How many of your deeds, through hidden from sight, O unique God, beside from whom there is none, where they get the one God from. You made the earth as you wished you alone. All peoples, herds, and flocks, all upon earth that walked on legs, all on high that fly on wings, the lands of Kor, Cush, the lands of Egypt. This is where the dispersion of the knowledge. This is the Genesis story. This is talking about human evolution and science. This is just not talking about deities. I wanted to go on. Maybe I got do I got 4 more minutes? 3 more minutes? Right? So then you're looking at all these cosmologies. Chemical cosmology. You're talking about strong forces and weak forces, dark energy, black matter, energy.
Before Dr. Anika coming.
They're looking at the
I want to be like, because I know how my wife be.
You're looking at the new cosmology. The new cosmology, ultimately a tomb is created, but you're looking at physical forces and human forces that make up this universe. So my whole point of it is, if you study his Neith cosmology, you're looking at string theory. When you're looking at string theory, you're looking at the particle. You're looking at matter. You're looking behind matter, which is the atoms. You're looking at behind the atom, which is the filaments, the quarks, the neutrinos, and that becomes the filament. And then the Neith cosmology is this sister from primordial Africa, where she woos with thread the universe. That's how matter is formed. That's string theory. String theory is in the Neith cosmology. I am saying that mythos, if looked at correctly, you get science. Here, the Kemet cosmology. Here, this is straight from the text. The first primeval ones, the sons and daughters of Irita, the males and females who created light. This is quantum physics, who were fastened in Apet and their father Tatanin in the worship of the first moments when light came. The Akdad that gave praise to rays when he illuminated earth for them. The Akdad who swam to their hometown in the islands of flames, who created light from their primeval mound. Matter is created, light is created. Who made their throne, Hermopolis, before their father Shepset. So I can go on. I'm not here to give you all of my work. I am just saying, oh, here's a great one. The bars of Amun. This is that they're all the systems, they connect all the systems. You are Amun. You are Atum. You're Kepra. You are Ray. You're the sole one who made themselves. These are forces. Amun, Atum, Kepra, Ray are quantum forces. You can look at this in science. So my whole point of it is, why do I need the ritual when, oh, here it is in the Meta-Neter. Because we read the Meta-Neter. Tuat, Emin, Tuat, Atim, Tuat, Kepri, Tuat, Ray, right? Them dummies, they don't want us to be able to look at this and translate this into a code, right? And this is the sole one that created millions. Hey, and this is Tatanum. Tatanum, who came out in the beginning. So all of this Tatanum right here, Kepra, to exist in the beginning, hot, the foremost. They don't want us to do this because they want to dumb us down. My whole point of it is when we look at the text, when we do the Meta-Neter, and I'll stop. When we do the Meta-Neter, and we do it properly, what we do is see science. And when I do the science, I don't need to do the ritual because the ritual is symbolic, and I need to be, as Dr. Ridley says, I need to be systematic. And I don't need to be symbolic. Symbolic, anybody can interpret things. Symptomatic, that's what I really wanted to say. Symptomatic means I understand the connections and what it means. So I will here's the diffusion where you see the Nile Valley system convert into the Hebrew system directly, one-to-one. Nununet is Tehom. Ket is Hosek. Hey. Tuha Wawuvo. Amun Amunet. Ra Elohim. Right? So you see other people's system being born out of our system. So my whole point is, Brother Jabari, the people who are doing the ritual, first, I need to know where the ritual comes from. I need to know the deeper meanings of the rituals. I need to know, and I'm not talking about you, Jabari, because you're my brother, you're on my side. I just don't like the makeup. If I could sit with you, you can do the same thing that I'm doing right now. You understand completely what I'm doing. You may say the ritual still helps. I'm not going to disagree with your practice, but I am disagreeing with a lot of other practices because I see a lot of stuff that can't correlate to science, but correlates to their own selves and their own power, you know, their own personal agendas. I don't see it helping our people. I see it turning the light bulbs on, putting money in certain people's pockets, and ultimately
I thought you meant the figurative light bulb on top of their head.
No.
I'm like, what's wrong with light bulbs coming on?
No. So all we do is we look at the text of Egypt and we look at the text of other lands to see other people's to see the diffusion. That's what this is a lot of what I'm doing here in this paper, and this is a long paper, and I'm on page 58. The reason why I wrote this paper, Brother Jabari, is to say that, and I also want to say, one of our oldest prayers is the Hotep Dinosud.
Why people do things that are of importance. That's the reason why when even brothers on my street are drinking, what's the first thing they do? They pour a little out. They're doing a libation. They argue vehemently behind this. But the difference between some of the people that you've seen on this network and me is that I'm a practitioner. And so we're going to not always agree on everything. But I'm going to tell you something very clearly. We certainly agree on the place and position of Kemet in the historical world.
Yeah, we do.
We agree with that 129%, if I can do a non-scientific equation. So that those people who are sitting here and thinking that they're going to find space between us, if you're talking about history, we're going to beat you up together all day long.
Yeah, this is internal.
So come to that. That's right.
Differences.
That's right.
And I respect that.
Yes.
Say that again?
Yeah, it's an internal conversation about internal differences, but I respect you.
And I respect you too, deeply. You know I respect you. Listen, we have respected each other for many years, and so I want to thank Brother sa.neter for once again allowing us to engage in this conversation, because you have to ask yourself, family, where else or when else have you seen this dialogue? The only time you see this dialogue is when you're sitting with people who have been studying for a long time. Some people have not had access to people who have been doing that. This is important. And that's why you have to support the work that he's doing. Some of y'all in different camps don't necessarily like all that sa.neter does. But you better recognize that this kind of dialogue doesn't happen anywhere else. And so you better support Black News 102. You better support Brother sa.neter, because the reality is our community has to discuss these important issues in order to be powerful.
We got the real black news. Y'all got the fake news. Tune into Black News 102, sa.neter TV. Black power.
And I'm going to say, Shemem Matep, go forth in peace. Because you know, I'm going to be in Kemet from the 1st to the 10th. I'm not going to miss the unity, our unity conference on the 13th. I'm not going to miss it. And so you better believe it's important, and you better be there too. Peace.
On August 13th, 2017, all roads lead to the reunion.
I love it. This is what's happening. It's the House of Consciousness reunion celebration coming August the 13th.
Hey man, this your Captain Tazaryak of ISBK and the Commander Jenny Hunter, man. August 13th at the Alhambra Ballroom right here in Harlem, man. They're having a conscious community reunion. A lot of brothers gonna come in the building. I'll be in the building as well. A lot of sisters going to be in the building, man. It's going to be a great event. Brothers coming from all across the country, all across the world to this event. So y'all should come out there, man, because we're going to present actual solutions. Now, I can't speak for everybody else.
Reunion celebration, August 13th, 2017. Unity.
That's why I want to call this the family reunion. We got everybody coming down August 13th, 2017.
The House of Consciousness reunion celebration, August 13th, 2017.
August the 13th, I want you to be in the house.
Come on out, August 13th, the House of Consciousness family reunion.
If you're not in New York, August 13th at the Alhambra, right?
Yep.
For the HOK reunion, you are not where it's at. It's
August 13th, the HOK reunion, House of Consciousness reunion.
Have your ass in the building. This is going to be powerful. And you know what I'm coming to do. I'm coming to bring that work. I'll see you there.
Be in the building August 13th, House of Consciousness United.
I'm not just invited, I'm confirmed. I'm going to be there on August 13th.
August 13th. What's going to be live?
August 13th, it is going down, family. It is a long overdue, but yet critically right on time event that we're having.
August 13th, 2017 at the Alhambra Ballroom.
Yeah, August 13th, man, I'll be in the building.
Like I said, that was 9.5 years ago, Reggie. See what I'm saying? The date dropped right at the end. So that was 9.5 years ago, man.
You're still looking good. You're still looking good, sa.neter. Can't tell. Can't tell, huh?
Nah, I was younger. But I wish you would have dealt with that question, man. But somehow you ain't deal with it.
Which one?
The one that Tazariak talked about, the literal of the ampu. I thought ampu was literal.
Well,
no, you ain't got to deal with it now because I know you got a different spin on it now. So you know.
No, ampu is literal. Ampu is a natural.
Come on, Reggie, stop this, man. Don't do this, Reggie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Ampu is a real, neter symbol, but it's not literal. He's not literal with blood in the veins and stuff like. I got you, brother.
Well,
all right, let's move on, man. We don't need to get stuck in that again, man. Brother Lai, what's going on with you, bro? Brother Lai in the building.
Where's he at? I don't see him.
He's down there.
Yeah.
Okay. He's down there.
Interesting. 9.5, close to 10 years ago, I'm pretty much the same. The Africans believed in these neters, right? That is their belief. That is their literal statements of belief. And all of a sudden now that Jabari was moving toward not being literal, but he did say that those in the cannabis jars, the sons of Horus, they were literal. He showed a box, and he talked about them as being netchers. So I just I'm kind of confused. I'm just kind of confused about the language.
Yeah.
And so this is going to lead to this debate that is going to be very interesting now on the subject of literal. So there's some other guests on the show, and they can say what they want to say about it. And there's some other things I want to go over. There's some things I want to go over, about ritual practice, about making stuff up.
Hello.
Yeah, hold on for 1 minute.
Hello?
Yo, Unc.
Hello.
I'm live, Unc. You coming on?
I'm gonna slide, dude. I'll slide, dude.
All right, come
On
on,
my
man.
phone.
Stop being scared. Come on.
All right.
All right, yo, I want to let y'all know something, right? And this is good ammunition for my brother Asar, 7 Asar. You know, Harwin came on yesterday talking like he was the pit bull, talking like he was a lion in these streets on these YouTube apps, growling hard. Chuck Morgan contacted me this morning. How many of y'all know Chuck Morgan?
Chuck Morgan's good brother.
Yeah, I know brother Chuck Morgan.
Okay. Chuck Morgan hit me up. And this is what Chuck Morgan had to say. Let me read the text. He hit me up. Let me see, is this it? Yes, this is it. Chuck Morgan says, sa.neter, I just heard the show with Harwin. Brother, that kid tripping. If he ever think I would duck him, I am the Nuwabian assassin. Listen to what he's saying. I am the Nuwabian assassin. York said he created a word, Nuwabu, from 3 Arabic words. Now, you know the word that Harwin always bring on, saying that he could find the word Nuwabian in African, right? Y'all hear that, right?
Yeah, Nuwapo.
He said I could find it on the African map. So now Chuck says, the word come from 3 Arabic words that Dr. York made up that he put together. Wa, be, ha, So Harwin is relying on the word that he found on an online file where the word is Nuwapia. And it's the legal name of city of Nubia. Then they claim after Dr. York is related to the Egyptian city Napata. See, it's related to the city Napata. He should debate me. I was a Nuwabian, so I know in years better than him. He ducked me after the comment I put up on the video on the Summer Jam, right? Dr. York started in 1900. In 1900, the Nuwabian means science of the soul, right? Reasoning, that's not what Nuwabian mean. I would dust him alive. He's just trying to build clout first with me and now Jabari. So I called Harwin. And I called Unc. We've been on the phone for like, peace and blessings to Patar, one of our master teachers here. Peace and blessings to you, brother. I see you. Oh, he probably don't hear me. But anyway, I called Harwin and I called Unc. We've been on the phone, 7 Asar, trying so hard to get Harwin to debate.
Damn. To debate Chuck? Yeah.
He's running from Chuck, talking all that stuff.
Yeah. He's running from Chuck Morgan. He keeps saying, no, I want Jabari. This topic is for Jabari. I told Harwin, I said, no, that topic is for Chuck. Chuck know about New Wabian way more than Jabari. Jabari
That's
never been
facts.
a member of New Wabian. It was
That is
always
fact.
So why are you running from Chuck? Chuck is the one calling you out, saying that he gonna dust you off. You're a little kid, and now he running. We've been up here for like an hour, sa.neter, trying to convince his brother to debate him. And see, I told you bark real loud, but your bite is real soft, bro. You got a loud bark, but a small bite. You come up in here sounding like a roaring lion, and now we go behind the scene and talk it out, and now you up in here meowing like a cat. Goddamn kitten. You's a kitten, Harwin. Up in here. You know you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Peace to you, Patah.
Dua. Panatapu Pama on question. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second. 1 second, please. Steva, can I speak, please? Can the brother fall back and let an elder speak for a second?
Speak, brother.
I'd like to say that
something must be wrong with his system.
He's not speaking yet.
I know. Do you hear? Can you hear us?
Yeah, Brother Patah, if you have something to say, please say it.
Get ready for your poll of the day.
You can't hear.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
He can't hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can hear me.
Go ahead and speak. Go ahead and speak.
We can hear you.
You got a hell of a lag. That's what it is, man. I'm gonna have to kick you out and bring you back in, brother. Yeah. Okay, so so that's what's going on, sa.neter. That's what's going on with Harwin, and now he's embarrassed to come up here because Chuck Morgan has pulled his card. He called him a clown and everything, and now he's running. Yeah. And I told Harwin, I said, I'm gonna get you when I get up there live. I'm gonna let the people know. Now you running from him. I want Jabari. Dude, you ain't got no notches on your belt. You ain't debate nobody. Why would I just bring you to the top and let you debate Jabari? Nah, brother, you gotta get some notches on your belt. So I thought about it. Patah, you hear me now? You hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. First of all,
wait. They were talking about something. Can you just wait just a few seconds so they can close out?
Okay, yeah. I like to say that, Brother Reggie, it's been 10 years since this thing has happened, and in 10 years,
we can hear you.
Okay, I see 2 films. I don't know if you can hear me live. You can hear me live. I'm speaking live right now. Yes. Okay, I like to say it's been 10 years since that broadcast. Since that broadcast has been 10 years.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, he dropped off again. Okay, so so I'm telling him, brother, you ain't got no notches on your belt. So I thought about it because I did say I'll get you the debate, but then I thought about it and be like, yo, I'm sleeping over thinking about it. I'm like, this dude, he come out of nowhere. He's a nobody. Can he really put asses in seats? And I said, no, because the people don't really know you. So I'm telling him, let us see how you do with Chuck Morgan. This nigga, yo, 7, when I tell you, when I mention Chuck Morgan, he's running all over the place, man. I'm gonna come on and tell you. We keep trying to give him, no, I don't want Chuck. I want Jabari. He the best. No, not when it comes to this Dr. York information. He's not. Chuck is the best. Chuck Morgan is the best when it comes to this Dr. York information. Not Jabari. Jabari don't master this like Chuck do. Am I right or wrong?
You are correct. That's why he wants to debate Jabari on that topic, because he doesn't feel that he's as versed in that information as Chuck Morgan. But he's up here talking mad stuff about Chuck Morgan, Jabari, whoever wants to contend with Harwin, he got smoke for. Now he got he blowing bubbles instead of smoke.
Right. He cloud chasing, man. We know he cloud chasing now.
This is the toughest environment to be in, sa.neter, and this environment will show who can deal with that tough environment and who can't. Right? It will weed out the weak, and we see Harwin as one of the weak, because now he
ain't got no bodies on his belt, none. So then he mentioned Neptali. He said, "Yo, well, how come Jabari just debated Neptali out of nowhere?" I said, "No, that's not true. Neptali got Nazis on her. She debated a lot of people, bro.
Yes, she has.
She's been going in. She ain't just come over here and didn't debate nobody. She debated Nepal. She debated a few Hebrews. Even on her channel, she debated.
She's had presentations. Harwin has no presentations.
Exactly.
She's had discussions straight up with people. Harwin hasn't had any real just a discussion
and
show.
You know what? And that's what Unc was asking. He said, "Well, you know what? Send us a presentation so we can put it up and see what you got." He ain't got nothing. He started talking about his college professors. I could bring my college professor over here and he'll tell you. I said, "No." I said, "Bring your college professor over here and let him debate Unc on evolution. That's what we want." And
I think Harwin wanted Chuck Morgan for a long time, so this should be like a blessing in disguise for him.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
if he does well, then boom, he's right there, yeah.
Yeah, he
right there. Say
but did he really want him, Assad? Did he really, or what did he say he wanted him?
Yeah.
Right?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you right now, Saber. Go ahead and speak.
Dua. This is live. Okay, I'd like to say that to the family. Panata pupamaharon kostejeron kuja sneb ubnefikia panebu adumatid. Grand rising and grand prosperity to all the family globally across America and around the world of sa.neter TV 102 Black News. Now, I was listening to the program earlier today, and I'm thinking it was live. I was doing my laundry, and I thought the presentation that Reggie Mabry did was spectacular. Okay, Reggie came from a primordial temple discipline from out of a temple, and I thought it was live. I'm in the chat room running my mouth because I was excited about what Reggie was saying, and Reggie texted me and said, "You're Matal," because I heard him mention my name with Riketi Amen 10 years ago. Then I remember, oh, that's a recording. So, but Reggie's presentation, he brought forth the spirituality through sacred science, divine math, and cultural spirituality. He was triangulating when you talk about the spirituality, how they worship it, when you go to your hymns, and when they use the hymns, if you don't relate it scientifically or mathematically and with your spirituality, it doesn't make sense. You're just Europeans. You're just Greeks and Romans. You become Hotep pimps. Okay, this is why you have to understand from temple discipline. Jabari comes from a shrine. Okay, he's not a priest. He comes from a shrine. So what you have to understand is when you approach our spirituality, you have to combine the primordial field forces, because we're dealing with existence. We're not dealing with life. Life is given from the sun. Okay, we're dealing with the life. The sun comes from somewhere else. The sun is not the creator. The sun is an atom. It's proton, neutrons, and electrons surrounded by a nucleus. It's atomic energy. It comes from subatomic. So when Reggie was talking about he was talking primordial forces. He was talking electromagnetism. He was talking the nuclear weak start force, the gravity, the weak force. He was talking about the primordial forces which allow you love, guidance, protection through the daily experience of ponderable matter, which in the Medu text, that's why when they reconstructed, when you look at the adaptation and the variance in the breakdown of the cosmogony, you're seeing these variants, which they call reconstruction. It has to be reconstructed. That's why I'm going to come on with this is my, if you don't know how to tell time, you're just a Greek and a Roman. You're living under an academic 5,000-year-old story. Everything you know in academia is 5,000-year-old. The pyramids are 5,000-year-old. Everything. So what you're dealing with is Hellenistic. It's called Hellenistic. For all you scholars, please Google the word Hellenistic. When Alexander the Great had his 18 generals, when Alexander died, the Hellenistic paradigm doctors. That's what they took all over the world, and they corrupted, fragmented, and plagiarized every document of melanated teaching all over the planet. And they Hellenized it. And when they Hellenize it, that's why the information you have in scholarship is all Hellenistic. Google the word Hellenistic. I'm not trying to be endemic. I'm not trying I'm trying to show everyone that what Reggie did 10 years ago, I can't understand why Reggie's not the champion right now. Why are y'all fighting Reggie Mabry? He just gave you the thing. Now I'm going to come on and I'm going to applicate how to tell time so that you can tell cosmic time. You're talking a 5,000-year-old story, and here's the Shenu legend right there. And there's 12, the earth rotates on its axis 24 hours. It revolves around the sun. 365 days, but that's 24 hours in a day. But the original clock is 24 hours and extra 35 minutes. So there's only 360 days in a year. Okay? Then the earth is tilted 23.5 degrees from vertical and makes it wobble. That's 26,000 years. That's the three motions of the earth. You learn that in grade school. But that's called history. Now, when you learn anything after that, that's our story. I'm here to teach about our story. Our story is millions and millions of years old. You're talking history. You're talking scholarship. I'm talking the Naga ship. The Naga ship emblem is the boat of Ra. It's a boat, my jet boat with the sun disk on it, and there's a black dot in the middle. The black dot you don't even see half the time. The black dot represents the total eclipse of the sun. You got to understand your ancestors left all the messages for you, but you don't know how to tell time. You still think today, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You think there's 7 days in a week. You think that today is your birthday. Today is not your birthday. Today's your birthday. Today's not your birthday. He stole your birthday at your time at your birth. He stole everything you got. Okay? You got to start from beginning again because you got to learn how to tell time again. You don't know how to tell time, so you're working with a 5,000-year-old story, so you're not embracing what Brother Reggie was saying. You couldn't see. Okay, because you're dealing with it from a term where you're lost in space. Okay, so I just wanted to say personally, I want to come on side. I got my own program going on to do my YouTube video. I want to come on sa.neter and introduce the Ifetaru because the helical rising comes on July 25th on the Gregorian calendar. Okay, and on July 25th, the star rises with the sun on the Giza Plateau, which indicates scientifically that our Earth made one complete revolution of the sun. That means it's New Year's. They got you in Times Square watching a mechanical ball fall, and when you watch that ball, you don't think they've been working on you for 5,000 years. When you watch that ball, you fall into that Hellenistic hypnotic spell. It takes you 3 months to recover. And by the time you recover, you ate that food, you eat that artificial food, so now your body, you're decalcifying, you're not calcifying the pineal gland, you're not igniting. So I'm just saying, what I'm saying though is that you have to understand how to tell time. What Reggie was doing, because I notice a lot of people want to speak right now. I'm about in a minute, but I'm saying what Reggie did 10 years ago, and we're still talking about it in literal. Of course, they're literal. How can Jabari say they're not literal? Stop talking. You're talking.
Go ahead. That's the sound effects. Go ahead.
How can you say they're not real? If the light, what you got to understand, is coming from subatomic energy. These are the primordial field forces, which are electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, gravity, and weak force, and then gravity, then the weak force. Then the creator took form and became a being. It's the concept of self-creation. This is what you learn when you look at the Mastaba text, the Coffin text, the Pyramid text, the Shabaka stone, the Heliopolis text, the Kemet. Each one has a different version because it's reconstructed. It's not reconstructed. Now you're using etymology. You're using linguists in which you fall short from the vibratorial frequency from coming out of your mouth with that Hellenistic word. Okay? He designed everything to work against you. Now he's got us fighting against each other. I seen Jabari debating the guy today on TV, on sa.neter TV 102 Black News. And Jabari couldn't even deal with the Christian guy because Jabari doesn't know anything about creation. He doesn't know about origins. He don't know about the Zeptepi. I have a book, my book, The Cosmic Egg, aka The Primeval Germ, a journey of 59 plus 21 zeros. It's been out for 50 years. They won't even it's been dummied down. They won't let me get it out there because it's going to wake the people up. It's going to let you see with your inner eye. How are you not going to know about the Cosmic Egg? The Big Bang, that's being scientifically, the Big Bang was a lie. How do you know the Big Bang was a lie? Just Google JWST, James Webb Space Telescope. And the James Webb Space Telescope, they got the Hubble, then they got Kobe. Kobe is Cosmic Observatory Background Explorer. And now the new one up there is JWST, James Webb Space Telescope. And Kobe found the Cosmic Egg. That's how they sound now. That's called CBR. Just Google CBR. And then JWST took a picture beyond the universe where they said, this is the end. This is the end of the universe. And what are we going to find? They're looking for a multiverse. They're looking for some more stupidness, some Jedi mind tricks. These are not the joys you're looking for, just to see if you could fall short of your comprehension of cognitive thinking. And now you know what they found at the end of the universe? More black holes, bigger black holes. So that means that the Big Bang Theory of 13.8 billion years ago was a bunk. Just Google on YouTube, the Big Bang defunct. They know it's a lie, but they're still perpetuating the story. It's a lie. Everything they told you is a lie, and they compartmentalize you in a 5,000-year-old story. They can't. Our story is millions of years old. The pyramids can't be 5,000 years old because of this architectural construction. Polymer construction. They know this. Okay, everybody knows that the Sphinx cannot be.
All right.
Bananas.
Elder,
Brother
No,
Reggie,
sir.
you did a wonderful job, Brother Reggie, 10 years ago. That I can't believe that we're back here. See what happens with scholars. When you're a scholar, you're falling to Plato. If your master is Plato with the R school. So why would I say I'm a scholar and I'm an academia when he went to my school? It's a disrespect to the people listening to the audience on Black News 102. Black News, you can't be a scholar if Plato went to your school. Plato learned from you. So why are you speaking and regurgitating information about Plato? Let's get it all together. That was 10 years ago. So that right now is just a blink of the eye. And a blink of an eye, we got a new broadcast 10 years old next, and we're still in the same spot.
All right, Elder, we got you. Thank you, Patal.
Reggie.
Hey,
my honor to know you, Reggie. Reggie, I think you did a wonderful job, and I respect you 100%. Atura.
Hey, Patal, thank you. Whenever you're ready, come on through. Let me know, and you can come on and do your presentation. I want to say this real quick. I see our brother Dr. Reggie is on his recruiting shit. That's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I see our brother Dr. Reggie have converted our elder. I see our brother Reggie is not here to play no games. And brother Jabari is going to, I got to talk to Jabari. Not about the debate, Reggie, but I got to talk to our brother Jabari about forming a squad like pseudo like the pseudo killers got, because he's going to need backup, because he getting ready to have the whole YouTube community on his back. And I don't think he can handle all of y'all, man. He's going to be overwhelmed, man. Because I put a target on our brother back. And the minute that target comes off, he's going to be a free man again. He's going to be walking free. I ain't going to think about him. Once there's a new champion in the building, like Reggie might be a new champion, he's going to have that target. He's going to be wearing that target next. Watch and see. Now, I want to get to you, Brother Unk. Unk, am I right or wrong when I say we had Harwin on the phone for at least an hour and a half trying to convince him to take on Chuck Morgan? And he been running from that. Unk, where you at? Calling Unk. Come on, Unk, man. God damn, man. Okay, let me go past Unk. Let me go to 7. 7, what you got to say, brother?
I just want to say that I can't wait for this debate. Clearly, we can't. I guess we can say, since the elder spoke, that.
Yeah, what do you think about what I said as far as Reggie is over here recruiting and he's converting people and, forming a squad. Ain't nothing wrong with that, though. Jabari got to do that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And if he has an advocate in the elder right now, Jabari should have advocates as well. So when people speak up for Jabari, like they speak up for Brother Reggie, or not even just speak up for either one of them, when people support their information or their argument, they should be allowed to articulate why they support that argument or even the person. So there shouldn't be no boundaries, right? I respect the elder and what he said, and I agree with him with the scholarship that our brother Reggie.
Hey, hold up. Shout out to Chuck Morgan. This got past me. How does this get past me? Shout out to Chuck Morgan. Leaving work, headed home. We'll jump on the live ASAP. Good. I'm going to be on till you get home, brother. And I want you to know while you listening, brother, me and Unc. Hey, Unc, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, Chuck Morgan is in the audience. You can see he left a donation. And
Told you. You said he was going to do that.
Yeah, let him know that we've been talking to Harwin for like an hour and a half, and he's trying so hard because he wants not to debate Chuck Morgan, but he wants Jabari. What did I tell him? What did we tell him? When it comes to this Dr. York information and history, Jabari can't fuck with no Chuck Morgan. We know that already.
Nah, I said I put him. Yeah, I said I put him on the same level though. Period.
But I'm talking about when it comes to this history of Nuwabian.
Yeah, it's not. It's unprecedented. It wouldn't even be fair, yo.
Right.
Chuck is the official Nuwabian killer though. He's
Yeah,
official. They all run from him.
man. That's Chuck topic. Why you don't want to deal with Chuck on that? He's coming up with all kinds of excuses, man.
He's scared of Chuck. He's scared of Chuck. We talked to him for a whole hour. Running, shaking in his boots, coming up with crazy stuff. I'll debate 3 of y'all, all 4 of y'all. Give me 5,000, bet you all crazy stuff. Crazy.
Get out of here, man. I want Jabari and Chuck Morgan together. No, you don't. Shut up, man. You're talking stupid.
But Saul, let me say something real quick. I got to now shift to Jabari's side because Reggie brought an elder in. Jabari gonna tear that elder up, yo. You gonna make Jabari
don't do that, man. I don't want you making Reggie run, brother. Don't do that, man.
No, I'm saying the elder gonna get beat up messing with Jabari. Yo, I can't believe Reggie put that man out there like that, yo.
I know, man.
That is crazy, yo. I'm gonna keep my mouth quiet today, yo.
Yeah, Reggie done gas Patal up. And Patal gonna come in with some pseudo mixed up Kemetic.
Yeah, yo. The cosmic edge. That was crazy, yo.
Patal gonna come in with some pseudo mixed Kemetic ingredients. Come on, Reggie. You shouldn't have did this, man.
Yeah, you should have did that, Reggie. Man, god damn, Reggie. Reggie ain't know he's gonna go that far about the
No, wait. First of all,
What?
I'm not gonna let you disrespect Potasika.
What?
No, we ain't disrespect.
Did you just do that, Reggie? Wait a minute, Reggie. See, you know what, Reggie? Now I gotta realize, yo. All I said was I ain't even say nothing. All I said was Reggie gonna turn that elder up, yo, because I heard what he said, bro. I said Jabari gonna turn that elder up. I didn't even get on him. Man, you gonna make me. But Reggie, how's that disrespect?
Okay, Unc, again, you said you're on Jabari's side.
No. I'm saying it because because now you got a weak spot.
No. See, here's the
problem. You trying to overtalk me on purpose. I see.
No, I'm on a big screen. You're the little guy with the face with the one eye. I'm on the big screen. So what I'm saying that
I was talking though, Reggie, and you cut me off to protect the elder.
You was talking bad about the elder.
How? Okay, what did I say bad? I didn't say nothing bad. I will do a show on everything that man just said.
When you finish, you come on.
Let me finish. I said, if you keep saying I talk bad about him, I'm gonna do a show on that cosmic egg, cosmic background radiation, CMB, Kobe, and Big Bang. I dare you, Reggie. I'm threatening you, Reggie. I will put his name on the big lights. I dare you. So let's get off of that. I don't want to do it. I'm simply saying that Jabari is prolific and talking about the Egyptian thing, and your man is out there. You know it. That's all. That's not talking bad about him. I like the elder, but that ain't the weapon you should use. I'm gonna rest my case. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me talk. So great. Okay, so first of all, there have been people in this tradition that they call Kemetic, right?
Right.
For a long time, right? And so it's the same if I brought Baba Bonacci on and if I brought Infetici on, right? You're gonna get the same response about how they feel about my work versus Jabari's work.
Yeah.
right? Now there's different, but they may say different things,
Yeah,
but
no,
you
I'm
agree,
fine with that.
right? So I'm
Yeah,
talking.
yep.
I'm talking. You are free to put um put Baba Patah Seeker Asar on the big screen. But when you do that, be very careful, Ankh, because if he's able to talk back to you, right? Then that's another story. Now y'all can try to clown the elder, but the fact of the matter is,
I
up
didn't
and
clown the man, yo.
right. But I'm just saying, if you
He
said the
might be
cosmic
very
ray,
spiritual, but he
that
don't know what the hell he talking about when it comes to the cosmic background radiation and the Kobe. Knock it off, Reggie. One
okay,
more
well
chance. You on 3 strikes. One more chance, Reggie. Don't bring that up. I'm gonna get
I'm
him.
gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna bring it up. All that they're doing is correlating. All that they're doing is correlating
To
uh,
what?
now Valley now Valley teachings to
Not
to
true.
current science. I'm not
It's not
saying that
true,
they're
Reggie.
all.
Reggie.
Why you
Reggie.
keep cutting me off?
Cause we talking.
No, we're not talking.
Okay,
We're
go
not
ahead. I'm gonna
talking.
shut
I
up. I'm
waited
gonna
for
shut up.
you.
My fault. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I waited for you.
All right, go ahead,
So
brother.
first, let's assess what's out there. You can agree. I have no problem with people agreeing. Just know that some of the people that's out there, they know a lot more than you think they do. Now, you may have some disagreements, but the fact of the matter is about how this universe is constructed and what the technology is telling us. It's not cut and dry as we thought it was, right? It's not cut and dry. There are a lot of scientific theories that are out there. What all a elder can do based on his knowledge, right, is tell you what he understands about it. Now he may be not correct as far as you think he's not, right? But one thing about it is he's definitely very mathematical. So I'll land there. So if you bring Baba Bonacci on, if you bring Brother Infidisi on, and you've heard from Patastika Sar, right? Um, and there are a few more that I can bring on. What I talk about is not strange. It correlates to African thought, ancient Tawi thought. It correlates to it. So if you want to go on Jabari,
Reggie. Can I get my turn now, sir?
you keep cutting me off. You don't let me land my plane. You wanna just talk. I'm trying to end the plane.
I didn't even think you had a runway when you start mixing the cosmic background radiation with Egyptian cosmology. You only got a runway at that point, but go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, well, the science guy, as you
Yeah,
call
I'm the science.
yourself.
Yeah, I'm the science guy. Yeah, go ahead.
I understand. Uh, the science guy. I formally completed the coursework, right? But I don't call myself the science guy because I'm always learning. So I know that there's theories out there. Now, not about me not having a runway. The ancient people. I'm
Come
not.
on, man. I
Just
thought you
keep
was landing your plane, Reggie.
you keep cutting me off.
All right, go ahead.
The longer you cut me off, the longer I'm gonna talk.
So
You
you
know the
taxi
rules.
around the one way. I got you. Go ahead.
You're not even taxiing on a runway.
No, I'm saying if I keep cutting you off, you keep flying around the airport. I get it. Go ahead. Let me shut up.
Yeah, no, I mean, actually, except for the Chuck Morgan type of thing, that's the only reason why you're on, right?
I'm on because I supposed to be on. Why can't I be on? What you talking about?
Right, on in this particular conversation. So, I mean, you want to
Oh,
go
I
back
was
and
on your
forth. I don't
side
want to go back and forth.
until you brought
I
the,
don't want to
the
go. I don't really want to go back and forth with you.
I know. I mean, we're
My,
not
my,
going back and
my,
forth. You didn't say it.
my
You defending it though for no reason. And
yeah,
you said I
for
said
my
something
reasons.
wrong about the elder, which I didn't. I didn't joke that
Yeah,
man.
we could play it back. You just when you do it, you don't know. But
Reggie, I'm having
nevertheless,
fun. I didn't say anything. Now I got to do it because I
you was
say
gonna
don't
do it
bring it up no
anyway.
more. But you did. No, I was. I promise you, I wasn't. I was gonna let it go.
You was gonna do it anyway. You
I
did. You
was
did it
not.
yourself.
I was not gonna do it.
Okay.
The most I was gonna do is what I already
You
did.
just want to talk me to death, bro.
I don't want to. You ain't gonna let me get it.
You want to just talk me to death. I'm gonna take myself off the big screen.
You're a hell of a friend, boy. That's all I can tell you, boy. You protect people. You don't give, boy. I tell you. I ain't even mad at you, Reg. You know what? I'm gonna shut up, man. You crazy. Hey, Reggie, I will tell you though that the ancient Egyptians and people in that time period did not have the tools to understand the Big Bang or any of that stuff, and that is okay. They understood what they understood, right? Which would later on become the foundation, yo. But no, they didn't know none of that. No cosmic egg.
Okay.
Cosmic background radiation ain't the cosmic egg. It's just a screenshot of a piece
Look,
of the universe, bro. It's not.
after I get
It's
through
not that.
with, I'll tell you this. After we get through with this,
So you can get
Jabari
them. You can bring all of them together. Put them all
Listen,
together. Fee, fi,
after
fo,
we
fum.
get back with this Jabari situation,
Okay, what?
I think that we're gonna have a debate on Kemet.
Yeah, we
I think
ain't
that we're
doing that,
gonna have a
man.
debate on Kemet. Correct?
On what, Reggie? On Kemet, I already beat us up on that. You should have watched it. Beat him half to death. He tried to say it was string theory in Egypt. I beat him half to death.
You know, I think that we're gonna have it. We're gonna have a debate on Black Egypt. How about that?
On Black Egypt.
Yeah, you hear that, sa.neter? After I get through with Jabari and after another maybe 2 months, I think me and Unc, I'm just trying to get my energy up. But I think after that, me
On
and Unc,
Black Egypt.
we're gonna finish this conversation on Black Kemet. Mhm. Okay, so I'll stop right there. Patasika was trying to come back on, but the conversation is going on because he heard you.
He ain't hear me. I ain't say nothing.
Yeah, he heard you.
I ain't say nothing about him, man. I'm just saying he mixing
Yeah,
it up. He
you got
cannot
the
mix
floor.
it.
You got
I
the
got the
floor.
floor. I'm telling you, the people watching the show, 8 to 80, blind, cripple, or crazy. You cannot tell people in 2026, African Americans that are scientifically literate, that the cosmic back. Watch this. Let me show you the mistake he made. He said that he actually gave the evidence on why we know the Big Bang occurred, and then destroyed the Big Bang. I'm gonna say it again. Once you mention the cosmic background radiation, right? That is proof. That's how they measure the age of the universe, by looking at the cosmic background radiation. We all seen the cosmic background radiation. When your TV go off and that static right there, that's it. That's the cosmic glow right there. That's the radiation. Y'all didn't even know that. So the elder mentioned it. So the elder mentioned the noise, man. What's that noise? So elder mentioned the cosmic, the CMB. He mentioned it, and then he said they know they lying. They know based off of that, they know the Big Bang is not true. No, based off of that, they understand the Big Bang. That is the proof. And they do it in two places. They do it in Germany and they do it in Nassau. You know what I'm saying? So, cosmic background radiation by the Kobe, that's a satellite. It verifies the daggone Big Bang. So you can't say that. That's not coherent. Nobody scientifically literate would do it. And it's point blank. I'm gonna say it again. That is the proof. The cosmic, the CMB. The Kobe is the satellite that took the pictures, the first picture. It was through NASA. So, man, no cosmic egg, yo. That's not real. That's part of the mythology. It's part of the ancient stories. I rest my case.
All right, let me move on over to Suntan. Oh no, Asar Ka. What up, brother?
What's up, y'all? I'm gonna tap to the panel. I'm gonna tap to the chat. It's gonna be a classic, man. Why the tickets ain't on sale? Rasad, what are you slipping
Because I'm
right
still
now?
waiting to get the place. That's why we
Yeah,
gotta
but get the tickets
secure
on sale. Get the,
we gotta
you gonna
secure.
get a location?
Yes,
Okay.
we gotta
It's gonna
secure
be live and in person.
that. Then we good.
So I'm gonna have to fly out there, Rashi. I'm gonna have to come on through. Man, really, Harwin, I would think that as much as you chase Chuck Morgan, this would be perfect for you, dog. This is the one right now. Yo,
Facts.
remember you just chasing Chuck Morgan, huh? You know, that should be the debate. Boom, to put you in the mix,
Right.
and then
I told him
Yeah,
that.
you can.
I said, while Jabari is occupied with Reggie, you need to be occupied with Chuck.
Yes. Let me give you a rundown, right? So over here, the first person Sai had me jump on was Israel Doctrine. The second person was Judah Natural. And then I took on a fresh new face in Kassad.
Right.
And then I've had several discussions. He could pull up probably a bunch where I just catch people. But that's what you do, man. Build your resume so that when you do step to Jabari, the whole audience ain't against you.
Hey, didn't we tell him something like that?
Shout out to Jabari.
We
Shout
said
out to
that.
Faber
Yeah,
Reggie.
we said
I look
it, bro.
forward to it.
We told him to build up his build your name up, man. Nobody know you.
Everybody don't know no Harwin. A guy in the car always talking.
Yeah, you got to get in the mix. Big up the Saber Patas and Carousel.
He jumps on.
Yeah,
I wonder why he jumped on.
He got a name.
And my brother Seven. And Elder something. And yeah, everybody. King J.
All right,
So build your name up, Harwin.
Hold on. So what I want everybody to do is I'm getting ready to put something on the screen. I want y'all to screenshot it. Screenshot it. Put it on your channel whenever you want to. Show it until we get Homeboy in the mix. You ready? How many of you ever heard of Roadrunner? Remember the Roadrunner? Well, Chuck Morgan is on his ass.
Hell no.
Wile E. Coyote, super genius, man.
So yeah, I know you see this. I'm gonna post this up, brother, and you gotta run to him. Don't run away from him, cause you up in here growling like you a damn lion. You in here growling every time you get on, right or wrong, y'all.
Yeah.
Talking about how nice you are, how bad you are, and then Chuck calling you out, calling you here, dust you off, and now you're running. And now he on the run for you. He after you now, because you've been opening up your damn mouth too much.
Harvey usually be on by now.
Yeah,
Exactly.
How
He in his name. He on the channel. He trying to get that going show.
My brother in the bushes somewhere. He in the bushes.
Yeah, he in the bushes. He's in the bushes.
Funny as hell.
He know if he come up here, we just gonna want to know, brother, are you getting in the ring? And he don't want to go through that smoke.
Right. Chuck Morgan is a formidable challenge.
Watch and see what's going on. He in the bushes, I bet you that, because Harvey would have been hopped on.
I tell you what, I'm gonna call him and see what he's.
Call him.
Let me call him and see if he's ducking.
See if he's actually.
You see the bushes move, you know he there.
Yeah, man. If he don't pick up, we know he's in the bushes listening, because he know I'm getting ready to call him.
Howard got a big bite, boy. He be growling, man.
Yeah, nah, he got a little bite, a small bite.
Yeah,
he got a loud bark. He got a loud bark
though.
Howard is like a chihuahua.
Hold on.
Howard pretty smart.
That's a wild
Come on, Howard.
Howard in the chat.
He not gonna answer.
Please leave your message.
Howard, come on, man.
Chuck Morgan is a formidable opponent for your first one. First debate.
Well, you know what they say, we ducking no challenges was the moniker for the year, right? Ducking no smoke, I think you said. Yo,
you didn't hear what he said, Chuck Morgan? You didn't hear what he said?
I need to learn that cuneiform from Chuck.
Yeah, because Chuck be in the Akkadian and all that.
And that's what I need to know to connect it to my Semitic thesis that I'm working on in regards to my Amorites and Akkadians. I need to Chuck know that cuneiform, so he got the key to what I need. So I need to learn from Chuck real quick.
I think Harwin knows. I think Harwin feel like Chuck is on his team, and he don't want to. That's what I'm thinking.
Nah, he know he not. Because he was attacking Chuck. on
Oh,
one of the
was he?
shows one
I
time.
missed
Yeah,
that
he was
then.
on here. We was on here.
Okay. I
He
didn't
was
know he was
asking him
attacking
like
you.
some. It was when Chuck gave his presentation that day.
No, I'm talking
That's
about
why I was
recently,
thinking.
Masai. Was he attacking him recently?
Yeah,
It
he
was
did it.
on
He
this
did it
show
yesterday.
here. On here.
Oh,
Yeah, he did it
okay.
yesterday.
Hit him
Oh,
yesterday. Plus, him and Chuck, like Chuck did a show on here just a week or so ago, and Harwin popped up on him like, "Yo, asking the hard questions." So I'm
okay.
thinking like, "Yo, you know, that's perfect. Get it on. Get
Yeah.
it on. Do the
Yeah, 'cause
Benetton.
you know they come from
Huh.
the same camp almost.
I
He
mean,
better
think, I
put
think,
Chuck
I
ain't
think
there
Chuck,
no more, but Chuck
I
know
think,
all about it, man.
I think Chuck Morgan a harder opponent than Jabari because Jabari a priest, Chuck a historian. So I
Yeah,
think that's
he
more of a harder
is. You're
debate.
right.
I agree.
You're
That's
right.
what I
Chuck,
said, King J. I said the same
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, Unc said the same thing.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he
Chuck
know
know
the
more
same
about the
stuff Harwin know.
Nuwapians. Chuck know more about the Nuwapians than Jabari.
Right.
that's his specialty. But
He know
I
the
mean, Jabari
inside.
is
He
a
know the
historian
inside take on
professor.
it.
So he is a historian. He's a professor in history. But
as well.
Nuwapians are what Chuck used to be. Him and
Exactly. He lived it, breathed it. Yeah,
So
you're right.
yeah, I would
That's
like
what
to
I
see
was.
him
That's
get
what
it
I'm
in.
thinking. So Harwin act like it won't that he don't want no smoke with him, but y'all said he was talking stuff, so he must do.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
big stuff. It was big stuff. He was Mr. Big
Say,
Stuff.
yeah. He's
He
stupid.
want
Saber,
Jabari so bad,
yeah. Now
but he
Saber
gotta go.
Reggie and Jabari is a classic in the making every time. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to the discussion because
Well, the
Saber,
Uncle took off back over to his channel, didn't he? Uncle,
Did
yeah,
y'all
he's
see
got
what I did yesterday when I showed you Dr. York changing every goddamn year of who he gonna be?
Yeah.
Oh, that
yeah.
was so perfect, sa.neter. I mean,
Yeah.
it was
Come on,
classic.
man.
I read in the comments where people were like,
And
that was one of the most classic things that you ever did.
Well, you
Yeah.
got to remember when he first hopped on the scene. Well, he claimed Egypt when he first hopped on, but then he went to Ansar Allah. I had two partners out here in Colorado. They was dressed in all white with some black boots on.
Yeah,
Walking around.
and then not in order, but he was a Hebrew, then he was a Moor, then he became a goddamn Indian, the Native American Indians. All this.
Remind me of Lex. Remind me of Lex on that.
Yeah, right.
Then they became the Wapian.
Yeah.
It's
But you know he ain't do nothing but build up more knowledge going to all them camps. So he'll be a hard one to deal with.
But it was also a lot of jumbled misinformation he was getting them too.
Yeah.
I remember he was on one of Sheikh Bilal, I think it was Bilal Phillips or Dawood Adib's tape, and he let it play when he started cussing about a particular fatwa. he let Dr. York play. He's like,
wow,
he's a sensational. He's just here for the moment. I'm like, yo, this guy. So they've hopped through a lot of hoops to come up with, back to Kemet. That should tell you something. Chuck
what a
is
great
running
draw
really
that is.
fast in that picture,
Nuwapian versus Nuwapian. That's a good debate right there.
Yeah.
Nah, Chuck not no Nuwapian. Chuck not he not no Nuwapian, yo.
Ex-Nuwapian versus
part of Nuwapians
right.
before?
Yeah, X-Men. And Harwin ain't no Harwin ain't no real Nuwapian. Harwin never come on, man. Harwin never been to the land. He never even set. At least I can say I set the nigga class. At least I did that. Make a fair
sa.neter
assessment.
exposed that yesterday. sa.neter exposed that. Just asked him, did you do any of that? He said, nope, I didn't do none of
Nah,
that.
he ain't even did that. He ain't even reading real Nuwapian books. He might have a couple of them, but he's a raging tiger, and from that car though. But as soon as I got on that phone, he was meow meow.
No, hold on. Hey, yo, Chuck, man. Yo, Chuck, why you doing this to Harwin, man? This dude running fast in the road runner, bro. Why you doing this, Chuck? He running fast as hell.
Meet.
Hell no.
Chuck right on his heels right there in that pic, yo. It's about to sound like Public Enemy in here in a minute. Yo,
Peace,
Chuck,
you
run
hear
a
me?
power move on him.
Yo, hold on, y'all. Yo, Chuck, you hear me? Chuck don't hear us. He probably went out for a minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's completely funny, yo.
Yeah,
And
man.
he's about to turn into public enemy in here in a minute. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
You know, all the New Orleans run from Chuck, yo. Chuck exposed the whole thing, yo. The whole tour, the whole thing down.
Reggie.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm closing down the show in about an hour. Unless you want to keep it going, I'll just let you keep it going.
Oh, I may.
You got to see them Spurs, the Knicks.
Hey, Reggie. Hey, by the way, yo, I like your man Kemet knowledge. I like the way he do that, though. I like the way the elder do that. Just for the record, but he got to stay right there. He can't jump into science. Let him know we prolific out here with that. That's gonna get him. That's gonna get him caught. He can just stay away from that. Yeah, he got to do that at least, yo.
Okay.
Stay right there, yo. I think he do a great job with the, the whole spiritual thing and being in the shrine. I think that's, I don't have a problem. I advocate for black people to make up their own thing and do their thing. I ain't got a problem with that. But you can't cross into science, yo. You can't make the Egyptians have something. They didn't have it. They ain't know nothing about that, man. You shouldn't make them know that. It's crazy. Can't mix it. Can't mix that.
Hold on, Chuck, you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Why you doing this to Harwin, bro?
Man, I saw that joint. I said, boy, that Bama on the run. Man.
Yo,
look, I
read the thing that you sent me. Man, me and Unc been on the phone for at least an hour trying to convince him to get in the ring with you, bro. He just kept saying Jabari. Brother, we know Jabari is not well grounded in Nuwabian history like you. And he knows that. And that's why he's trying to get away from you to get to Jabari.
Yeah.
Look, here's the thing. As you well know, I've been dealing with the Nuwabians as a former member. I was the one that came and buried them. Everybody knows that. You got documentaries all over the net, all over social media, the major platform, HBO, Hulu, and everything. They use my information.
Yep.
Right? I deal with the victims. Right?
Yep.
I know that doctrine well, better than any of them because I taught it. I was one of York's number one. Well, he put me in the top 3 because we were going to be a part of that triad. But not to be egotistical. My point is, why are you going to go after Jabari when I'm the one that you said you had this beef with when it came to just this term Nuwapu? Because see, here's the thing: a lot of these guys are trying to keep York relevant in the 20s. York is irrelevant because his doctrine is, 1, is obsolete. Number 2, he's incarcerated, never to come out except in a box. So a lot of the youngins that were not around at the time like what he said, like how he sound, like how he looked. So they wanted to kind of emulate that. So they may touch base with a little bit of academia to try to, in some way, build some type of connection to, well, maybe this York really was telling the truth, but he was just saying it this way. Just like in this case. Listen, I can show you my PowerPoint presentation on it because I did this a long time ago, dealing with more qualified Nuwapians. First of all, York said in 1990, at his birthday in Monticello, New York, in the Catskills, that right knowledge is the science of Nuwapu. Another word that's going to come around later. Nuwapu is the science of sound right reasoning. That's what he said. We knew he made it up because he said, I created a language for y'all, and it's called Nuwapic. Now, we know that Nuwapic comes from out of Arabic.
Look at that.
Because the children who were being groomed to teach and learn Arabic were being taught by Moroccans, Sudanese. And they, living amongst each other, developed their own dialect of Arabic. And then York heard this and started saying, asking the question, what are y'all speaking? And ultimately, he decided to transform that into his own language. So York developed a Conlang, which is a made-up language like Klingon language, where he infused everything: Hebrew, a little bit of Arabic, well, a lot of bit of Arabic, because anytime you look at Nuwapic in its early stages, it was mostly Arabic with this slight twist. You see, so he taught us back in the 1990s that Nuwapo was one. First thing he said was it was the language that the Anunnaki was speaking, that the Neteru was speaking, Nuwapic. He being an extraterrestrial being from the planet Rizq in the 19th galaxy, as Yanun, which again, Yanun, Ya and Nun, two Arabic letters. Right? So he said that Nuwapu, which is the science of sound, right reasoning, is developed from three Arabic letters. Nun, Wow, and Bet. Now, anybody coming after the fact saying, oh, well, we can go back and look in Nubia, and we see that on this partial map, because I have the whole map, this partial map has this location called Nuwapia. Okay, that's nice. York never said that. See, here's the weird thing about it. In a weird kind of way, I'm kind of defending York.
Yeah.
I'm defending what York said. He's taking credit for developing the word Nuwapo. Later on, back in 2013, then they start getting online, and Nuwapo Online says that, oh, Nuwapo comes from a word that we find in ancient Kemet called Napata. That's where the word is found. But none of this stuff is what York taught. So when I said, and I continue to say, he made it up, this is what he said. I'm only going by what he said. Now, if York was wrong, and then it comes from this word Nupapia, a toponym, which is a place name, not the science of sound right reasoning as he claimed, then you have to admit, brothers, that your master teacher was wrong.
What
And
about
he's been exposed.
what about Chuck? This map that he keep talking about, that he can find the word on the map. What's up with that?
Okay, look, I didn't know anything about this stuff because I get Nuwapians have been trolling me for years. Okay. Now, when I offer them to debate, they don't like to do it because they don't like to do it live. They know, I know what they know and more. So they look for different things to find to something to help York's claims. And this is one of them. So they go to, I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up because after he had sent it, and I saw it on the live. And here's the thing: I was doing my Sumerian thing. I had to step away from my Assyriology studies just to deal with this nonsense. So let me pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. Maybe I can share
It
my
was
screen.
basically just Napata.
That's cool. Let me ask you this, Chuck. What do you think
Ain't gonna be no
about
more
the
debate after that,
Nuwapian?
though, Chuck.
Hold on, let him.
Let me.
I'm hearing multiple voices.
Yo, hold on. Let him first deal with this first, y'all, before y'all ask more questions.
Okay,
Let him
first,
try to get this.
this is what he was saying that I was ducking. Like I duck. Anyway, it was from you go to academia.
Share your screen.
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry about that. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Share your screen. Give me a second so that I can find it. And there it is. So let me share. That's where this is supposed to come from. Now, of course, he's saying that if you go to the UNESCO, this and that, irregardless of where you
Blow it
go,
up. Blow it up.
regardless of where you go, the point is ultimately vivid. Here's the word right here. You see where it says right here? This is where he's claiming that the word Nawapo traces its roots. This word right here. And he's basing it on this for the most part. At least that's what they started coming at me because of my website, nuwapianism.com, where I talked about York and making up certain things. This was one of them. So this word, Nu Arbia, this is supposed to be where York got it from. But this is not something that York taught. Now, this is just an abbreviated form of, I have to go back and get the other bigger one. But this is supposed to be where he got it from. Now, the map in nothing more than a little isolated section that that has this word Nuwapia. But York is saying that first of all, this is that location on the map. That's the name, and that being a toponym. A toponym is a location or place name, or the name of a place, right? And the name of that place in Nubia is called Nuwapia, according to Ibn Hawal and Abdul al-Idrisi. That's according to them two.
Yeah.
All right. So, but the point I'm making is that that's fine, but this is not what York said. So when I put the 360 questions to ask the Nuwapian, one of them was, did York make this up? And this is a fact because he said he made it up. Now let me share my other story.
Now you know, would it be fire, Chuck, if you can get the clip with Dr. York saying these things?
Well, I can pull the clip up, and I have the excerpts from the various books where he said it.
There
I
you
have
go.
all of
That's
that.
it. Grand opening, grand closing. You got it.
Of course I got it. Come on, who are you talking to, Doc? You know who this is.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, check it out.
How we have a debate after this, though? How is that possible?
Say again?
How we have a debate after you just beat him half to death just now? How we?
What is there to bait? Did you bait?
Right.
Dude, you listen, Unc, you know this.
Yeah, I
You've been
already
around
know.
long enough. You know how I get down when I debate. I've been debating since the 1990s, and I've debated
try
some
to tell
heavy
him.
hitters.
I try to tell
I
him.
got under Ben Israel's nut. He was mad at me.
I
All the
try to
Hebrew
tell you.
Israelites, 5%ers, everybody. That's why York put me out there, because that's what
Try to tell him.
I do, talk radio.
I try to tell him.
But aside from that, I want to go back to that my PowerPoint, which is something I posted. I had to go to Facebook and pull up some of my old clips of going at these people and arguing with them day and night, missing work just to argue with these fools.
Yo, what's my brother name? The other brother who Jabari sat down with? I had him at my house.
Which one?
He was in the
big
lobby.
dude, the big dude.
Nah, short. He's about your height, about short dude.
5'6".
Damn, what's my man's name, man? He was in the broadcasting as well. He had his own TV show, remember? On live TV. And then I caught him in the park, and he was sitting down on my couch, him and Jabari.
I can't remember.
Damn, what's my man's name, man? Damn.
Yeah, but this is, like I said, a lot of these guys are still trying to keep York relevant because since he's been incarcerated, they've been dying off by the dozen. So what better way is there to do it than to go to the top Black news channel that allows various voices to come in and present their arguments than to go to you? Remember when that dude, that other troll that popped up for a little while, is the dude that left prison and said the first thing he wanted to do was debate and prove Chuck Morgan wrong. That was the dude who called himself the real Nawabi.
Yeah, not trust, brother. He was sitting down with Jabari, man, in my house.
Talking about him.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying he was in my house sitting down. We was in the park. Reggie, you was there. Supernova was there. We caught him in the park, and then we brought him on the show. He used to be a Nuwabian. He was going in.
He was sitting on a park bench, huh?
No, we were standing up. We was all standing up, and then me and Jabari was at my house. I got the video up. I forgot his name, man. I'll get it. Damn. He had his own TV show, man. And remember, he was doing the broadcasting, then he got fired from there.
All right,
He's from Philadelphia.
I can't remember. But wow, so in order to stop Darwin from debating Jabari, you got the great Chuck Morgan involved. The sa.neter boy, you played.
I think it is Mark. What was his name? Mark what? Yes, Mark. There you go. Lamont Hill. Mark Lamont Hill. Mark Lamont Hill.
Mark Lamont Hill. Damn, I don't know how I can.
Was he in there when you was there?
Yes, me and Mark, we were real tight. Matter of fact, he's helping to keep my website going.
Yeah. Mark is good people, man. He'll go in too.
Yeah, he's good people. Yeah. Mark Lamont Hill. Yeah, I remember when he was coming around. Yeah. Look,
wow, you go get the big heavy hitters to stop Harwin having a conversation with
Yeah,
Jabari.
thank you, brother. I knew somebody was going to know it. Somebody had to know it.
Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill. That's my man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember matter of fact, when we were building the area for the ceremony called the Mugaraj, which was this little ceremony which is based on Atlantis, because York got it from a white supremacist named Joseph. What was his name? He was hanging out with Verdadati Gostin El Bay with the Wachita. His name was uh damn, I can't remember his name. But anyway, he wrote a book called Return of the Ancient Ones that she was promoting, and then she put him on as a guest. That's where you all got that whole thing for, because one of the representatives from the Nuwaubian Moors, who went by the name Sacagawea, who was a sister from out of Philadelphia, who was really a light-skinned black girl, but she was paraded as being a Native American by putting the little things in her hair and then the collar, and then she hung around with them to get the information. Frank Joseph, that was his name. He was a guy that used to be in the Aryan Nation or the Aryan Brotherhood. He was ousted for sexually abusing the boys, so the Aryan Nation kicked him out. He got arrested, went to prison. In prison, he started writing books on the ancient ones and the great edifices in America. And the next thing you know, he writes books, gets out, and then he's being promoted as being this white savior to black Moors. But that's another story. But if I can share my screen.
Yep.
I just want to put this for the record. I want to put this into the record. So anyone watching, they'll be able to go back and pull up these either publications, or you can just cite them. Here we go. So the Nwapic development from 1992 on to 2013. So in 1992, the first language spoken was Cuneiform. This is what York said in the publications. First language, page 9. The first language spoken was Cuneiform, which is not a spoken language, because that was the language the Elohim spoke. This language was then taught to those who lived on the White and the Blue Nile rivers, falsely called Egypt today, originally called Genoa, the garden, or in Aramaic, Hebrew, in the Hebrew language, Sodeh. Bereshith, Genesis 3:1, which means the outer field. That's from the first language publication, page 9. Now, in 1997, when we was riding, because he pulled away from the whole Sumerian gimmick and started pretending to be the Hierophant and the head of the Moors, he said, I put together our own tongue out of our original language, which was taken from us. It has 3 forms. One works like Arabic. It's called Nuwabic. The other is like hieroglyphics. It's called Nuwapic or Nuwabic. Finally, the Rizq script. And that's in the Nuwapic Teacher's Guide, which I have in the PDF form also. You can feel free to look at. But notice what he says here. He got one that it said one works like Arabic, which is Nubic. And then the other was like hieroglyphics called Nuwabic. And finally, the Rizq. And for those who may not be aware, Rizq is the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy called Ilion that York fabricated. So he, being a self-professed extraterrestrial from this planet, he said that he had a language that they spoke over there. Which to this day, I tell Nuwapians, I say, why are y'all mad that York is incarcerated? According to him, the Riskians live to be 1,000 years old. So if he's doing 135 years, what's the big deal? He's on vacation. But I digress. In 1998, they must all speak one tongue. So come, let us give them back So come, let us give them back our and their only true language, Nuwapic. That's from the Sacred Records of Atum Re. That was another publication in 1999 and 2000. The name Berber or Barber and barbarians comes from the Ashuric, Syriac, or Syriac Arabic word barbaros, meaning to be hairy or to have a beard, blah, 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 blah. And he talks about how, and this we will find in the Ashuric, right here, the Nuwapic Simplified Red Book. I'm going to show you some things that's very important here. The whole earth at one time was one single language. That was the language of God, who was in heaven speaking amongst his hosts. That language was none other than Nuwapic. Nuwapic Simplified Red Book, page 4. In 2013, our language can be traced back to Napata, also called Cush or Cush. The first city mentioned in the Bible, Genesis 2, it even goes back further than the Nazaru, Neteru, overseers, the beings from the stars responsible for the great civilization we know as Egypt. We, Nuwapians, acknowledge these beings as our Salafu ancestors, Nuwapic.com. Oh, for the record, in York's publications, Kemet, for the most part, the pyramids, the Sphinx, and all the great edifices were created by these extraterrestrial beings from Risk. So, going back up to, what am I saying that? Oh, here's another good one for you. It said, as we know, anyone who studies language, you'll know that something called a conlang, languages, or conlangs for short, stand at each of the other end of the spectrum. A single person or small group defines the vocabulary, designs the syntax, and deliberately decides to create a language. As a conlang Nuwapic was presented as part of a deliberate, constructed, cultural, and ideological language system rather than as an historically inherited language tradition. York lists a series of intentionally defined institutional components: our own status, indigenous with inherited rights; our own language, Nuwapic; our own land, this most holy land called Kadesh, or the Golden City, Wahani; our own calendar, 19 months with 19 days and 4 weeks, each week consisting of 5 days except the last week of each month, which has 4 days; our own name, United Nuwabian Nation of Moors; our own doctrine, which is the most profound in our story and history; our own prayer, Nuwabian Taful, according to the way our ancient ancestors performed prayer. And this, you'll find this in Ancient Egypt and Pharaoh's page 2. This demonstrates that Nuwapic was being positioned as one component within a broader self-created national, religious, and cultural identity system. In other words, the language was not being presented through normal historical linguistic transmission, but as a part of a consistently designed ideological reconstruction movement. Now, what I was pointing out, even within this, where he said the first record where York mentions Wapu, you'll find this on the video. You can go right on YouTube. There's a video called "The New Covenant," not polite, New Covenant, where you have it followed this other video called Elohim, where York, when York was ran out of New York by a Sunni Muslim named Bilal Phillips in his book called Ansar Cult in America, he relocated in the property in Monticello, New York, in the Catskills. Up there, he changed the doctrine and the way that we as Ansars used to dress. We wore all white, the kupa, the kupa, sometimes people with the staff, we were the jalabia. And then he said, take all that off, and we're going to start wearing this new garb, which is going to be known as the kameez. And the kameez is, if you look at the description in the book of Revelation, when it talks about he's having hair like lamb's wool, feet like burnt brass, and he talks about the gold sash around his paps and so, that's how we would dress. We would get our yarmulkes from Jewish stores. We would get some of the fringes that we put on the borders of our garments. We would get them from the Jewish stores. So that was the time when he took the sisters out of the veils. And then he said that we would no longer refer to ourselves as Nubian Islamic Hebrews. We will be Nubian Hebrews, making a lie saying we should do that going all the way back to the 1960s, but we don't have any documentation of that. But getting back to my main point, because I'm trying to do this real fast.
All right. Hey, hold on for 1 minute, because I want to make sure I get this in before I go. I got a Hebrew Israelite who came on specifically to call you out, brother.
Bring it.
His name is Black Sage, and he's here to call you out. Black Sage, you got the mic.
Yeah, peace. Sa.neter always with the cap. I didn't come on here to call you out. He always with the cap, man. I told him I want to have a discussion with the brother.
That's the Don King.
Right. I want to have a discussion with the brother about black Sumerians, whether Sumerians actually black or Afro-Asiatic.
He's saying they was, and he said you're saying they wasn't.
Okay, I think I got. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear
I
you.
can hear you. Go ahead. I had a pause. Go ahead.
Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, just in regards to, you know, their culture and their ethnic identity. Um, and so from what I often hear, as I hear people in this community a lot talk about how the Sumerians weren't Africanoid people, right? I refer to it as Afro-Asiatic. That's the term that I like to use for people to get a much better understanding of where I'm coming from with that. So that's the conversation that I would like to have with you. In discussion, as I told sa.neter, but you know, he gets it. So I think that I did see a majority of your last presentation, which I was really impressed by. I've studied or am a student of Assyriology, and that's really when I first came into this community. That's the conversation that I was really talking about that field of study. But I would like to have a conversation with you about that.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think that
When you ready, so I can make the flyer. Let's get it in.
hey, I'm ready. Let me
I'll check with.
Is you serious, Backstage?
I'll check with Chuck because you know he's far away, and see what day he's ready.
Yeah.
That's Chuck Morgan.
I know who he is. Y'all probably don't know who he is.
Y'all right. That's the only nigga that mess with
I know
that. He the
y'all
only
right
one
known
to do
for
it for real.
Hey, let me explain.
No, I don't want to. Don't make it like that.
Let me
Wow.
Let me explain
Let
something.
him finish, y'all. Go ahead.
Explain something to you New York Negroes, all right? Simply because somebody comes on the stage and has a theory of postulation, I don't disagree with the fact that he's a historian. He's probably well more studied in this field than I am, because I've heard him read the cuneiform. I'm not fully there yet. I just use the lexicons in my study, right? But probably other than this brother, I don't think there's anybody else who can have an intelligent conversation with him about it in this space. That's my point to y'all while y'all giggling and
No,
cackling.
you still haven't defeated being a Hebrew yet, yo. He defeated all that.
Well, hold on. First of all,
come on,
hold
yo. That means
on. It don't mean nothing. It doesn't
I
mean
swear
anything.
it do. It
I
actually
promise
do,
you it
bro.
doesn't. And let me
It do.
correct you, since we on this
It do,
topic
yo.
real quick. Since you want to sidestep it with that, let me tell you why it doesn't, right? Because if you study the Hebrew text, and Chuck Morgan, I'm sure he knows this, how do you identify as an Israelite according to the text that we use, according to the Torah?
That's a question
Yeah, that's a question
for Chuck.
for anybody,
Okay.
especially Unc, who thinks that argument has been defeated. Nobody can defeat me on that argument. No one.
Well, you identify as a convert. We covered that with the Israel doctrine discussion, but
Exactly.
also you hold up, because it's one part you're leaving out. This is where I told you to go the other day. When you go to the Hikakasu people, you get a bunch of Semitics and they're black when they show their
You ain't
face.
hear him say my name, Asar. So how you dive
Yeah,
in?
but you wasn't ready to answer. So watch this. Watch this. Ankh, answer the question. Go. Be quiet, everybody.
Say my name though, yo.
All right, go ahead. Answer the question. Go ahead.
I didn't hear the question clearly. It was incoherent. Say the question again.
Okay, so how does one identify as an Israelite?
How does
According
a person
to the text.
how does a person in the Bible identify as
No. A person today identify as an Israelite according to its text.
You mean Jewish people?
I didn't ask you nothing about Jewish people.
I'm saying,
and that's why I cut him off, because he don't know.
Come on, man. Goddamn,
convoluted. That's a convoluted question.
It's not a convoluted question. It's not a convoluted question.
Yo, I need one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
They do that shit on purpose, yo. I swear they do.
Let talk.
Yeah, yo, let me figure out what I'm saying is anybody reading the Bible today, right? That's not a part of the Jewish community for real. They just converted. You just a converted at that point. Point blank, bro. Ain't no running around acting like that. That's what I'm saying. So anybody outside of those communities are actually converts for real. Black, specifically African American. Let's speak to us. African Americans, anybody claiming that, you're a convert, which is okay. There you have it. That's my answer.
Okay,
And I don't
great.
know what that got to do with the conversation.
Great.
Though,
I appreciate your answer, but this is why you would die anytime
I wouldn't
you have
die
that
with a
conversation.
Sumerian argument.
This
I
is
wouldn't die
what.
with
This
that.
is why. I'm sure you would, but this is
I'm
why
sure I
you would
wouldn't.
die with me when it comes to that,
No, I
because
wouldn't.
according to its text, right? If you want to call them people Jewish, they can be Jewish or whatever you want to call it. But according to the text, according to the didactic literature, whatever you want to call it, there are 3 ways you can become an Israelite: through blood, ethnicity, nativity, through marriage, and through conversion. Each one in that culture was considered an Israelite. No difference, no changes. So whichever point you want to argue, there's no way you can ever defeat that argument.
So you didn't hear what I said.
Listen. Hey, you too freaky, bro, to be jumping around, bro. Be quiet, bro. Like, be quiet, bro. Just quiet, bro. Because every time a man talks, you jumping on his words, bro.
No, I'm saying
Cool
I said
out, bro.
that.
Hold on. Listen. What I'm saying to you.
What the hell is going on?
Listen.
This
it
nigga,
doesn't
man. Y'all
listen
niggas
to
is
what
crazy,
I said
yo.
to you,
I heard you, bro.
Can't win the argument.
I heard you.
All right, then. So if
And
you
I'm
have
saying
that understanding,
you're wrong. I
file
said
it away.
African Americans. I said African
Here you go
Americans.
again.
I said African American. We can't be talking about nobody else but African Americans.
Here you go again.
So that's all. I'm shut up.
So again, as I said to you before, according to the text, how does one become an Israelite?
Right.
African Americans. Ain't nobody else we talking about.
That's where you should be quiet.
Yeah, we ain't talking about nobody else.
Yeah, I'm talking whether you black, purple, green, or blue.
No, I'm not talking about nobody else, but African.
Whether you black, purple, green, or blue.
I said they all converts.
All right, let me go back.
Go sit down. We're not. So
Y'all
just be
rock.
quiet.
You all converts.
All right, hold on. Y'all rock. Go back to Chuck.
Your science club is capped. So so Chuck Morgan, I just wanted to have a conversation, bro. So it's for me, it's a more so learning experience. These cats feel like they can't learn from anybody else, but I definitely would like to have a conversation because I have a different point of view. So if I can, I love to have the conversation with you about the information that you shared, and that's all I want to show.
That sound more respectful now. That sound better.
That's all I said when I came up here, punk.
Now sound better, goddamn it.
You Baltimore, you Baltimore. Hey, trust me.
Hold on, King J. I'm gonna bring you on next, King J.
Hey, trust me, but make no mistake about it. I'm doing this because it's not like I don't see holes in his presentation.
Okay, all right. Hold on.
Have a conversation. That's all.
All right, I got you, Yara.
You can correct me.
I got you, Yara. The reason why I said a call out, because we all know who Yara is. Yara is not going to get up here and have a discussion. Yara is looking for a gotcha point on. I got Chuck, y'all. Let all the Hebrews know I got him. So we know that Yara, this is going to be a debate, brother. Just call it like it is. You know, Yara debates. He's a debater. He's not let's just sit down and have a conversation. You know what I'm talking about, Yara's a debater.
Right, he trying to get a debate and get beat up.
Yeah, so just keep it a buck. Go ahead, Chuck. You got the floor, brother.
No, what I was saying was I look forward to it. In fact, I encourage these types of conversations. It doesn't have to be adversarial. It doesn't have to always be a big battle.
Right.
You know?
I agree.
And I wanted to bring this perspective to this community because there are some people who hold that viewpoint, but just may not have necessarily been challenged in certain areas. And then the information that I'm able to present may, enlighten, or you could take or reject. So it's not a thing. And by the way, because this is ongoing and because we know that various cuneiform inscriptions are constantly being discovered, I mean, that viewpoint on my part may change because there may be some things to revolutionize that whole thought pattern that I have. So yeah, I'm always welcome for change and to be critiqued, but at the same time also share what I know and the sources that I can validate.
All right, and Chuck, whenever you get a date, text me, let me know, and then I'll let Black Sage.
Yeah, and let me put, like I said, for the record, if I could, I would be on here every day, but because of the business, family, my work, I'm in Hawaii, the time difference, blah, blah, blah. It's not easy doing what I
Right.
do, believe me. It's not like back in the old days. I can't even update
Understood.
my website because I got too much other stuff to do. You know, and plus
Understood.
I'm getting up in the years, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna be chasing after heroin with a cane next.
All right. All right. Let me move on over to King J. King J, what's up, brother?
Peace to the panel. And peace to Chuck. Man, I've been trying to get in tune with you. Man, Chuck, I got
We gotta
a
talk. We gotta talk.
I got a thesis, man, and it's in regard to the Amorite Mesopotamian origin of the Hebrew patriarchs, right?
Your mic is popping, brother King J.
Oh damn. Can you hear me a little bit better now?
Nope. Same.
Hold on real quick. Because it's important. Chuck. So look, I think I found Yahweh in the cuneiform, right? The
King J,
Chaga.
offline, King J, offline.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, but your mic
Okay.
is popping, man.
But Chuck, real quick, what do you think about? So the primary is the Chagar Bazaar. Are you familiar with that primary? That's for Chuck.
He might not be online.
Did he jump off?
Chuck, you're on mute. You're on mute, Chuck.
Would you say that?
Can you hear me, Chuck?
Yeah, the people that came in and supplanted the Sumerians definitely was Asiatics, though. I know that for sure.
All right, Chuck, go ahead. You off mute.
Yeah, yes, they were 1000%.
Okay, but yeah, all right, but Chuck, this is my question to you, real quick, brother. So I found in the Amorite text, right? You know, they're Akkadian language, but they're written in cuneiform, right? I found in the primary the Chagar Bazaar, right? It's the primary. It's Yahweh. It means he exists or he causes to be. The actual primary says Yahweh El, so it means it would say El brings into being or God exists. Are you familiar with that existence, the Yahweh and the Amorite text and in the cuneiform? And are you familiar with Jacob El, Yakub El in the primary of the cuneiform text?
Okay. Because so many different groups were using the cuneiform writing system. I'm not familiar with that one because that's not my area of study. One. Two, have you cross-examined that passage or word in any of the Akkadian lexicons?
Yes. So you know the Hebrew and they all have the same are Northwest Semitic and they have the same linguistic cognates, all of that. It's literally the same. So that's why the Yahweh that I found in the Amorite cuneiform literally translate to the Yahweh in the Hebrew. I'm looking at like is it right now as because when we find it in the Yahweh, when the Amorite in the cuneiform, it means El brings into being. So it doesn't even represent the deity Yahweh. So I'm looking at it as if the Hebrew tetragram Yod He Vav He actually Yahweh isn't a deity at all. It's actually a nameless Namina. You know what I'm saying? Who basically means to, you know, he exists, he calls us to be, he was, he is, he will, you know, he will be. Which is the same thing that we
Unfortunately, that's outside of my area of study.
Is it? Okay. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't deal with that. Now, if you can put it in the chat or get in contact with me, in one of our Discord groups, we have a number of Assyriologists who kind of help us in going through the language and other things. That I'd be happy to put it up because there is a section of teachers that deal with Akkadian grammar.
Yeah, these are the Mari tablets I'm basically talking about. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
But King J, let me say this though. I hear what you said, but you said that in reverse, and I think you know that, right?
No.
That Yahweh or Yahweh as it's pronounced is not the misnomer. El is the misnomer. And we
No.
get that because it comes down through the Akkadian. I could show that to you, and we can have a
Well,
separate discussion.
well, I'm looking at the primary. So, yes, sir. Yahweh, I would say, well, I'm looking at it says Yahweh El.
Yeah,
Hey,
Yahweh
Reggie,
El.
Reggie,
Mhm.
Dr. Reggie, you there? Dr. Reggie.
What time the game coming on? So
It starts at about not 8:30.
Oh.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead. You got the show, brother. Take over, man.
Okay, so I guess when I take over, most people are gonna leave, except for Star Cobb and King J and Yara.
We got Dust
Morgan. Hey, Chuck Morgan, peace to you. How you doing?
How you doing, young man? I like calling Reggie young man because he's the same age.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think you're older than me. How you like that?
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Go ahead.
Hey, brother Reggie. Real quick, I just wanted to ask King J, did he see Yahweh Ki Adu as well?
Yadu, yeah. And it means in regards to the God deity Hadad, right?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's actually Yahweh Adu.
Yeah, it's Yahweh. See, I see. The thing of it is that you guys are referencing it. You're doing it in reverse because when you mention it, and the reason why I'm saying it, King J, is because you'll see L attached to other names, other personal names, right? You'll see a personal name of an individual, and then you'll see the IL as you'll see it on L. So we know that it's being used as a misnomer. And
Well,
then
it's being used as a verb. It's being used as a verb. It's being used as a verb.
Well,
To describe-
at times it depends, King J. It's not always used as a verb.
In
So
this
like
instance,
like what is the Cambridge ancient history. All I know is Mesner. I just
so you tell me in this instance, Yara, it says that it's being used in the third person masculine singular verb. So he exists, he causes to be. The same way that the same way that the tetragram is used. I'm looking at it where it says he was, he is, and he will be. Those are it's all still the same. It's all still the same. So
Yeah, it's all still the
what it's saying to me is that Yahweh is not the name of the deity itself, but just a nameless demeanor. You know what I'm saying? A description.
No, because in the book of Exodus, it gives you the exact same rendition.
But which one comes first? So which one comes first? The 1800.
There's no come first. See, that's the problem. It's just a continuation. There's no come first.
Yeah, it's a cultural memory. That's what I want to establish. That it's a cultural memory.
Yeah. It's a cultural memory. There's no come first. So even just in the biblical text, they actually talk about it, right? When they say Abraham didn't know me by this name, right?
Show your face.
He said they didn't know me by this name, right?
Exactly.
Your father knew me by that name, right? So it goes in there, and then by the time when you get to the part in Exodus chapters 3-6, when Moses is revealed a different name, right? He's revealed a different name or a different aspect. That's the more proper way to say it. A different aspect.
You're talking about Exodus 3:14. But guess what? Even in the Amorite, that same I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, it's the
in
same
the Amorite, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So you agree with me when I'm saying that.
But it's not about what comes first. I'm just saying it's not what comes. You can't say what comes first because
y'all Amorites, brother.
No. Listen, listen. Because the Amorites are different. You have a different group called the Horites or the Hori.
The Hurrians is Haran.
Right? No. Their foundation is in the tribe that is in the cult that we later get to Heru.
Haran. So Haran is named.
That's not Heru.
Hey, listen, brother. It is.
Reggie, do you agree with that?
Listen, I bought this out.
Yara has some points about the Horite group that that definitely need to be explored.
Priest.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
they you see them doing the exact same things that
they brought from Mesopotamia.
No,
Yeah,
you're
right. You agree with
Yara.
me? So they brought their rituals, they brought their customs, they brought all of this from within through the Amorite expansion. Simply just look at the Amorite
yeah, but see,
2300
yeah,
Amorite
but the
expansion.
source that we have for that is questionable because we know uh um we know Breasted wasn't always honest. So he talks about the Elamite tribes and the Falcon tribes, right? Which is where we get all the same iconography and Heru with the Falcon tribes. But we know he said a lot of things that was really not honest when it comes to the people he was dealing with. So you can say that I will agree that the Elamite tribes are Asiatics, right? They're part
Elamite,
Asiatics,
yeah.
but they're Afro-Asiatics, and it's a difference because of who they're dealing with. So the only thing, so like the Sumerian cuneiform, that's not a language that comes down.
Well, it's not Sumerian.
That's not a language.
King J, hold
It's
on.
not, it's not Sumerian cuneiform. It's Akkadian cuneiform.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You get what we see in the Sumerian, right, in the cuneiform, we see eventually comes down through the Akkadian, right? And then from the Akkadian to the Amorites. That's why we have in the Hebrew now, you have hundreds and hundreds of Akkadian loan words in the Hebrew, right? So
They're not. Well, the Amorites are Hebrews as well. So all these are Hebrew groups. So they're not distinct. See, they're all Northwest
they are
Semitic languages.
but
They're all Northwest Semitic languages.
Yeah, but they're still distinct though.
So Yara, can you address
What makes
because
them?
a
What
lot
makes
of what
them?
we have is because a lot of what we have is admixture and trade. So a lot of these things that they picked up, more of the loan words that you see, things that deal with trade, like for temple, you might see big house, the word big house, but they may say temple. It may come down to mean temple in Hebrew or something like that. So it's
Well, I think big
I
house.
mean,
I think big
really,
house
really
is
brief. I mean, can you guys
Sumerian.
give us a brief?
Yes, you're right. You're right, King J. Big house
second.
is Sumerian, correct. You're right.
Yara, can you address the Horite Horus connected? Because I want you to hear this. I asked Chat GPT about it, right? And it came back saying, good question. I asked it, are the Horites and the Horus connected? It said, good question. And the trap here is that the names sound connected, but sound alike in ancient history can fool people badly. I'll check the linguistic and historical evidence, then give you the clean yes or no. Then after it checked it for 11 minutes, it came back and said, no, not in any proven historical or linguistic way. Horite and Horus sound similar, but they come from different worlds. But go ahead.
Well, stop reading Chat GPT, man. That's gonna kill y'all
All
up
right,
here, bro.
all right.
So, but let me because I don't want to take up the time on the panel, but but I can show you right here. Actually, I bought this out in my debate with what's his name, with Edward Dodge, right, on this very channel, right, and I showed the etymology and the history of the Horites and Heru. Like it's just what it is, and the Hori.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can I mean it's really what you can actually see. I want to see if I could yeah.
But Yara, you do know who the Hurrians are, right? In the kingdom of the Hurrians and where that was located at and all about them, right?
Yeah, the Hurrian, yeah, well the Hurrians is different from the Hori.
Okay, so you're making a different argument. You're making a different argument.
Yeah, they're different. So but see the Urians, this is what I get into when I talk about the Hurrians and
But see, Yara, I don't have a problem with your theses, but I just think I'm starting at an earlier ethnogenesis. I think you're starting when after they're in Egypt and they've already spent the 400 years and they've adopted the Egyptian priesthood probably. I'm starting when they in Mesopotamia at like 2300 BC and coming down before they even brought all of that down into the Levant area. So I'm looking at it as, we see the land of the Amaru, which is in Akkadian. We would see in the Sumerian, they would say Martu, right? All of that as Semitic lands. First wave expansion. Then we would have a second expansion of Amorites coming through. And I'm suggesting that would be like the Beni Yamina tribes, And in those tribes, we see even through Hammurabi, I found that he draws his lineage through a particular tribe in the Beni Yamina called the Yaruru, right? The
Yes.
Yaruru, the Yaru. Okay, so you say
Yes.
if he
Yes.
does, if that's true, then and then this is all they are Amorites. They're literally just have come from Mesopotamia, straight from Haran. Um, the deity they're really worshiping is your name, brother.
But they're
It's
two
sin.
different.
It's sin. It's sin. They're
Oh, you.
worshiping sin.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so now we know we know where that comes from. So once you get to sin, now the problem is there's two different groups of Amorites. Do you agree?
Uh-huh. We can name them. I'm familiar with the little different. Even within the Beni Yamina, there's like 5 different clans, and then we have the Beni Samuel, the sons of the left, sons of the
Yes.
right. We have all of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were more um
Capital.
geographical terms, right? They were more geographical terms though, because they were according to the ancient Kemetic people, you had Amorites from the east and you had Amorites from the west, and they identified that. They just called everybody, if and Reggie can correct me, and Elsar too, they just called them Hekakasu, but these were
No. I think they would have just called them retinue.
retinue, but they were foreigners to the east and foreigners to the Amorites to the
Yeah.
east and Amorites
The
to the west.
Hekakatul is a confederation of groups. We
Yes.
don't know all that was in the confederation, so it's not a people.
Yes, that's correct. It's not a people. Yeah.
The title.
So
I would say it's a
yeah.
title to an individual
Yes.
person. If we look at the Beni Hassan mural, we'll see Abisha is titled as Hekakasu.
Yeah, but he's a foreign ruler.
People.
So the Naheshi
That's
groups, they were also part of the confederation, and so was Libyan groups, and
Mhm.
so were
Right.
also Canaanite groups.
Right.
So they're just detailing Abishi as being a foreign ruler,
the leader of this particular group.
Yeah.
right? But not a
Right.
people group. Not a
Right.
people
No,
group.
not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
I agree with that. It's not. They're not a people group.
So
Can you share my screen? I just want to show him a part of my slide. This slide that he's talking about, because you mentioned the Mari tablets,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's important. I think with that goes to the point that you're making, and then
Mm-hmm.
connects to the point that I'm making. If
well,
y'all can see my slide.
what I don't know who's talk Patah.
Especially talking about Hammurabi and Yaruru.
1 second.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can I gotta make a run. I'm gonna try to come back on here later this week. Brother Yara, I definitely
Yes, sir.
would love to speak with you, sir.
I appreciate that.
This would be really good. You know, much respect for you. I've been watching you for years, and I do appreciate the hard work you do as well. So yeah, I
appreciate
look
it.
forward to it. King J, I put my my email in the chat. You can also, Brother Yara, just reach
Okay.
me, and then we can work something out from there.
Okay, I
Okay.
appreciate it.
I gotta get up out of here.
Yes, sir.
Peace, Chuck.
And I appreciate it. Thank you, Reggie, sa.neter, everybody. Appreciate it.
Peace,
Gotta
Chuck.
go.
Peace,
Chuck.
Peace
Thank
to
you.
everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, Yara, when you get a chance, can you give me some information to look up that connection between the Horites and Horus when you get a chance, brother?
Yeah, I'll do it because I have it in this presentation right here. And like I said, I don't want to hog the time, so y'all just stop me. But if y'all can see my slide, it talks about the Mari tablets.
Yeah.
And this is Dr. David E. Graves. Key themes of the Old Testament, a survey of major theological themes. You'll see it, Graves 2013, pages 220 to 21. And he talks about the Mari tablets, right? 1796, 1761 BCE were written primarily in the Akkadian language, a Semitic dialect, as King J said, although a few were bilingual, also written in Hurrian and Sumerian. So we know, just based on what we have, that these different groups of people were dealing with each other and they can communicate effortlessly, right? It's just like if you were having it's just like if you had the Rosetta Stone, right? Where it has the Demotic, the Meta-Neter, and then the Greek, right? And so we know that they were dealing with each other, but someone had to understand these scripts, these languages, right? So we know that they were actually dealing with each other. So the tablets were primarily from the second millennium and contained treaty documents between Ishma-Adad and Zimri-Lim, as well as between Zimri-Lim and Hammurabi first, while the text dealt largely. So this is what I think you're dealing with,
This
King
is
James.
exactly what I'm. This is exactly what
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
So that's why I said so. That's why I'm saying I told you before, I rock with you when it comes to this because ain't too many people really understand this. So I
Exactly
see
what
where
I'm
you
saying.
was, yeah, exactly where it's going. So and you can see it right here. References of Yahweh meaning to manifest itself, like you said, you were absolutely correct. The same meaning as Yahweh in the Mari tablets. So it says Yahweh K Adad, Yahweh is like Adad, right? And that's in this tablet. That's how they name the tablets, right? The RM 7, right? 194 section 2. And then it said Yahweh, right? Or Yahweh Ki El, or Yahweh is like El. And that's written here in
Now
this
you got
tablet.
the primary, and you showing the primary. So yeah, I think this is if they overlook this because, like I say, this is where I'm at with it right now too.
Yeah.
If we find this, we find the Beni Yamina, the worshiping this particular. These are groups within the Beni Yamina tribe. We're
Yes.
worshiping like personal clans, and like that's
Yes.
literally like I don't see how you could not see the correlation and parallels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
I
you see
think
I
it
have that
establishes
source
the
right
code.
here too. That
I think
source
it
you're talking about,
establishes
the
the
band in the Mari in the band in the Mari.
yeah.
Like, yeah, you're
I think
definitely
it
on.
establishes the cultural memory. Not saying that these were the
Yes.
actual biblical Abraham, the biblical no,
Right.
but it establishes the cultural memory that
It
the Bible is talking about. Like
agree.
literally.
Well, I think that y'all should
I agree with that.
properly ask sa.neter for a show. Of course, he's looking for content specifically on new information, and so between what y'all are working on and what uh, our good brother Chuck Morgan is working on, then I think that that would be good. I think that that would be a good show. Just presenting the evidence as something new, right? I think that that's good. But yeah, I'm not going to weigh in on my thinking, but we do know that Yahweh is a son of El, so's Baal, and so's a few others, right? So we do know that carries uh, from a different orientation, and we do know that when the Hebrews were or the people captured, Judah was captured by uh, the Babylonians. We know that they were exposed to a lot of material that they weren't, but this is primary material of the things that they were exposed to. And so I'm not going to weigh in. This is not my study right now, but I do think we could, y'all could summarize and we can move on.
Yeah, that's not a bad argument
Can
though,
I ask
Reggie.
a question, Brother
Honestly,
Reggie? I
that's
wanted
not
to
a bad
ask a
argument.
question to these brothers if I could, because I'm learning. I want to ask a question because this is really good stuff that you guys are showing. And this is on the cuneiform, right?
Correct.
Yeah, the actual primary. Well, for this one is the Mari tablet. He gave. I think what does it say? ARM was that 24, 20? It
Oh
names
yeah,
it.
yeah. Yep. Yeah, Yahweh. Yahweh
Because I
is
think
like.
So,
this,
but
you guys were teaching me some stuff. So are you showing the influence of these deities that came to the Israelite, the Hebrew, that influenced them through Canaan and through all of those different regions? Is that what you're showing right now?
well, at this point, Yahweh isn't the deity. I think it just means to exist. He exists. It's used as a verb. I think the El is the deity at this point. Actually, that I would argue.
Yeah,
Um,
I see it in reverse.
I see.
But
I
I
see El.
don't
I see El
disagree.
as the pronoun,
No, yeah,
as the proper noun. I'm sorry. And
yeah. But that's, you know what? That's a quick fix. Be honest. just understanding the lexicon, and that's why I wanted to talk to Chuck Morgan, right? Because if
I
he's
did as
familiar,
well.
with because I could go into the lexicon, right? Because I use the lexicon I use the lexicon, right? Because of course I don't read it, but I use the lexicon. Um, but for me, how they break it down is that you can get either consonantal words, vowel words, and then a mixture of both. But it's never like a triconsonantal root or anything like that that I
And I
haven't
think
been.
Well, I would say this because I definitely want to move on.
Yeah.
Well, I do think uh, sometimes we do scholarship, and what you're doing is scholarship. I think you should write concept paper, uh, or concept paper or abstract, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And
absolutely.
then we could trace it out
entertaining the
based on
thesis.
sources rather than because what happens is the talk you may agree more, you may disagree more, but once you have an abstract, then we could,
Break it
if
up.
one like me, yeah, we can look for comparisons and other information. So I
Yeah.
think it's a great start. Um, King J is not doing it from having anything to do with a religious point of view.
No.
Yara is looking for connections, looking for connections, not necessarily directly religious, but pertain close to it. Um, so this is writing from those people in the Near East. They are, like Yara said, they are trading amongst themselves, right? They are admixing. They're doing all that stuff. But ultimately, something happens in the Judah group happens. Something happens in Babylon, and for the period that they're there, and then they come out with a more global concept. They know more about the world from that perspective than they did because they're interfacing with scholars in Babylon uh, and then really in Persia, right? Before they are set free. So write a concept paper. I think that's the best way to do it instead of trying to. And this is good primary. So this is Yara's primary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
So write a concept paper on it, and then you could compare notes with King J, and you could come from it from different points of view, and then you could also talk about the Horites. Uh, you know, the Horites they find themselves in Seir,
Yeah.
right? And then you have the Amana tablets, right? Those are all in cuneiform, and they talk about groups of people there in
Habaru.
yeah. So specifically Habaru, Amaru, and so and we might find more about that, and then there'll be more, probably some more information in the corpus that
Definitely.
we didn't correlate. But anyway, I want to end this.
Yeah, no doubt.
I want to end this part, and I don't think I think a lot of people want to see the game because it's the first game.
No doubt.
But I do want to talk about sa.neter did put on a show. Remember what the earlier show was with the concept of me and Jabari, and we didn't get a chance because of the Harwin um, wanting to debate Jabari, and then Chuck Morgan, sa.neter is playing 4D chess, 5D chess, being real hard on the young brother, right? So he brings on Chuck Morgan, and Chuck Morgan shows the paper, right? That certainly the Harwin was going to use against Jabari because Harwin's point was that there was something on the map, and Chuck Morgan showed exactly what that term was. So Jabari was saying that I guess it did not exist. And Harun was going to show it, right? To just show Jabari that it does exist, and that's not going to happen. So, in a flash, Harwin's point with Jabari is over, right? Because it is such a term, such a place, whether or not Dr. York used it, but the researchers of Nubianism, they sought more research to try to find out, did it exist? And it seems that it existed. So Harwin would have had a great day with Jabari, but that's not going to happen. Now, I'm going to have a day with Jabari. And earlier, and I know it's not an interest because of so much in between, but that's just how these shows go. That I was able to talk to Jabari about Nile Valley culture, and there he said some things that were really problematic. And I don't know if any of you watched it earlier and see that there's a change in Jabari's thinking that wasn't there 10 years ago or 9.5 years ago. Did anybody see the changes?
I didn't see the show.
Right. Did anybody see the changes?
No, I came in. I didn't see all of that. I came when everybody was talking, so I didn't see any type of presentation.
Okay. So I might have to put on segments of it unless nobody's interested. If you're interested, we'll put on segments of what Jabari said.
I'm interested.
Okay, so let me.
I mean, you can pull it up. I don't have no problem with you pulling it up.
Pull up the video. So remember, this is 9 years ago, and remember, I'm a little older, so I haven't changed very much. But in this segment, when I find it, Jabari will be talking about. He will be talking about deities, right? And so let me just see if I can pull it up. Give me a second. Go back.
While Brother Reggie doing that, y'all right? Is there any words that I can look up and study that connection that you want to leave me with? Guess he ain't here.
Okay, so let me share my video.
I'm gonna put it in the back chat, Rakufu.
All right,
so I won't interrupt Dr. Reggie.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see, Dr. Reggie. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, and Ben Eaton's on. Ben, what do you got to say? Peace to you.
No, I was just listening, and I was actually about to jump off, but I was just enjoying the show. So.
No, before you jump off, I just wanted to make sure I saw you, and I didn't want to.
Remind me of what's important when I do the opening of the.
No, of course, I appreciate you, Reggie. Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So I think here we're going to be in this segment right here. We're going to be talking about the opening of the mouth or something like that, or one of the rituals, right? So I don't think the rituals do anything for you, but I do think that the Nile Valley Africans participated in the rituals. I disagree with the rituals that they are doing. Let's see if you could hear any of this. Let me know if you can hear it.
Should help you figure out what to do when you fall down.
Yes.
A spiritual tradition should help.
Okay, can y'all hear that?
Yes.
Were you able to hear that? Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess Jabari about spiritual fathers and stuff like that, but let's listen to it, and I'm gonna break and look for other parts.
But he does deal with time. Our systems are scientific.
By the way, Edmund Smith could not translate it, but he translated a little bit of it, and they later noticed that there were prayers there. And so they said, this is fetish. And they didn't go in. Doing is the right thing to do.
Let me ask you.
How do you figure out?
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Do they do chanting in ancient Kemet? Were they chanting? And if so, can you prove that?
That's actually a very easy thing to prove. And Reggie knows this. Listen, I'm going to tell you something about Reggie and I. We have been debating for the better part of 15 years. And Anika would stand there, my queen, would stand there and look at us. And she would see that on the stuff we agree upon, we say, yeah. And we would just talk about stuff we disagreed on. Because to some degree, we enjoy debating each other, right? Some of this is politer than it usually is, family, because people are looking at us. When the two of us are just together, we used to go at it.
One time he disagreed with me so much, he came.
So this is 10 years ago. So I'm trying to get to the point of it.
What Reggie has bristled against in the past. Because there's some people who say this is what we do, and it's not based on anything. That's not who I am. Now, I think that there are 3 guides to knowing whether there's something you should do in practice or not in the Kemetic tradition. One, is it something that we can tell our ancestors felt was important and did in terms of their spiritual uplift? 2, is it inspired and consistent with what they did? In other words, one of the things that my teacher, my spiritual father, Baba Heru Ankara Samaj Se Patah, brought into existence was a ritual called the opening of the way. The opening of the way, according to the way it's described, is not something you will see on the walls, but you'll see all of the principles. So that what happens is when you see the opening of the way, you recognize that it is simply a retelling of something that is completely and entirely defined by ancient principles. He didn't just make it up. He didn't just make up some words. He didn't just say this is why we do it and this is why we do it. And the third thing that you have to do is, the other thing we have to do is, we have to say, does this practice assist us with something that is truly a problem in our society right now? So those are the 3 things I would say we need to do in order to move forward.
I don't believe in the mythology. I don't believe in any of the mythology of Nile Valley culture. None of the mythology. I believe they're all teaching stories to talk about science. Every single one of them. But none of them, for example, if we go and we talk about Ma'at, if we go and talk about Aset, we talk about Osir, we talk about Nebhed, we talk about Nut. All of these things are actually talking about the universe, particles, gravity, strong forces, weak forces, dark matter, dark energy, evolution, the creation of stars, the creation of time, and evolution and how we fit in it. And these are all teaching stories. The myths become teaching stories so that this information spreads because it's very, very, very technical. I believe, for example, in the Paradigm Heru, I believe that is a story of energy conservation. It is not a story of simply just the afterlife, but it's a symbol of what happens. It's a system of what happens to particles, what happens to atoms, how is energy moved, the weighing, the differences of these quantum particles, looking for the purest of the quantum particle. What were you sent here for? And do you become a star? Is the energy that you created in yourself, your system, does that become something else? Or does that become recycled by Amit? I believe in none of those stories. And I believe that you don't have to believe in those stories to be an African, to be a Nile Valley African, to be my Keru, to be true voice. I believe that what happens is that people come in and people usurp these scientific principles for themselves. And so that's why in this, we're going to get to a part where we can unpack science or religion. And I think that they can be together to a certain extent, but then religion fails the African, and that the science is the thing that catapults us. I'm not dealing with Captain Tazariak and Hebrews, and they have come a long way. And I respect them. And sa.neter likes to have this ongoing dialogue because people are Christian and people are Hebrew, and he's using it as a teacher story.
Okay, so what I am going to do is we were talking about ritual and stuff like that. And my beliefs are my beliefs. God damn. Say what?
Let me in. That's what he's saying.
What?
Well, who are you talking to?
Man, let me in.
Who is this?
That's what he's saying.
Wow.
Hey man, that's probably somebody trolling right now. You probably need to take them out, get them off. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Um, uh, so, what the Africans believed is what they believed, right? And what I believe is inconsequential to what the Africans believed. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to try to reinvent what the Africans did. I'm going to appreciate it. So there's this ceremony called the opening of the way, and I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to find it.
Can I ask a question to you, Brother Reggie?
Yeah, while I'm looking for it, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I understand that there are a lot of African traditions that we can look to, that we could look to practice if we wanted to. And it's not. I don't agree with the word religion as Westerners would use it, but more in spirituality, as our ancestors have clearly used it historically. But do you think there's a problem with Black Americans who've been segregated from a lot of who they are to look towards places that they want to try to reassimilate? Of course, there's going to be trial and error, but you have all these European religions that have done the same, in my opinion, copied and pasted, reassimilated, don't have real primary sources they can actually really look to as valid. And but they create their religions out of that, and they're accepted and studied amongst our people. Why not have one from an African tradition, even though it may have its imperfections?
My problem is that first, please try to understand what the African did first, and then don't take shortcuts because that's something that you want to do, and then parlay it as if the Africans actually believe that, right? That's the that's the difference. So I don't have a problem. There are Africans joining traditional uh, spirituality or religion, right? I don't have a problem with that, but they're being learned by they're learning by Babalaos and or people from the Dogon directly. My problem is we take shortcuts, right? So I'm going to give you an example of this, and I'm sorry that the video didn't get to it, but I'm going to get to it without playing the whole video again. So I'm going to get the open. I think it's called the opening of the way. Now, the opening of the way in Nile Valley culture is this nature called wet, and he will later become Inpu, right? And in this and so it's a wet is a wolf. Later he will become a jackal. So I had an argument with someone else on the chat about that, but I will clarify that. So now this ceremony that's here, right, is one of their ceremonies of the shrine. And I'm sorry that I'm showing Sister Anika, but at this time, because I really respect her, but at this particular time, let me just see where it is. Stop and share the screen. Okay. And it's so I apologize because I would have done this while the show was going, while we were talking about it, but that wasn't the case. Okay, so here's their ritual, right? Opening up the way. Did y'all hear? Can you hear it? Did y'all hear that?
No, it's
No,
not
I
being
couldn't hear
heard,
that.
Rick. It's not no sound yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna reshare it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Stop sharing it. Stop sharing. Reshare it. So, okay. Here, Kemet again. Okay. great. And it says share. Also share tab. Okay, share. Okay, great. You should be able to hear it now.
Yep.
Yes.
Anetrak in bed het. Nuke in bed het.
Anetrak hapi.
Nuke hapi. Twau inter. Anetrak serket. Nuke serket.
Anetrak kebsenuf.
Nuke kebsenuf. Twau inter. Anetrak ast. Nuke ast.
Anetrak amset.
Nuke amset. Twau inter. Anetrak neat. Nuke neat.
Anetrak dwamutef.
Nuke dwamutef. Twau inter. Anetrak newt. Nuke newt.
Anetrak geb.
Nuke geb. Twau inter.
Anetrak shoe.
Nuke shoe. 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 Anetrak tefnut. Nuke tefnut. 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 Nuke tefnut. Anetrak pau interu. Nuke pau interu. Anetrak unbu interu. Nuke unbu interu. Twau enter. Twau enter.
Okay, so let me just.
So we just did the opening of.
Okay, so that's the opening of the way. So, any comments about it?
Beautiful. Love it. Encore. Play it again. No, I just love it though.
My
Man,
opinion of it is.
Ooh, I feel
Go ahead. Go ahead. Backstage. Go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna say, man, that's terrible, man. Like, what the hell, bro?
Oh,
like,
man.
no, seriously. The point, and what I'm saying
Let him
is
speak.
that you can't tell me that that's not an attribution or an affiliation to a deity, because he shows several deities. So what are you doing? Either you accept them as real entity. He doesn't like to use the word real, right? And it's just semantics. But either you accept them as literal entities that you expect to receive something from. Otherwise, why would you be hailing or having this prayer for them? That it just doesn't make sense.
I get you.
But why is it? Why do you think it's? Why do you think it's terrible?
Well, I think it's terrible in the fact that we have this
In the
argument
fact of the
all the time.
argument, in the context of the arguments,
Yeah, the
or in
arguments.
the context of
whatever ritual practice he wants to do, that's perfectly fine. That people, that's their choice, right? Whatever deities or gods they want to pray to, but just don't say that it's just energy. You're doing all of this because it's energy. It's not. This is not just energy.
So
Right.
Reggie, I'm struggling. I need some help here. And I haven't asked this question to neither you nor Jabari, but I need some help. When I see Geb as a man figure, in my mind, in my studies, I may have this wrong. So please tell me yes or no, I'm wrong or right. And then if you can show me. I don't see Geb as a real man. I see that as a symbolic image because Geb represents Earth, and Earth is an entire ball planet. But in man form, I guess that's just for recognition so people can remember. But help me, Reggie.
Well, I think that without me giving away issues of my debate,
Damn.
because no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just telling you that that will come up.
Okay.
And I will say that I will dress it. I will dress it scholarly without any. How can I say any BS.
Okay.
Okay,
I kind of wait to debate.
I think that there's a lot of confusion, and I think that the Kemetics, I think that they are symbolic. That's what I think, that they are symbolic. But behind the symbolism is information and understanding what the people actually practice. So here I'm going to show. I don't know.
Can I make a quick comment real quick, because I didn't get a chance to chime in on the opening of the way?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What I think that what we've seen right there was just Black people trying to find a way to give their type of praise from their ancestral traditions. And I think it's disingenuous to try to call something that, as a religious person, you, Brother Black Sage, would say that was terrible when you pray and you do it in a ritualistic way. You do it in a way that you think is proper and well studied, and however you quantify your reasoning to do your prayers. I think we should give the same respect for Black people who want to do it from an African point of view. And even
but
if
was he asking about it in a different context? Because
right.
we're not critiquing Jabari and Anika.
He did respect. He did add at the end that he didn't have a problem.
He's a Hebrew, for goodness sake.
Yeah, but he did say that. He did say that, Asar. He did say he wasn't dissing them two people and what they felt and they vibe the movement. But he was saying the belief was different. He's saying Jabari's proclaiming one thing, but he's not. Hold on. Go ahead, Yara. What you saying?
Yeah, I mean, y'all heard exactly what I said.
Hold on. You didn't let me finish. You guys stepped in, and I didn't even finish. I was almost closing. Because I was going to say in the beginning, I believe he misrepresented Jabari's stance. Right?
Okay.
He says it's just Jabari doesn't think it's just about energies. He has a wide more view of what the Neteru are, and to just try to box him into energies, forces, or principles, I think it's disingenuous. And I've watched him.
That comes from him. He says that.
Well, he didn't just box himself into that either. Many a times he said, that's why he was haggling with the title with
I think it's a lot more complex
with Reggie, because he didn't want to put he didn't want to box himself.
But he said
it. Wait, stop 1 second. Stop.
He never used the word just.
Asar, can you hear me? 7 Asar, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, great.
Ahead.
Okay. In this debate, it's been narrowed down to are the netters literal, right? What it does do is hide the impact of his full statement. His full statement is what I wanted to debate, right? His full statement, right? That the netters are real, but they're not literal. They're not actual. And they describe how forces work in the universe. So it got narrowed down to the netters are literal. What Yara is pretty much saying is Yara is in opposition. He listens exactly to what Jabari says, not what Jabari implies. So what he is trying to say is that he's sensing that Jabari is saying that those are energies and forces and not the Neteru. And all points are valid, right? Your point is valid, but Yara's point is valid. The question is, did he or did he not say that the netters are real, not literal, right? But not actual.
I agree with him. He did.
Yeah. Okay, that's all. That's all. So my whole point of it is asking Yara. Yara has his own point of view as to what it is. I have what I'm going to my point of view, right? So my point of view is I'm going to show you this. I'm going to see if I can blow it up.
The coffin text.
I can't take the sound. Okay, yes, this is a coffin text, right? Now, this coffin text, sorry, I got to get rid of the sound. So this coffin text is the blueprint to their opening of the way, right? It's in the Metropolitan Museum. Another type of version of this is in the Tutankhamun's presentation. But the first time that we see it appears, what they're trying to say is on this coffin. So this is a funerary coffin, not an opening of the way necessarily to spirituality, but actually a funerary. So let's just look at it for a second. This is my okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So let's play this. Okay. So this is the coffin, and this is what it says. So what they did is they took points from this coffin, right? And they made something called opening of the way, which is like a libation, a beginning libation, right? Now, on this coffin, the question is, or these things forces and energy, or are they literal? So I'm going to because I'm not going to have time. So on the debate, but okay. So what we have is the coffin, right? This is the coffin, and I'm going to read the side with a set. Now imagine, remember they said a nuke a set. Anuk, Nezarek said, they said Anuk, Neped.
Anuk means I am, right, Reggie?
Yeah, I am, right?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. They said Anuk Geb, Anuk Shu,
Yes.
Anuk Tefnut, right? Anuk Circuit, right? They said all of that. So when we read the text, and I think King J, I'm going to read it in English. I'm going to read it in English, but we can get through the meta-nature, right? What the coffin actually says when it starts talking about a set, it doesn't say a nuke, which is I am,
right,
or in Nezarek.
Right.
It says Imaki, right? Kerr, right? Wait, oh, okay. It says over here, the Imaki, Aset, the honored Aset, right? Who is Ma'keru, justified. That's what it says right here, right? And let's see if I can blow it up. So King J, I'm sorry, this is not.
Yeah, I
doing
can
well.
read it. I can see it.
All right. So it clearly says, now this is a coffin. This is not an opening of the way. It should only be used in any context in a funeral, not in opening up a ceremony. Otherwise, you have to tell the people that this is a funerary. Okay, funerary, which they don't do. So now it says the one honored by a set, which is Imaki, right? Imaki, a set, honored by a set who is justified. Then on the other side, it said, I don't know if you can see it. It says the one honored by the Puat Neteru, the Puat Neteru. This is the Puat Neteru, right? And then his name, Kunun Nat, right? And then it says over here, the one honored, which is Imaki, right? And then it says, it deals with Neat, right? It says Neat, and then his name, Kumatet, and Kumatet is Makaro. On the foot, right? Remember they said Anuk, Neped. In Nezarek, it doesn't say that. It says, okay, over here it says, again, the Imaki, the honored Neped, right? Who is Makeru. And then it says, let me see, and then it's recitations, Jed recitations. You see it right here. Let me just blow this up a little bit. Then in the beginning it says recitations, right? by Nebhed. Anybody can see this, right? And then it says this word, come that I may give you life. You see the Ankh there, right? And then it gives his name. Now, the problem with this is when it says recitations by Nebhed, the text says recitations Jed Medu. You see it right here, Jed Medu, that Nephthys is speaking. I have come that I might enliven you to the person Kunun Nak that's justified, right? What they did was say something like a nuke, Nephed, Nezarek, Anet. So they are saying, what they're saying is, because they're dealing with the internal forces and energies of the human being, they're saying, I am Nephed. That's Anuk, Nephed. And then they're saying, a Nezarek, I see your face, right? Nephed, right? So in one sense, they're saying that they are, the reciter is Nephed, and the text is actually saying Nephed as the neter or the deity or the goddess, her words that she may come and enliven you, right? She's the possessor of honor like Ray, right? So that is what this particular text is saying, right? And then on this side it says the one honored in Nezarek, Serket, which is the scorpion, right? And Kanuna. So now the question is, in this text, are they talking about forces or are they talking about a living deity? My question to you.
My question to you would be, have you spoken to them about how they came about of their opening way, what those prayers mean?
Yes. The answer is yes. The answer is.
And what was the explanation? How did they come about all about this? They came about it from this text that you're showing us?
Baba Haru Samaj Sepata, right? He invented it, right? And I spoke to practitioners. I spoke to Infadishi Jehudimas, right? And he said that Baba Haru, not Baba Haru, but I think it was someone else, along with Baba Haru, they created the ceremony, right? Now, what they say, they go to the east, the north, the south, the east, and the west. And so these are the same areas within a coffin. Coffin is going to do north, south, east, and west. So yes, I have spoken to them, and I have spoken to Infadishi. So it's an innovation.
So my question to you would be this: don't you think it would be fair, because no one here actually knows how they created that, or the in-depth scholarship that they use to do so, and you're here critiquing it, but there's no one here that can really give their interpretation of why they did what they did. We have to trust your work, Brother Reggie, right?
No, you have to trust. It's not trusting Brother Reggie. I don't want you to trust me. What I am telling
you get your interpretation, and I don't know if what you're saying to me
right,
is
but
correct.
you don't know. So wait.
Exactly.
So wait. So
anybody else on the panel know?
Right. So I just showed you the ceremony that they did. So are you saying that there is a primary to what they're doing? Because what I'm showing you is the primary that exists.
What you're showing me doesn't match. What you're showing me doesn't match what they're saying. So I don't see how you're not showing me how you're definitely showing me they're doing something different, but you didn't show me why they chose to use those particular prayers.
Okay, so let's just deal with the coffin, right? Let's just deal with the coffin. Let's just deal with my.
I won't interrupt anymore. I'll let you teach.
I'm talking to you, but the open justification purification of something, that would be a problem. The coffin.
Somebody got
You want a
echo.
Popeye?
You hear that echo?
I put 2 of them in there.
That's suntan. Brother suntan. Can you mute
Yep.
out?
Oh, my bad.
So the question is, what I am showing you is I'm showing you the primary. I'm reading to you what the primary says.
Yeah, somebody mute out. We can barely hear it, Brother Red. Is that Pita Asar?
No, everybody else is muted except for.
Okay, now it sounds good.
All right. So what I'm showing you is, they are doing innovation. They have a right to do innovation, but I have a right to look for the primaries. So I look for the primaries of it, and I'm showing you what the primary says, and I'm reading to you what the primary says. And what I'm asking the panel is, generally, does this look like something that is literal or not literal?
I would say literal, hands down. When it says they call on those deities, they're not calling. Now here's the thing with that: they're calling on the deity in its original state. Whether it was an energy or actual living deity is up for question here. That's what the debate is about. But I think they're literally calling on that particular source, though.
Is a set a set? Yes. So you see a set. So you see a set, and she got a set got a funny headdress on, right?
Ain't that the throne?
Yeah. Well, it's in this particular case, it's actually a little bit more.
Yeah.
So there's kind of like how can I say, kind of like a staff, and she has some special things on her staff, on her head. Now, we've seen her with the glyph that says a set, the seat, right? But in this particular case, it's like something that you might see in the normal stela, even though it's not. It's kind of like a praise. Here's a thing where they actually like light it, a censer. They praise it, and then
Her hands are up too, like that. So, Reggie, does that represent the Ka?
Maybe.
Yeah. Like that. Okay.
It could present the most likely the her ka, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes a symbol like that is hey, right? But so this is symbolism. But what we care about is not the symbolism per se, because they will say, well, we don't believe that she walked around with this thing on her head, and we think that this is a force and an energy, right? But I don't care about that. What I care about is this stuff up here. What I care about is how it's written. So here she is, a set is justified. So she's Makeru. She saved herself. Oh no, the deceased person is honored by a set, and I guess they're talking about him. And then it goes over here to this side over here, which says the one honored by the great Iniad. So here it goes right here. So this is Puat Necharu. Great. You see the ah? Puat Necharu ah, right? And this person's honored. So one of the questions is that are these literal statements, or are they not literal statements, right? Or are they metaphors? Now, the symbol is a symbol, so I don't think that there's any problem with that. But the question is, when she says when she went over here, for example, Nephet, she speaks. She says, Jed Medu, recitations by Nephet, right? And that she comes and she brings she enlivens, she brings life, right? And she enlivens the person. So my issue is it's just general how do we understand whether this is a metaphoric statement or a literal statement? So let me go on to another section.
Mm-hmm. So real quick, Reggie, because mine just initially. So if this is happening in the Duat, then to me, it just would suggest that it's not literal; it's metaphorical. My question, I just have a question. My question to you would be, in the actual weighing of the heart in the ceremony, right? If we just look at Anubis, right? Is Anubis in the weighing in the ceremony? Is he actually literally a jackal-headed man holding a scale, a physical scale, or is he representing balance and judgment?
Okay.
Okay, so
question.
what you're describing is the vignette, right? That is what you're describing, the picture,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
So symbolically, any picture is symbolic, right? Who's this?
Yes.
Any picture is symbolic, right?
Right. Right.
So I don't have a problem
Symbols are metaphoric, right?
with pictures being symbolic, but the pictures are different than the statements. So over here, okay, so we have input somewhere over here. I don't know if y'all can see it over here. I think he's over here. It says royal offering of Anubis, input, the one on his mountain, the one the one in the wrapping, Lord of the sacred land, giving a good burial to the western desert in your beautiful tomb of necropolis, the Netriket. For the Ka of the honored Kanumanet, justified possessor of honor, the one honored by happy Kanunat and justified. And then somewhere over here says recitations by happy. I think it's over here. Recitations Jed Medu happy, right? I will left for you your
What
head.
up, Pa?
Canoon, your head, Canoon.
What up, though?
Okay, so that's my brother again.
I didn't see it, Juan.
That's my brother, Elder
You got to mute out, Elder Suntan.
Okay, so now I want to go back to King Jay's comment, which is really interesting. He says because it was in the duat, because this is in the duat, then it's not a literal statement. The information here doesn't tell us where. So what King Jay did, and I can understand it, was he projected to some other knowledge he has about Kemet. But the direct words that was written, right? Whether I believe it, you believe it, the Commissions believe it, the Hebrews don't believe it, and the Muslims don't believe it. The question is, well, the debate won't deal with whether or not the African believed it. That's not the debate. So I'm not going to deal with that at all. I'm not going to deal with whether the Africans believed it or not, but I heard that come up. So, but I will ask you, did the Africans believe it? Yes or no?
Who are you talking to, me? Or
I'm talking
King
to all
James?
of you. I'm talking to all of you.
Yeah, I think some of them did. Yeah, I think some of them did. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, King Jay?
I believe the Egyptians definitely believed it.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
Soren Ka.
He's not here. He's not here at Reggie. Oh, he is here. There you go.
Yeah. Did the ancient people?
Sure.
Yes, huh? Go ahead.
Yeah, and then concerning the opening of the way ceremony, so the movements you'll find them. Well, the original ceremony is when someone passes away and you open their mouth. So you touch their mouth with the aji, and then the movements that you see them do are similar to what you would do around the body. You would circumvent around the body 4 times, which is why they're saying those things 4 times. And they're basically invoking the different Neteru. I seek your face, Shu. I seek your face, Asar. I seek your face, Astek. So it's based off of a primary, yes. Do you do that if no one passed away? Generally not, but that's something Baba Haru added into the mix because it's a nice ritual, and he wanted to get everybody familiar with it. But the question I believe that's being asked is that particular ritual authentic? No, the authenticity would be when someone passes away for you to do that ritual. But because of its unifying factor and the fact that he's doing a recreation, I don't knock it. This is a wonderful ceremony. Yara's going to be mad at something like that because remember, they only believe in serving one God, even though they got 3 gods in their book that bear record in heaven. So for him, he's going to see it as disgusting. Where for us, we see it as a tradition, a regular African tradition that you would see in Ifa, and you deal with Obatala and what have you, that you would see in Akan, and you deal with different deities there. You would see it in the Maasai culture, etc., etc. So yeah.
That's the clarity I was looking for. I think we lost a brother. Are you still there, Brother Asar?
Yes, sir. I can
Okay,
barely hear
I
you
don't know
on
what
the
happened to
truck,
me.
so bring that.
So I don't care.
Okay, we can hear you now.
I don't care. Yara, listen. I'm just giving, if he's still here, and the rest of Hebrews and stuff and Christians, I'm giving them some information on Nile Valley culture. I'm also giving some information on Nile Valley culture to people interested in the subject, and I'm just simply asking questions as to, well, showed you an innovation and Asar and Ka. He's, how can I say, he's inquired about it, and so he knows what I know, that it's based on a coffin, right? It's based on the coffin text. It's not, and here's the coffin text, and this is what the coffin text says. And what they did was they took some of the writing and they made innovations. Now, when they do the ceremony,
You didn't say that at the beginning, though, brother.
I did.
You didn't say that. No,
What
you
didn't I
presented the
say?
opening of the way, and then you hold on. You presented the opening of their opening of the way, and then you started reading from the coffin text. That's what you
Right.
did. And
Well,
then when I
that's what I'm
asked for
talking
some
about.
clarity about it, that's why I asked my question, because I didn't know why they, or what was the I didn't know how they laid it. How Asar M. Ka explained exactly what Baba Heru did. You didn't do that. You
I
just
said
showed
it's
the
an
opening of the way.
innovation.
But
I
you
said
didn't.
it's
You
an
didn't.
innovation.
You said you
I
know
said
everything that Asar M. Ka said. You didn't tell us that Baba Heru chose that prayer because it was beautiful. You didn't explain all the things that
I
he
didn't say it
explained. You didn't
was.
say
I
that.
didn't say it was beautiful. I just said that he took
No,
it.
because he felt it was beautiful. Because these are people who are taking different parts of
Asar,
a
seven
Kemetic
Asar.
tradition
You're
and
not
trying to make it
saying
their own.
seven Asar. Let's
That's
just get
all
to
I'm
the
saying,
point.
brothers. Not to be
Seven
disingenuous. That's all I'm
Asar.
saying.
Seven Asar.
Brother
My
Reggie.
point is, I'm showing you the primaries. I'm showing you what the primary's saying, and I'm saying that their ceremony came from this coffin. You had asked me earlier, how do I know? Is because I spoke to some practitioners and I spoke to Infodici. So I don't know why we are going back and forth.
No, I asked you what did they do. You didn't explain. You didn't give me the information that Asar M. Ka gave me. I'm just being 100.
Okay, wait,
You didn't.
family.
Everybody in the chat, did he give us the same information that Asar M. Ka on Baba Heru? Why they chose those particular prayers? What was the difference? The reasoning for why it didn't match? He did all of those things.
Ask the chat. Did Brother Reggie say that it was an innovation from Baba Heru and it was based on a coffin text? Did I say that? Yes or no?
That's not what I asked, though.
I'm not going to say
have
it the
clarity.
same way as Asar and Ka. I'm gonna say
No,
that.
but I'm just saying, when I asked you for some clarity on it, you didn't give me how Baba Heru and them
What
put
did
it
I
together. You
miss?
just said they used
What
innovation.
did I
You just
miss?
said they innovated. You just said they innovated. He actually gave us a little bit more of how
But I
the
did
innovation
say.
was about, their reasoning.
I did
He gave their
say.
reasoning for why they did what they did. That's really why I was asking.
Okay, can we move on? I think if you go
Okay.
back to the text, you will, and if you go back to the video, I will question Jabari about it. But the question is that we're sure that the ancient Africans believed uh, they believed in these netchers, right? They wrote this. The netchers have many meanings, some hidden and some real, right? But the original Africans, it was a funerary text. It was a coffin. I know I did say that, right? So but the question of the debate will be, are these statements literal? King J said something very interesting. He said, well, we know it's not literal because it was in the duat. There's nothing on here that specifically said that this is in the duat. This coffin is in the duat. It does not say that. That is some of the things that we project with the information that we have, right? So then we project symbolism, right, on something that the text doesn't say it, but what the text says is what it says. So I'm gonna go to another point, right? I'm gonna how can I say, I'm gonna be fought all the way the while because I know it's not your belief of seven Asar, but I see that you are tackling it. And I have my brother Patashika Asar come on. He's here somewhere, and he's a practitioner. So interesting. So seven Asar. You have a Patashika Asar on. We are at ends, right? But so you have somebody else to talk to. So why don't you ask Patasika Sor, who is a practitioner, and you're not a practitioner. Why don't you ask him some of your thoughts while he's on?
Sure. Sure. Peace to the elder. Peace to you, elder.
Tua, panatapo pamaran kwa sa jero kujas. Unafikia panabua rumati. Continue.
I would assume that you don't have any problem with African Americans asserting themselves on trying to connect themselves to the African spirituality and trying to do the work to get that spirituality, or try to be as close to their ancestors as possible. I would assume you would agree with that premise, correct?
No, I ain't agreeing to that premise. But I look like a fool. I look foolish to you, brother. Now listen, if you're following a scholastic timeline, you're gonna end up inside of a box. They got you set up for a box. Okay. Oh, I'm getting the
They got me
backline.
set.
I'm not live. I'm not live.
Oh, yes,
you are.
Anyways,
You might have
I'm live. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, so Reggie just showed you the coffin text. He showed you the funerary text. Now, how is it literal? How is it? The conversation is it literal or is it not literal? Okay. So now,
Is it literal? You answer me. Is it literal or not literal?
I'm getting ready to tell you, brother. Just take a deep breath and bow back and retreat for 2 seconds, brother. I am an elder. I'm just coming in here for a quick second. Okay. All you got to do is embrace the enlightenment that I'm going to bring you. I'm going to open up some doors for you. I'm going to show you in the Medunetta, even though it's not on the screen now. I already know what he just put up there. Now, if you look at all the columns in the Medunetta, the first top of the register, it has the same Medunetta. It has the stick. It has the cobra. It has the leaf in the middle and the water sign. Now, it all depends upon who's your teacher. Whose corruption are you following? Are you following Gardner? Are you following Champollion? Are you following E.A. Wallace Budge? Are you following Birches, Brensted? Either one you're following, you're corrupted because you're following Platonism. You're following the Hellenistic paradigm doctrines. Now, the snake, the first letter you see is the snake. What does the snake mean? The snake represents immortality. That's the symbol that's on every temple, on every shrine, all over Kemet, all over the world. Uncle Wat, Uncle Tan, Tia Tia Khan, Tuma Puma Punku, Sakseo Amain. It's the snake. That is the symbol of all melanated people when we embrace this planet. It's a global rule. This 5,000-year-old story you're conversing about, it just came up 5,000 years ago. You're stuck in a box of a Gregorian chronological timeline. You have to get off that timeline. You got to learn how to tell true time. So now the ancestors worship the snake, and because the snake has the able to shed its skin and come out of a new body. The snake is able to reborn itself like a caterpillar. It's called the resurrection. So it represents immortality. Then you got the stick next to it. That's Medu. Stick means word. So that's word. And then the top piece is immortality. The middle piece, you got the fig leaf. The fig leaf is the first letter in alphabetical, which means A. And alphabetically it's A. But how does it mean phonetically? So why is A the first? Why is the leaf the first word in our language? Because the first breath that you make as a fetus, when you come out your mother's womb and the doctor smacks you on your ass, you say, ah. So there's 3 A's. The bent arm is another A. You got a loud A, a silent A, and you got a soft A. So there's 3 A's. Okay? So now you got to embrace the symbolism. So now we're ready to literal. How it's literal, I'm going to bring it to you. But first I got to get you through the door so that you can embrace the cosmic frequency. Now you got underneath it, you got the water side. Reggie, put up is the coffin text still up there because I don't see it.
Yeah,
If they can look at,
I'm gonna bring it back up. Give me a second to
so when you look at all 4, each column you'll see it's it's replicated on each column. The first 4 characters says the same thing. So what is it saying? So if you came from E.A. Wallace Budge, or if you came from Champollion, or if you came from Gardner's sign list, which most scholars come from, okay, or Birches, or Brensted, or Petrie, they're all Europeans. They don't mean you no good. They're not going to tell you that. Why is that the initial pronunciation or verbal utterance? It's because that is the quintessential essence to your spirituality that brings you to know why it's literal. So now you have the cobra immortality, you got the stick as words, you got the leaf in the middle means A, which is I, so we'll say that's breath. And then the water sign is energy. That represents vibration, vibratory frequency. So now you got to put them all together. A lot of people mix it up. So what they did was, what Reggie saying to you is that these priests, they reconstructed it into their own fashion to make it so they think that you could digest it. They don't think that you could digest the pure essence of what the Medulla is saying, because they don't think that you could count. They don't think you can count to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You don't know science. That you don't like Unc West came on to compute with me about the cosmic egg. He don't even know about the cosmic egg. He don't know. Unc is a scientist. I'm science, mathematics, spirituality, astrology, astronomy. We got the Medulla for the words, and this gives you absolute accountability and style validation. So let's get back to the coffin text. I'm not trying to run down. I'm not trying to control this conversation here. I just want you to see right there. Look at the top register. You see the stick on the right. You see the snake at the top. You see the leaf in the middle, the fig leaf, and then you see the water side. It reproduces itself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why does it keep reproducing itself? Because that's the vibratory frequency. So the snake is immortality. So the way you would translate it with the stick is the word. In the middle, you see the leaf, which is the breath. So you got the word, the breath, and then underneath it, you got the water side, which is the vibratorial frequency, which is energy, and you put it all together are the doctrines of immortality, which is what the snake represents, immortality. These are the doctrines of your cultural spirituality. What everybody tells you, it's all types of of hypotheses that you're making up in scholarship. I wouldn't take a scholar to the store with me. I wouldn't take Plato to the store with me. What am I even talking about scholarship? I'm from the Naga ship. I'm from our story. I'm not a historian. I don't talk about no history. In history, you're a slave. In history, your slave master got his foot on your neck. That's why I've been here 20 years ago. But I'm here now. I'm here now. And I'm going to read it to you straightforward. I ain't trying to smash nobody. I'm not trying to be endemic. I'm not trying to bring black on black crime. I'm just trying to show you your divine birthright. Okay? This is your divine birthright. So the ancestors are telling you this in the coffin text. So here we go. The word, the breath, and the energy of immortality. Now, underneath that, what are they talking about underneath that? How does the text continue? It tells you about Aset. It's telling you about Nu. It's telling you about Ampu. On each register, it's telling you about another Netya. Why are they relating to each of these Netya? Because now they're talking about the ancestor. On the first part of the register, Reggie shows you on the top register of the coffin text, it says, the honorable ancestor. The living people are honoring the deceased who transitioned. He's the ancestor. He's honored. They're honoring the ancestor. It doesn't say no Nezarach. It doesn't say Anuk Ptah. Even if you say Anuk Ptah, even if you say Anuk this, Anuk that, you got to put it in a methodological order that applies to the order of existence. So you got to go primordial. You got to go into the essence of the primordial field forces, which Reggie explained today in that long damn video he did with Jabari 10 years ago. He explained it. Reggie explained it all. Jabari couldn't even catch it because his teacher never taught him that. I still Samaj. I spoke with Samaj many a times. We was breaking down the methodological style time in the calendar. So we was breaking down each and every sign, which they call the zodiac. We don't call it the zodiac because zodiac in Latin means zoo. We call it the phenomenon of precession because the 26,000 year cycle moves counterclockwise. The clock moves clockwise. So what happened was the Greeks called Cancer. The Cancer is really Kepra. How can they turned the beetle into a crab? They turned Shu and Tefnu, the twins, into Gemini. They turned Taurus, which was found on the Shabaka stone. I'm trying to show you how you can relate to this and why it got reconstructed, and nobody can figure it out because each and every time the age shifts, every 2,160 years, the sun and the star is in a different cosmic alignment. So that's why they called so the Greeks called Taurus, they called Ptah or the Apismu, they called it Taurus. But we know in the temple of Menefa, where the Shabaka stone was found as the Shabaka papyrus, and the papyrus paper was found by Shabaka in 1000 BCE by the Nubian kings. When he found it and seen the Shabaka papyrus, he said, "Oh shoot, that's the grand unification theorem." Okay, so he said, "Put it in stone." That's why they call it the Shabaka stone. But it was long before Shabaka even found it. So on the Shabaka stone, Ptah is the supreme being. But how can the Ptah be the supreme being? He wasn't the supreme being. It's a star date. How do we know it's a star date? Because the age before that is Amen, right? Amen Ra ruled. And in the temple of Luxor, they got an avenue of sphinxes with ram heads that's orientated to the spring equinox. Just like the temple of Menefa, where they found the Shabaka stone, his wall is orientated to the spring equinox of the constellation of Ptah, which they call Taurus. That's why Ptah's name is on the Shabaka stone, as he's the creator. Ptah is not the creator. It's a star date. Your ancestors are communicating to you as above, so below. As within, so beyond. Not as within, so without. As within, so beyond. You got to be able to look you have to be able to comprehend things through polarity, through cause and effect, and through light radiation, through heat and movement. You're talking primordial field forces. And as the universe expanded, and we're on these black holes, we're on the Milky Way galaxy, and on the outer ridge of the Milky Way galaxy is our quadrant. An hour quadrant Milky Way galaxy. Now you got the Pleiades, you got the constellation of Orion. Then you got Cyrus. Then you got Ra. Then you got 9 planets. You're on the 3rd planet. You got to understand and visualize how you are in the cosmic symphony. In the cosmic, you got to understand how time works. Cosmic time, not that Gregorian time. So if you can't understand, don't mind me, I talk this fast because I'm moving at light speed. It's like the word pertemeru, the chapter coming forth by day. It don't mean that chapter coming forth by day. It's the Perth and Heru. It's the chapter of coming forth by the speed of light. We're talking the sun. We're talking a hydrogen atom. We're talking a proton, a neutron, an electron surrounded by a nucleus. It's an atom. It's atomic energy. It's the speed of light. What is the speed of light? 198,000 miles per second. Okay? What is light? Okay, so I'm just saying that when you're looking at Reggie, this is why it's real. What I'm telling you about is the essence of your spirituality, which are the cosmic forces. You don't believe in the netches? You don't think the netches are real? I want everybody right now to put your hand on the nose and put your hand on your mouth and hold your breath for 20 minutes. You don't think that oxygen that you're breathing is not real? You can't see it, but if it's cold outside, you'll see it. If you say, you'll see it manifest in front of you. You'll see the breath. That's a nature. These are elements. These are atomic elements. Okay? But now this atomic energy, if the light shines down on you, it creates anything that the light shines down on when it's radiant, it creates a shadow. The shadow. And tell me what the shadow is. It follows you everywhere you go. It sleeps with you at night. You ain't charged it for rent. You didn't charge the shadow rent to sleep in the bed with you. What is it? So if the light is atomic energy, then that means that the light has a mirrored reflection, and that mirrored reflection is radiation. Okay, so now you're able to see and open doors. That which was once incomprehensible is now visible and revealed by applying the principles that's in the Mastaba text, the Pyramid text, the Carpet text, the Shabaka stone, the Heliopolis text, the Book of Noah, overthrowing the Book of Evolutions of Ra, and overthrowing the Pepi. All these things are taught in the temple. Jabari doesn't come from a temple. Reggie proved that 10 years ago. He has a shrine. And a shrine means you go in your room and you put up an idol, and that's a shrine. You got a shrine, you bring your incense, you put some apples in front of it, and you do your hefty. That's a shrine. I'm from a temple. You know what a temple is? You know what the Shaolin temple is? You know what happened to the Shaolin temple? Shaolin temple came from Africa. Boy, Bayard Rama brought Kung Fu to China 5,000 years ago. Where do you think Kung Fu came from? You go to China, they worship black naked rooms. In China, they got statues of melanated people. The first emperor of China was melanated black. The first emperor of Korea was black. The first emperor of all Asia was melanated people. It was a global Naga presence. Come out of that. See, when I address you scholars, you're dealing with Plato. When I address Plato, humically, I said, Plato is that big fat elephant in the room, farting and stinking. I'm addressing that elephant. Reggie started that program the other night about the Kemet fathers and Reggie started cleaning house. I'm here to help him clean house. I'm cleaning up the house. All these phony priests, all these so-called hemtepi. Ain't no hemtepi.
One second. Okay. So while you're talking, right? Okay. So I'm going to show you how this works. So Seven Asar, he goes, the Jabari hate is real. So wait, Wes, that's what he does in the chat, right?
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. No, but watch, this is funny. So there was a couple of videos where people say that I don't know how a temple or shrine works. I don't talk to Kemetic priests, as they're called. But the fact of the matter is that I do. Now, but someone could say Jabari hate is real when I give you access to talk. We'll talk to the brother. So we understand that there are different people who are in these, how can I say, in the community, right? And you have access to them, but then you tell untruths. So Patashika is telling you his truth, right?
Yes, and 1 second, Reggie. Let me say one thing, Reggie. I was born in the temple. I'm 72 years old. I was born in the temple. Okay? I trained every day in martial arts. I trained every day in medunetza. I trained every day in agriculture, in carpentry, in poetry, in arts and science. That's what we teach in the temple. You got an inner temple and an outer temple. We produce The ISGUT 50 years ago. Ain't nobody read my book. Everybody, Google the cosmic egg, aka the primeval germ. A journey of 59 plus 21 zeros. Okay? Just Google it. Richard B. Wallace. That's my high priest. My name is Fatah Sikasah. My contribution to the book is I contribute all illustrations, chromatics, schematics, and all translations of the meta text comes. That's my contribution to the book. Okay? 50 years ago.
So then I get another comment, right? I get another comment that Ptah versus Infidisi. Now, Ptah versus Infidisi. Now,
Infidisi. No.
Watch this. No, that's what I'm gonna say. So Ben Orsut is my brother, but Ptah talks to Infidisi, right?
He's a good friend of mine. Yes, he's a good friend of mine.
So Infidisi came down at least once, maybe twice to
the royal burial chamber tomb room on Nesubitia's father. I reconstructed a royal burial chamber. Okay, that's my contribution to my African people. It's the only reconstructed royal burial chamber in the United States of America.
Okay. So
it's not one of the metropolitan.
So I just want to put out some things. So I don't know. Okay. So the question is, they do talk, right? And there's talks among people who respect and venerate this culture. They talk. I could tell you the people who they don't talk to, right? Who are not in the conversations. But y'all don't know this.
Brother Red.
Yes.
You said that you was going to give me an opportunity to communicate with the elder.
Don't talk to me, Reggie. Don't talk to me, Reggie. Yeah, but we're talking about in regards.
But Seven to Sar, while we were doing that, instead of just saying, in the chat, Brother Reggie, can you let him know I want to ask him another question? You put something that wasn't nice, right? So
this is the toughest environment to be in.
No.
Get over it.
Not with elders.
Get over it. I didn't disrespect the
okay.
elders.
Okay, I'm gonna let you know. Okay, 1 second, brother. Yo, Asa, let me tell you something. Okay, brother Asa, I'm gonna tell you something. Asa, fall back. Asa, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Okay.
Elder.
Yo, Asa, you're a more disrespectful person. Okay, I'm gonna let you. Asa, listen. I am a Mack truck moving at 100 miles an hour. If you get in my way, I'm going to roll over you and I'm going to terminate you. I didn't come here for you. I came for a Bazari, a Jazzy, whoever Reggie is dealing with. Okay, I met him. I met his master when I dealt with his master 25 years ago. His master told Jabari to talk to me so that we can work the calendar out. 25 years ago, he never communicated with me. Okay, so now after Reggie started to clean house, that brought me back into the place. I don't want to be black on black crime. I do not want to digress. I do not want to be endemic. But if you throw yourself under my wheels, I'm going to step on the gas pedal and I'm going to smash you. I'm going to let you know. Now continue. Ask the question.
Elder,
wait. Everybody got to understand that
can I speak without interruption, sir?
Wait 1 second.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
1 second. I do like Ptah Sar. He wears many hats, right? But he is also a warrior martial artist, just like
yes,
right?
Yeah. So, I come NG. NG means Naga. I come priestly, and I come OG. I go OG. I go NG, and I go priestly. Okay, watch how you come.
Okay, so now what? So Seven to Sar. What's your next question?
I just want to comment on the narrative that's being driven about me, because
just ask a question, not your narrative.
Wait a minute, hold on. You don't get to create a narrative about me, Reggie, and not allow me to.
What narrative? Nobody's talking about you. Nobody's talking about you. Just ask the question.
Reggie, this is what I'm talking about. Just allow me to speak for. It's not going to be long. Just allow me to speak. Elder, I didn't come on here to be contentious with you. I have the utmost respect for you, right? And I understand that you guys, this is the Kemetic Wars, like Philip Jenkins wrote about the Jesus Wars, and you guys are trying to judge who's true, who's telling the truth, and who's not. This is a fight amongst you all. I am not a Kemetic. I am not a part of your community to be in the middle of what you all are have your discourse over. But what I will say, what I will say is this, right? Jabari is not here to defend himself, nor anyone who represents Jabari to defend himself. Yet he's being, I think, it's disingenuous to if both of you truly want to resolve these issues, talk with this brother on the same panel. Air it out.
I thought he was going to be here.
If you can say these egregious things about him.
Wrap it up, brother. I got time. I'm an elderly. I got things to do. Just wrap up your conversation. This can be perpetual conversation. Continue.
All I'm going to say, Elder, is I want to see the debate between Jabari and Reggie.
Yes, I do too.
I'm not in the middle of all of this. Nobody is. I have my opinions, and on this platform we're able to do to expound them, but I'm not in the middle of what Jabari is.
Okay. Now can I say something? No. Okay, and thank you very much. I appreciate you, brother. I respect you, brother. To you, my great Siba. Okay. Now we're here to discuss Reggie and Jabari on the topic of literal. Are they literal? All I was doing was coming in to bring about a reference and a relationship and a complete decipherment of what Reggie showed you on the coffin text and how it related it literal. So Reggie was showing you the example, and I was showing you the sample, and I was getting ready to bring you into the prime. See, that's why when I talk, I take you into the primordial ocean of nothing. I take you right to where you won't want to go. I take you right into the primordial ocean, into the primordial field forces, and so that you have to breathe water. And if you don't breathe water, you're gonna drown. I'm gonna make you grow cosmic gills right into your spirituality. And if you're founded on that Hellenistic scholarship of Plato, I'm gonna drown you. I'm not here to drown you. I'm here to give you your divine birthright. You know what your divine birthright is? Your divine birthright is immortality. It's given to you every day the sun rises and when you go to sleep for immortality. But when you woke up, guess what happened? The Matrix or your Hellenistic teachers or masters stole your time. They hijacked your time. You don't know what time it is. When you woke up, you looked at your watch. And when you looked at your watch, you know what they call that in scholarship? They call that GMT. You know what GMT is? Greenwich Mean Time. You know what UTC is? Universal Time Coordinated. That means that the Europeans moved the center of the earth, of the world landmass. They moved it 45 degrees. 1 second, I'm having a conversation. Don't interrupt me.
No, this is another brother. So.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Go ahead, ask me a question. I'll fall back. Since like I'm gonna fall back.
Wait, hold. So they think Saberware, Patasika, they think that they never met Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan, right? They never talked to him, right? And they certainly never talked to Dr. John Henry Clark. They think that when elders talk, they're supposed to be sweet and nice, but they have less time on the earth, right? They have less time on this earth, even though Patasika saw it's going to live to 100, 200, right? But they don't have a lot of time. So what they do is they already triage what some of your questions are. So don't be upset when they talk. You can disagree. You have a right to disagree, but you're gonna have to bring some information to disagree. But we have another caller, right? Because Dr. Ben was not a nice dude. I don't. But anyway, he was not. He was not.
Who's the brother? What's the brother want to know, Siba?
Yes. There was another person asking a question. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I did piece of the panel, and it was just a brief question in regards to what Brother Reggie had presented in regards to being literal.
Yes, yes,
My
yes, yes.
question to you is: would you agree that literal beings have fixed identities?
Yo, brother, man, you're talking
Wait,
hella.
wait,
Listen, you're
wait,
talking
Baton.
etymology.
Be easy
I
with
understand.
be easy.
I
Be
know.
easy.
It's etymology. We're talking linguistics now. You're talking Plato to me. Don't be. These are not the droids you're looking for. I do not deal with these type of questions. The question is, are they living?
Never mind. Never
Basically,
mind,
are
brother.
they real? Are they real? Yes, they are real. If you don't think it's real, brother, do me a favor. Put your finger on your nose, and then put your finger on your mouth, and hold your breath for 20 minutes, and let me see if you make it to the morning. Of course, they're real.
Well, that wasn't the
Are they
question.
literal?
Maybe I should ask Brother Reggie the question. I can get a better answer.
Well,
That
you can
wasn't
do
the
what you
question
want.
at all, brother.
That's
That
how.
wasn't the
That's the way
question.
I looked at it. The
Okay.
question you asked me was trying to. You tried to
If you
encapsulate
ask
me into a
empathy to the
box.
question, you're pretty much going to get the same. But you can. King J's a good dude, and he's a good student, right?
I am.
So King J, he's not. King J is not. He doesn't have a big wager, right? He's not
I
popping
respect
out.
everybody. I respect them.
Right. So King J, what's your question?
In order to be literal, do these Neteru have to have fixed identities?
They don't
No.
have. Listen, brother. The Neteroos are a field force. Spirituality is a vibratorial frequency. African spirituality. If you do not begin from the force of vibratorial frequencies of the primordial field forces, do you know what the primordial field forces are? We're not talking atomic energy. We're not talking about comprehending anything on this earth around with the sun. The earth revolves around the sun. The sun revolves around the Milky Way galaxy 250 million years. The Milky Way galaxy is expanding the universe. What is the Milky Way galaxy expanding from? It's that cosmic egg, that egg-shaped anomaly. How did the egg-shaped anomaly get there? It is the molecular appearance of the source of all creation. Where did it come from? It came out of the primeval ocean. How did it come out of the primeval ocean? Because energy that is collected, absorbed, and then stored has to be released. This is what we're talking about. This is what's in the pyramid text, the coffin text. That's what's on that coffin text. This is what's in the Book of Noah and Evolution of Ra. Even Akhenaten, who brought forth monotheism with that archetism, because his mother was Queen Tai, he came from Syria, and when Amenhotep the Fourth, Amenhotep the Third passed away, Queen Tai, Finagle the Bengal got Akhenaten up there, and they brought the Orb cult in. That was the beginning of monotheism, and that's when they realized how to capture us under that monotheistic concept. They never talked about. Akhenaten talked about an atom.
Okay.
Atom was atomic energy, but he took away the primordial ocean. So if you don't go primordial, you're not going to make sense. You're talking like a scholar. I
Okay.
respect you scholars to some level, but I'm not. I don't talk about his story. Can we take 1 second to talk about our story? Our story is millions and millions of years old. How come nobody asks me a question about that? Why does everybody always want to ask me a question about the elephant in the room that's blowing smoke and fire?
Okay. All right. So watch this. Let me help answer the question. Okay. So the ancient people classified things that are in existence, King J, right? And they gave them a form. That's a human endeavor. There are divine things that exist in this universe, and I could say that some are greater, some are lesser. And the way you communicate with humans, because they're communicating with humans, they create art and symbols and things like that, right? But as far as they are concerned, that these things are existing in the universe. Now, they may give them human bodies at times, and sometimes it might just be in the glyphs, right?
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, something that they detected that existed,
Right. Exactly. Yes.
they classified it, and
Yes.
and they used it to communicate with the mere mortal.
Okay. Let me give him an example, Reggie. One time, I understand what he's saying now. I apologize. Let's talk about Kepra, the beetle. The man has a beetle head. Why does the man have a beetle head? Because the beetle has properties. It has properties of creation. So let's look at it. The beetle is in Tanzania on the Serengeti. And all the animals around them are shitting. It's called doom. So the beetle takes the doom ball and he rolls it into a ball. All the doom, the shit, the sugar, honey, ice, and tea for the acronym. Okay? Doom. And so the beetle takes it, rolls it into a ball. Then it takes its slava and it puts it inserts it inside the ball. Then the beetle jumps on his front legs and pushes it with his hind legs from the east to the west. And and at the end of the beetle's journey, life comes out of the ball. So the beetle became a concept of self-creation, and the beetle became androgynous, meaning the beetle was masculine and feminine. And in the creation theme, in the pyramid text, the carpet text, the beetle is the fourth attribute of manifestation of Nebuchadnezzar, who we call in my book Ra Nebuchadnezzar Ra. But the ancestors knew him as Neb-Teshar. Neb means Lord, Teshar means holy, and means great. So that's not the creator's name, but that's the closest we can get to describe him. Because if you knew the creator's name, you would have the power. That's why any false religion knows the name of their God. That's how you know they're phonies. Because it was the word, the first vibration, the first perturbation. Anything that's collected, absorbed, and then stored had to be released. So the creator spoke the name as the word of power. And then the creator released himself out of the door. That's Ptah. So Temu is the first attribute. Temu is not Atum. Stop saying Atum. Atum is not in the Shabaka stone. Atum represents in the Pertemeru above the top register, the council of the partner Tenus, you see Atum there. Sometimes you see Temu. Atum represents the sun when it sets. And Medunetha Atum means he or she who is complete, meaning the setting sun. That's why when we say bye to each other, we say Atumra. Instead of saying bye, instead of saying hello, you Hellenize yourself through etymology, through the linguistics. Okay? That's why you have to use proper Medunetha. Now, so Temu is the first attribute, which means to think. Temu in Medunetha means thought. Temu in Medunetha means to plan. Temu is equated to mentalism. And then you turn it to science, it's electromagnetism. So you got to keep triangulating. When you talk to me, you got to use your mind power. I'm going to give you your sacred science, your divine math, your cult of spirituality. Then I'm going to quadulate you with astrology and astronomy. Then I'm going to give you the Medunetha to give you the proper resonance, the sound, to reach the touch that pineal gland. If I'm not touching your pineal gland, if you don't feel goosebumps right now, it's not goosebumps, that's your chakra. This is how powerful the vibrations are, the Medunetha. Somebody's talking Medunetha to you and you're not getting goosebumps. It's not goosebumps. That's your chakra. So this is how you got to relate to these primordial forces. This is African spirituality. Not what they told you African spirituality is.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that King Jay's question was answered in a sense that one is trying to navigate what the ancient Egyptians believed as literal, right? And to try to navigate to what our modern thoughts are, which may be incorrect about the ancient Egyptians. I want to play something. I do want to play something. And again, I want you to understand that there's lots of people in this community, right? So there are lots of people in the community. So you're only exposed to one Kemetic version, right? When I did the Church Fathers, I showed you other types of Kemetic versions, which there is big disagreement with. But what happens is instead of trying to learn the work, you choose a church father, a Kemetic church father, and then you might be choosing the wrong one, right? You might be okay. So what I want to do is just show you. Let's go over this if I can. Right? StreamYard. No. So Patashika saw took out of his busy day to just to interface with you, right? You may not like the way he says it, but I deal with a lot of elders, and I can tell you, you just have to deal with what they say, and then come back and analyze to find out what did they say to you, because you're not paying him, right? You're not paying him, right? And you know I do bring guests on, right? So anyway, so this is what I think Jabari said. So let's go find this.
Right? And inside of this, you'll actually see these vessels.
Watch this. So here's the
Let me say this to you. I have been in the Kemetic community for nearly 30 years. I've had interaction with many people, lines in many different lineages.
What did you say, King J?
I said, are those
What did you
Shopties?
say?
I said, was those
Okay.
Shopties?
Yeah, he's
Yes,
going to
yes,
describe
yes.
it. So let's.
And
They're not
the
Shopties.
Canopus,
They're actually.
the Canopus jars.
Yeah, they're Canopa jars, but I wouldn't call them Shopties because Shopties, they serve
they're not
another purpose. These are actually right.
Is we haven't talked about lineage yet. Who actually believe many things. It is very rare for me to find a practitioner of Kemetic spirituality that believes that those divine forces are physical beings. That is very rare.
Okay, so he says
So first
that
of all,
those
yeah, all
define
right. I'm
those.
sorry.
Wait, so the king is a divine human being, right? So that's wrong. Because the king, we could just start with the king. The king is a Heru. He's a divine human being. So let's roll this back.
You that quantum physics is beginning to describe some of this, but
So he, in one sense, he agrees with Patasika Saw because he used quantum physics as describing some of the things that the ancient Africans said, right? He said that out of his mouth, right? Let me just roll it back, right? Okay.
But the rest of them ain't gonna walk out because they're okay. So I'm gonna stop because at some point we want to break down our systems, and I think that we should do that for the people.
All right.
well, let me say to you that I think the distinction that Brother Reggie is making is one that I don't see as clearly. When he says he doesn't believe in the mythos, but he believes they're teaching tools, then that means you believe in the mythos.
No.
Because understand that when I talk about the story of Asar, by the way, I do not believe that a human person was actually murdered and cut up into 14 pieces and put back together. And I don't.
Okay, did y'all know that?
Make that argument.
Wait, did y'all know that he doesn't believe that? Right? Did y'all know that? Okay, but he did. Right, but did y'all know that? Right? Okay, so let's listen.
Argument. I don't make the argument that this was a human being.
So he doesn't make the argument. He doesn't make the argument that Asar was ever a human being, but people do make the association that Jesus was a human being or Moses was a human being. But when it comes to an African, no, he doesn't make that association. So let's continue.
I think that that's the literalism that people in the Abrahamic tradition come to it with. So
it's literal in the Abrahamic, but with the African, it's not literal. So this is where it starts.
And they don't even, that's the reason why Brother Tazaria could not understand our answer. Now, I do think, because these are spiritual stories, and I said this on Saturday. For those of you who are looking at this and did not see the debate on Saturday, I always say that what we're describing is the difference between history and myth. And history is something that happened once, that one person did at one time, and can actually never actually occur the same exact way ever again. And myth is that which is always occurring. Myth is that which we should all be emulating. Myth is that which we should all be attempting to.
So myths are untrue, right? Myths are untrue, but the myths are metaphor, but the writing on the coffin text that we just said is untrue. but myths are untrue.
And so some of that myth has to do with how to behave within other individuals. It's hard to call that science. In some ways, you might be able to call it a code of ethics. In some ways, it has understanding what is truly important. But to say I don't believe in a myth means that in order for me to say that, I would have to actually believe that there's a woman out there, an African on her head.
No, that's symbolism. That's what Patasika was talking about. That is, and what I'm talking about, that's just way humans communicate with each other.
And what I'm saying to you is that is spiritual symbolism. And so in some ways we're saying the same thing, but I think that when you try to describe it as science, you take some of the spirituality out of it.
So the ancient people of Kemet or Nile Valley, everything that they did was spiritual and not science.
Ritual is done because it reminds us of what is important. Ritual is not done for the sake of ritual. Ritual is done for the sake of ritual is fetish. Ritual is done for the sake of recognizing that which is important. When you go into a courtroom and everyone stands when the judge comes in, the reason why they stand is because they're trying to say that this person is learned, is fair enough that we should respect what they say. Now, unfortunately, in the United States, we shouldn't even be standing for more than half of those people that come into the room. We should not even be asked to stand. But that is why we do that. So in some way, standing in the courtroom is a ritual, because it's trying to remind us what is important. And so I do ritual to remind me of when I do the opening of the, for example, the opening of the way reminds me that I am a divine being, that I am imbued with all of the powers and the right.
Him of that he's a divine being. So if you're a divine being, you are a nature. You are human nature, right? Like Heru, right? These are his words, right? It reminds me that I'm a divine being. So one of the questions is going to be, what is the nature? But he just described the nature, right? So let's right, Patal? He left, right? Is Patal here? No. So he just described himself as a nature, right? Okay.
And responsibilities of the universe, that I am the universe. And if you look at it that way, you do not approach your life in a disempowered manner. So many times when people are struggling, it's because they're disempowered. And the highest teaching of any spiritual tradition is how to empower people, how them to recognize what they're capable of because of their fundamental nature. Now, you might call that quantum physics, and I wouldn't disagree with you that quantum physics is beginning to describe some of this. But I think that the spiritual traditions describe them in a way, in my opinion, that are higher. So when I do my prayer, for example, before I debate, I'm not going to tell you exactly which ones. Before I debate, before I engage in...
Okay, so I don't know, Patasika, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Do it again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So he yes. I can hear.
So what the problem is? The problem is Jabari cannot make the connection. There's a connection. He missed the class in the temple. You can't miss the class. If you're in a shrine, it's a different story. You can't miss classes in the temple. So the connection that he's missing in the literalism is time. So once you understand time, then you're able to bring it together. He's talking about you got to have science, math, and spirituality always circulating all at one time. It's cognitive, coherent consciousness. Your energy is coherently organizing existence into form. Okay, you got to be able to see this from a spiritual point of view, and then mathematically, and then scientifically, all at the same time. You can't separate it and get tunnel vision with just mathematics, because you're not going to find absolute accountability and star validation. So why he cannot relate to the ancestors being real, because he don't even know how we got here on the planet. You got fools thinking about Darwin's theory of evolution. You got Australopithecus africanus humanus. You got God, Adam, Eve, and you got the Big Bang. And they're all wrong. But some of them, they're all slices. Taking each piece and taking it from us, but they're all wrong because they're omitting that there is an order that applies to all things. This order is called the order of existence. It was issued by the creator of all things, Nebuchadnezzar, which we call Ra Nebuchadnezzar, to ensure the continuous perpetual evolutions of all things. So when I speak to you of the new age order, of the great golden age of Monarchy aside, the new age order stock gospel of the self-creation of Ra Nebuchadnezzar, it is this order that I speak. So I just took you to the primary ocean. Let me bring you back on the earth. You got to know how to tell time, okay? You got to understand, why is it 24 hours in every day? Why is there 7? He stole your seconds. He stole your minutes. He stole your hours. He stole your days. He stole your weeks. He stole your months. He stole your year. He stole your birthday. What page we are? We're playing chess on a tennis court. Okay? We have to get on the same grid in order to find out spiritually where we're coming from. They're laughing at us. Jabari was on a program today with the white boy talking Christianity and heaven and hell. Everybody knows there is no heaven. Everybody knows there is no hell. There are European concepts. There's only perpetual continuance, which is inside the primary ocean of nothingness, and then there's continuous evolution when the creator came out of the ocean and created energy, and then matter, which is the expanding universe. Okay, so once you're able to break it down scientifically, mathematically, and spirituality, and then it's registered on each line of the Mastaba text, the Pyramid text, the Coffin text, the Shabaka stone, the Kemenu, the Heliopolis text, the Book of Noah overthrown the Ra, the Memphite text, the Amun Ra text. It's all saying the same thing with different Ra constructed parts. Because why is it Ra constructed each time? Because we're moving through the phenomenon of precession, 2,161 years for every age or dispensation, and we're moving through it. Okay, so now we're in the age of so-called Aquarius. We just came out of Pisces. 2 fishes going in opposite directions. That represents our binary days. If you just Google the icon or avatar for Pisces in astrology. I know you guys got a wireless device. I know you guys are master students. Just follow me as I go along. Okay? Now, when you Google it, you see 2 fishes going in opposite directions, or you're going to see 2 half circles, or 2 half circles entwining, or a half circle and half circle with a line connecting it. That represents our star Ra and Cyrus, which is something. They're binary stars. They do a dance. Every 1,461 years, they get to the closest. Every 1,461 years, they're at the furthest. The apohealing and perihealing. This is when you don't understand cosmic time. Then you lay this scientific mathematics, which is spirituality. So by the time I finish with you right now, you guys are going to blow Jabari away. He's never been here.
Okay, so Pata sa.neter just popped in. So he runs this channel. Always have to listen to him. So
yes, you know the Knicks are on sa.neter. You know the Knicks are on.
Yeah, he knows, but he taking time out. This is his channel. So I'm waiting for him to say anything.
Hey, yo, Reggie.
Yes, sir.
Yo, if you want to go, just end this stream because it's already 6 hours in. Start a new stream. Start a new one.
Okay, I'm gonna go for about 15 more minutes, and then I think I'll end. Is that okay? About 15 more minutes, okay? Okay. So yeah. So he has to run his business. So what I'm gonna do is Pata, I'm going to okay. So for everybody else that's on, I'm going to play another part of it, and then I only got about 15 minutes, right? Okay. So let's.
Any discussion, in my mind, I am going through invoking those indwelling divine forces. By the way, this is a fundamental thing I need to say. The Kemetic tradition believes that these deities, I don't even like to use the word gods.
Okay, so now he called them deities. Now he's going to use God, right? But he made them literal right now by calling them deities. Am I wrong? Saber, am I wrong about that? Let me play it back again. So he actually called them deities. So Rakufu, am I wrong?
fair enough that we should respect what they say. Now, unfortunately, in the United States, we shouldn't even be standing for more than half of those people that come into the room. We should not even be asked to stand. These gods is that they are also indwelling faculties.
Okay, so he said those beings, those gods, those netures are also indwelling, right? But they're God. Thank you.
And that's the reason why when someone goes and has their heart weighed and then they are finally seen as someone is Makeru, their name is then Asar in your names. So if it was Jabari that was found Makeru, it would be Jabari Asar. Because the divine force is so that when I do ritual, the opening of the way, for example, that was brought to us by Heru Ankara Samad Sepata, based entirely on ancient principles that our Kemetic ancestors brought forward, what I am doing is reminding myself that I am a divine force and that I have control of my environment. If I do that, I approach the world very differently. And ultimately, if your spiritual tradition is not assisting you with developing better character, which is not assisting you with developing better accountability, is not assisting you with developing better relationships, is not assisting you with understanding what you have to do, then it's not something that you should possibly do.
One quick question that I have to ask, right? Sure. So I hear you, and you're my brother and friend, right? Somebody I respect. Right. You're not putting all of what happens in Nile Valley to you, are you? Some actually believe differently than you. As far as does these netures actually exist? Some people actually believe that that Asar actually lived on the planet. You may not concede that they do, but there are Nile Valley Africans, and this is who Captain Tazariak is attacking.
Okay, so I'm gonna get to the part. I'm gonna end when he pulls out the canopic jars. But Rock, thank you so much, Raku, for staying with me. Right.
Right.
But did you hear him say that? Well, obviously, Jabari's a netter, right? That those divine beings dwell within him, right? And so that makes him divine. Okay, so let's go.
That help them understand concepts that are harder to see. So as you look at this is sort of a replica. It's not really a replica. It's a model of what the jars that would have had the organs of our ancestors.
Okay, so the jars would be literal, real things, and our ancestors would be, okay.
Would have used, right? And inside of this, you'll actually see these vessels. These are smaller, obviously, model versions of what we call, sometimes you hear them called jars. Canopus was a Greek deity. So I don't use that term, but I want you to be, I'm using it now because that's the only way people are going to be able to find it and do their additional research. And so basically what our ancestors did is they put their organs in these vessels because in some ways these netter.
Okay, so there's a netter right now. Okay, so the question is, are netures real and literal?
These interu had dominion over those portions of their body.
So the netures, right? So he's saying that they're not real. He's saying that they're real, but they're not literal. He just said that they had control over the organs of the body. Did he say that or not?
Yeah, and one quick question to you, Reggie. In all of the funeral canoptic jars, they never saved the brain. Isn't that crazy?
No, because the brain is it has to go. The brain and the heart is left because of their understanding that the brain and the heart, the ib structures, right, have to communicate in the next life. So
got it. Yeah.
So the things like the spleen and the lungs and the stomach and those things tell on you. They tell on what you ate, right? But the brain and the ib, the heart, is left, right? Because those are the things that's going to have to communicate, that they're going to leave evidence of what you really believed and what you really thought, not what you really ate. Okay, so now we know that these things are netures.
In some ways, their body was the divine.
Okay, so now the body is divine, and so that makes that a neture.
Right? And so when you look, I'm not going to show you this one, I'm going to show you the larger ones. So I'll start with this very specific. When I do the opening, though, we face a particular direction. It's a direction that these were sat in, these were actually placed in, because these deities were also connected to.
So they're deities now, right? They're deities or not. I'm just asking the audience, are they deities or not, based on what he said?
Can you
Anybody?
I mean, that term he used to communicate.
Okay.
Ceremony, or that he was your guide to that, right? I want you to unpack what that is.
Organs, and also connected to recognizing that we are divine vessels. That is the
Okay, so we're divine vessels, so that means we are beings, so that makes us netures.
ceremony, right? Now that ceremony in the format of it was something that was developed by my spiritual father, right? But it is completely and entirely based on ancient principle. So in that way, I would say it falls in some ways in the second category of practice that I described. So I don't follow anything. I'm not going to just create something because I think it sounds cool. I'm not going to do something because I think it looks cool. I'm not going to say something because I think, had dominion of those portions of the divine, right? And so when you look, I'm not going to show you this one. I'm going to show you the larger ones. So when I start, I'll start with this one for a very specific purpose. When I do the opening, though, we face a particular direction. It's a direction that these were sat in, these were actually placed in, because these deities were also connected to a cardinal point, right? And so you know who this one is. This one is Hapi, right? The baboon. And so when I start my opening of the way that was taught to me by my spiritual father, I clearly say, Netrak in Bethet. Now you might say, well, this is not in Bethet, this is Hapi. But actually, if you look further, you will see that when our ancestors described Hapi, he was always depicted, he was always being depicted as being defended by a particular Ntert, a particular divine female consort. And that one is in Bethet. Sometimes you'll hear Nebtehet, right? So we say that name, we say his name, we give power to them, and we move on, right?
So he says he uses personal words like him, right? So these are the problems. So what he's making is literal statements himself about the natural. He's definitely making literal statements about his practice, what he perceives, and those are literal. The question is when the ancient Africans make their own recitations or their own categories, or they literal. But my question is Jabari making literal statements? Yes or no?
Not in the sense that these, not in the context that you're making it, in my opinion.
Well, but you just want to be disagreeable. Is he making literal statements?
No, I'm not being disagreeable. Yeah, he's making literal statements. He is. But, literal is contextual. So when when we ask, are the Neteru literal, right? I know that the earth is literal, that represents Geb, right? But when you see the depiction of Geb, or even the description
No, we're not talking
Geb,
about that. We're just talking about he's making literal statements.
Yeah, he is making literal statements.
Okay, that's all I asked. Right, but then you say, well, I'm saying something different. I'm just saying he's making literal statements, and I'm just saying that our ancestors made literal statements.
I agree that our ancestors made literal statements. I agree.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, and in this case, he's making literal statements about the natural.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, great. And our ancestors made literal statements about the Neteru.
Yeah,
So
he's explaining it from their point of view. I would argue, right?
right. So Jabari
He's explaining
believes
it.
that. So Jabari's statements are literal. He's describing what he believes that the ancient Egyptians or the people of Tawi, right, made literal statements, and he's making the same literal statements.
Yeah,
That's all I'm
he's
saying.
communicating to us.
That's all I'm saying.
You're correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish this up. Right, I'll finish this off because sa.neter.
So essentially, we're saying the names of all of the divine forces that,
Okay, saying the names of all the divine forces, so they have names
that are connected to our organs and
that are connected to our organs,
also connected to the cardinal points, because
connected to the cardinal points. So he's making little statements.
we are recognizing that we are divine vessels.
So if we are divine vessels, right, then we are neters, right? If we are divine
Let me ask you a
vessels,
question. Then.
we're neters.
What's the implication? What are you implying, Brother Reggie? Are you making any type of implication?
I'm not implying
because
anything.
he's making these literal things? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying that he's talking ancient Egyptian talk. We're divine vessels. He's making little statements. All these statements about the neters, he made the statements about the neters, right? He's making little statements about the neters. He's describing the neters. He's actually saying that the neters exist in us. He's also saying that we become divine vessels. So that means we become neters, right? So he's talking ancient
So is he
Egyptian
saying
talk.
that the Neteru are literal? So, because he's saying that, are you implying that he's making the indirect case that the Neteru are literal? Is that what you're implying?
I know what he's implying because he's stating it directly. We're divine vessels, so we're natural. He's a natural, right?
You didn't ask my question. You didn't ask my
Yes,
question.
I did.
Are you implying that he's saying that the Neteru are literal?
I'm saying he's making literal statements about the natural. So, that's what I'm saying. He is making literal statements about the natural. I don't have to imply that's what he's doing, right?
That is the ceremony, right? Now that ceremony in the format of it was something that was developed by my spiritual father, right? But it is completely and entirely based on ancient principle. So in that way, I would say it falls in some ways in the second category of practice that I described. So I don't follow anything that I don't think follows in those three things. I'm not going to just create something because I think it sounds cool. I'm not going to just do something because I think it looks cool. I'm not going to say something because I think this is what people like to hear. I believe that in terms of the way that practice in ancient Kemet occurs, we have to get to a point where we are able to live the tradition. Our ancestors believed that we should live the tradition. And so that's what I do. Now, I think that one of the things that Reggie bristles at is some people who don't have enough information to live the tradition. And I lovingly critique them because I recognize that when I realized that I was no longer Christian in 1990 and that my tradition was now one that came from ancient.
Okay, so there's a lot that we can unpack. The ancient Egyptians, in the context that Jabari is speaking of right now, did not speak too much differently. They believed in Kebesenef, Happy, right? I mean, the other two sons of Horus. They believed that that they were divine vessels when they were when they did not exist in life anymore, and there was life after life. They believe, and he believes that the humans himself and other people are natures, right? And to me, all of Jabari's statements are in fact literal. And I'm not implying anything. I'm just listening to him and asking who's left on the panel, Rakufu and
I'm here.
Seven Asar. is he making literal statements?
Wow, it's such a slippery slope. And because if we're looking at sa.neter as the divine creation and all things from it emanated in different degrees of consciousness that it allows it to go to, then is everything netter, and netter is everything? It's complex, man. For me, bro, it's complex.
Well, it's really not.
Reggie, to be honest, it's really up to interpretation from what I'm seeing between all of you Kemetic scholars. Because even when I do my research, the consensus is that the Neteru are energies, concepts, forces. They say that the Neteru can be looked at as literal by the people. They say all of those things. So, you know, when we come up here and try, I think with this in case from you showing the text, I mean, you really can't argue indefinite either, right? Because we understand the symbolics of the words are literal things that their symbolism, and somebody can argue, well, that's why it's literal, right? So I think that this conversation was about the Neteru being literal people and beings.
It is.
That's where we
So,
started this whole conversation.
Right. So the question
I
is,
started this whole conversation.
Right, and I don't. But I do think that we're weeding into. How can I say? Let me say it directly. Statements. There are statements of fact. Was Jabari making statements of fact?
He was on some. He showed text. Not just in that, but Jabari throughout the years has consistently.
No, but right here, is he making statements of fact? Is Jabari making statements of fact?
I'm not well versed in the Kemetic.
Right, but as you perceive it, as you watch, or is he making statements?
Let me tell you this: he's giving credibility every time I've checked the source. It's been right. So I trust that what he's saying is fact.
But is he making statements of fact that he believes?
Yeah, he's making statements.
That's all I ask.
According to the text.
Of course. So he's making statements of fact, and I can go back to the text that he says is not literal, but they are making the same statements, and he's using their iconography to rock
the literal statements. But do you understand when people make literal statements, that doesn't coalesce into the main conversation of something being a literal being. Those are two different.
Wait, hold up. But he's making statements of fact that the Neteru are in fact literal. He showed the
the same way I can say Geb is literal because the earth is literal. I can say that. Right.
Okay. So,
but Geb, we know Geb as depicted is not literal. He's not walking around.
We're not arguing. We're not arguing about how they're depicted. We're arguing.
But that's the basis of the debate. Reggie,
No.
It started because people were. That's the facts.
No, it's
all
not.
All of this started because we were talking about.
Debate is not about. The debate is not how they're depicted. The debate is clear.
When they're described in the way that they're depicted.
Wait, no. What's the name of the debate?
Right?
What's the name of the debate?
Let me ask you this question, because you're a scholar. Let me ask you this question: do the depictions come from the text?
No. The depictions the depictions don't come from
the text. So the text come from the depictions? Is that what you're saying?
The depictions are separate than the text. The text is statements of fact. So when I say Ptah, Tim, those are all words.
What do you mean? The text is a statement of facts. What do you mean by when you say that the text are statement of facts? Facts of what?
Okay, so
what they believe?
It's fine.
Can I read something, Reggie, when I get a chance?
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's finish this, because hold on.
That's why I said go ahead. I said when I get a chance, I would like to read something.
We actually getting some understanding, because I think we're getting some
so
clarity here.
Let me
appreciate that.
so you can ask your questions because I only got like 5 minutes because I can't control what I can control is either I start a new show, but people watching the game, and so that's not going to work. So so I only have a few more minutes because sa.neter it says 6 hours, and even though the show was about this conversation, the problem was is that they didn't get to it, and so okay, so somebody has something to show, and
Yeah,
somebody,
yeah. No, I just got something to say. Can I say it?
yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, go
All right.
ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen to this. I Gemini this. Neter is the supreme divine deity. This is my statement and my understanding is what I asked it or stated, and this is what it gave me back. I said Neter is the supreme divine deity. All of its emanations are allow various levels of information in degrees or according to the will of Netter is my understanding of Kemetic sacred science. It came back saying your understanding aligns beautifully with the core mechanisms of Kemetic sacred science. You are describing a system that is essentially a monistic polytheism or henotheism where one ultimate unknowable source manifests through an infinity of cosmic principles. Here is a breakdown of how your perspective matches the architect of Kemetic theology and the transmission of. Now, I'm not going to read all that. That's too much and it'll take time. But it was, can y'all kind of, I mean, and it may not make sense because you can explain it better, but that's just a part of what I understood.
No, I understand it. I don't have a problem. So
So that'd be like Reggie have more awareness because Netter wills Reggie to have more awareness based on his study. 1 + 1 = 2. Reggie done the math. He gets the answer. I just got to 1. I'm getting the number. What's the next equate to I can add? SAR may be just getting ready to get 1. Different levels of the Netter's will in its emanations to have awareness.
I agree. Kimway, I do see you. It's just that I have to close the show because it's been 6 hours. So I'm gonna give so Seven Asar, you had something that you wanted to say, and I'll show this last thing and I'll have to close.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, brother Reggie, for being patient with me. And
yeah, I like y'all got a good talk tonight, both of y'all. I like it.
I appreciate you, being honest with how you believe. And I may disagree in some parts, but in the most part, I agree with what you're saying. And I think we're saying a lot of the same things from what I'm reading and researching and from all of the scholars that I, look at. I think we're saying the same thing, but it's just like some little
tweaking areas.
Little parts of disagreement that I think is just a natural, just looking at the information in your own point of view. And you have Asar who agrees with you and many other scholars that you've outlined.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this last statement. The Kimway, I'm so sorry, man. I have to end this show because we've been on for so long, and sa.neter asked me to end the show, so I have to do that. I just want to do one last example. Okay, so this is the seed time of the cosmos. It's from the pyramid text, right? This is some of our earliest corpus of text. And what it says is Jeg Medu, right? I'm not going to read the meta-nature. I can, but it's basically saying words spoken. That's right here. And then words to be spoken. And then it's the king's name. And then it says the mother of the king, right? Words spoken by the king. And then and then over here, the segment over here saying that she was pregnant with him in the duat. Here's the duat, right? And then over here it says the king was born. The king was born to his father Etef, right? Etef, Tim. So here's the neter. This is when the neter appears right here. So Mut is mother of the king, right? And then there is a happening in the duat, right? And then there is the born of the father, and the father's name is the father is it, Etef means his father, and here's the neter right here. Tim. So with Tim, if what we see right here is just words. We don't see any funny faces, anything on the head or anything like that. It's just words, right? And then over here it says not exist before, this is Kepara, the sky. So it didn't exist before the sky, pet, PT. He didn't not exist, not before exist. He did not exist before the land, Ta, and he did not exist, right? And then there's this wretch. So I gotta check wretch. I gotta check some vocabulary. Wretch is the oh, that's humans, right? The remesh, right? He did not exist before the remesh, right? So not did he exist before the remesh, and then he says not did he not exist before the Neteru. So here's the Neteru right here. What so these are all statements of fact, right? Oh, this one over here, this word right here is should be not exist before death, right? And that is meant, right? So the issue is that these, without all the figurative stuff, is words. The problem is that to communicate it with a populace, sometimes you're going to have to like do sign language, and so a lot of times you see the art is more like sign language to people who cannot read. But this is Tim, right? This is the Duat, clearly. This is Kepara. So this is language. It's not figurative, it's actually language. It's symbols to make a sound. Sounds make words, words make sentences, sentences combined make paragraphs. So none of this right here is what you call figurative and symbolic. These are all actually words. Okay?
It's symbolism. That's what you're showing, symbolism.
No,
right?
symbols all symbols like ABC are symbols, but symbols
Yeah,
have
exactly.
yeah. So symbols make sounds, sounds make words, words make combined make sentences. So this is not figurative speech right here, right?
I
Now
agree. I agree with
the question is what is literal here and what is not literal. Not exist before the sky, not exist before the land, not did not exist before the Ramesh, the people, and did not exist not did not exist before the birth of the Neteru, right? Okay, and not and then not exist before death, right? So the divinity were not born, were not yet born. The divinities were here. The Neteru was not yet born. So what happens a lot is that people use the information that they have and they go to the art. But here, this is just words. And with that, I just want to say I'm sorry. I have to leave because I'm a member of the platform, and sa.neter was crystal clear to me about it. And so we'll be arguing. So someone could say the only thing that is metaphorical, they can try to make an argument that the Neteru, which appears here as a Neter Tim, and the Neteru here is figurative. But is figurative and not literal. And I would argue that these things are in fact literal. So let me see what the chat says. I put my Cash App in. I didn't get any support today, but that's what it is. So I'm
I
gonna put my
got you tomorrow. I got your cash app. I got you tomorrow, Jabari.
right.
I mean,
I
Reggie.
you know
Reggie, brother.
I appreciate it. The issue is sometimes that there are different Kemetic teachers, as you see, right? And
Right.
some are really upset about this debate, right? Some people on all sides are upset with the debate, right? Because they see where the disagreement is, right? And then there's the people at large who are not, who don't know the meta nature, who don't know the culture. I'm gonna just say real quick to Kim Wei, right? Kim Wei, what's going on? You have a few seconds because I'm closing the show. What's happening, good brother? I can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted. You gotta click off the mute. Take off the mute. We can't hear you. Click the mute button. Let me see if I can do it. I can't do it. You have to do it. Kim Wei.
We can't hear you, Kim Wei.
We can't hear you. There's a button to unmute yourself. There's a button, Kim Wei, that helps you unmute yourself. It looks like a mic. Click it on the top. There's a mic. Click that to turn off your mute. You're muted. Give him a few more seconds. So, Kim Wei, nod your head if you can hear me. Nod your head if you can hear me.
Kim Wei, can you hear anybody? Nod your head if you can hear anybody.
He can't hear you. He hasn't nodded his head. He can't hear.
Yeah, he can't hear. He don't even think nobody talking to him, probably.
Kim Wei, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Nod your head. Okay, so I have to apologize because some way you don't hear us. He says you don't hear us. So
Can't hear a damn thing. I can't hear nothing.
We
That's
can
all
hear
I want
you.
to say.
We can
I
hear
can't
you.
hear nothing. I might have to come back
Go out
in.
and come back in. Yeah, do him like that, Reggie.
Yeah, I don't yeah. So I don't really like the way he came in. Because it's saying don't hear a damn thing. So I'll give him a second and then I'll close. So he's not coming back in and out. So it's okay. So I'm giving him a second.
I think this is important for the Kemetic community in some ways to vet some of this information and how people think to try to get something on the other end. So I just think it's about the approach. Let me say that. I think it's more about the approach than the idea. Yeah.
My poetic statement is we need this to get the Kemet root word of chemistry from its Egyptian European nonsense.
Well, I would say this, and I think I'm going to end. First of all, it begins right here. Good brother Rakufu and Seven Asar. It begins here because these are the texts, right?
Yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Right.
Kim Wei, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Kim Wei.
Peace. What's going on, brothers? What's happening?
Can you hear? Can you hear us?
I can hear y'all now. I can hear y'all
I'm
now.
closing the show.
Peace.
Peace. I'm closing the show. I just waited for you. So, do you have a quick question, a statement?
Reggie, what's the beef with Jabari? I've been watching this show I've been watching sa.neter show for probably about 10 years now. And I've noticed this. And guess what? I consider both of y'all my elders. Both of y'all. And I just want to know why you just not letting Jabari just do his own thing.
Oh, we're on the same platform. He's made some statements that I disagree with. So it turns into a debate.
I mean, is it in malice?
Is it malice?
Yeah.
The statements that he made it wasn't to me. It's the information. I disagree with the information. I disagree with his statement.
Okay.
So on this platform, if a person disagrees enough, then they just have a debate.
Okay.
That's about it. Oh, wait, there you go. Psalm ending right now.
I get it.
He was the last question. He's ending. There it goes. There it goes. Let me put on
peace to the family.
Let me put on the music and I'm gonna end. Where's
right.
the music? Dag. Y'all got me in trouble, y'all. Y'all got me in trouble. Where's this for the brothers? Wait, don't end it. So I gotta put in the music. Where's the music? Where's the music? Who wants to smoke or something like that? Pseudo final call.
For my sisters trapped in religion, wake up and free the babies. sa.neter speak the truth, he's on a mission. Yeah. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will your Bible thumpers wake up or just fall? The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. I used to use the Bible like a lantern in the night, trying to wake up my sisters to the light. Yeah. The house is closing in and it's a total mess. You ignore my wisdom, the ultimate test. Step inside the 8 showcase, the toughest terrain where the truth hits hard. The cut spring pain, I try to wake you with the word in my hand, to get you to the truth, to help you understand. I gave you the scriptures, chapters and verse. I gave you the keys to break the curse. I gave you Torah to unlock with keys. Break the middle chains and be the house of consciousness. The final call. Will your Bible thumpers wake up or just fall? So taking back the story, gaining full control. Get your mind right, leave the Bible behind. The Bible is not your history, your soul will be hard to find. Welcome to the HOK, where the truth resides. No more hiding in the pews where the die. We speak against the Bible just to wake the inner sight.